Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, what, Dustin, what's your radio station? What's it on? You said radio station? What platform is it on? You were the one, you were asking me about that earlier, huh? Like a live, but I wasn't understanding what it was on. Like, what do you mean, like, is it on the radio, you mean? Like, what station is it? Or is it something with online? Man, I just chugged like a bunch, like a half a, whoa, wait a minute. Why is that doing that? Look, it's not even green. Why would it do that? It's usually only stuff that's green, but do you see how that's disappearing? Whoa, I don't understand. That don't, but like when it's in front of me, it's not. That's so weird. I don't get it. It shouldn't do that. Anyway, um, hey guys. Hey, does anybody want to come up? I'm gonna try to do an open panel. I'm gonna finally read just those screenshots I've been collecting from for gosh, they're like probably like 2 weeks ago. I put them together to read and I never did it. But I figured I could go through those. I could send out the link, and if anybody wants to come up, which I know how that goes, normally nobody really comes, but that's why I do have some screenshots I could read. They're just random. It's all about the case, I mean. It's just like random stuff about everything, basically. Just things, like I said, that as I'm going through groups or Reddit or whatever, that I find interesting. Depending on how this goes, I was even thinking about doing a reminder for those other cases and trying to do like, if nobody ends up coming up on an open panel for this, making this quick and then doing the ones on the other two cases, because I really want to talk about those too. They're interesting. I can't do why this happened last live. I can't quit yawning and I don't know why. Um Hey Thomas, hey Jamie, Cool Gamer, Dolores. You know how it's really annoying, like when you keep yawning and you can't quit? I hate that. All right, let me drink some of my coffee real quick. I also hate how that light does that. So weird. I haven't figured that out. I've tried to like turn off my lights that would be on this side and it still does it. So I don't know. I'm so confused why it does that. It annoys the crap out of me though, and because I can't fix it. Anyway, yeah, I just been tired, but I'm not feeling too bad. I've been tired for a while. Hi Becca Bob. Hold on. Oh my god. I know I gotta quit it. Um I don't even think there's any mods in here, huh? Let me see. Hold on, let me get on the YouTube side real quick. Oh wait, what did I just add? Hold on 1 second. Alright, let's just get right into it. Hey Colette! We'll just start reading some of the, just like I said, they're just random screenshots. There's these ones I want to read first. This one, we had read it in probably like last month, but since everybody's talking about the leaks again, it's just that one message that Robert writes to, Mark, which I think I want to read since everybody's talking about, the leaks and all that crap. So it's just kind of interesting because this poor Robert is trying to get Mark to answer him and Mark ignores him. And I don't know if Mark would have answered him, would it have changed his decision and what he did? I don't know. I can't say like, oh, it's Mark's fault, but I mean, it just sucks that he was trying to get a hold of him because it seemed like he was freaking out and he's trying to get a hold of him and Mark just ignores him. Hold on, let me share my screen. The more I find out about that Mark character, I am not liking him. He's like a big freaking culprit for all this mess. Okay, hold on. Let me I'm gonna bring it up. I'm just gonna end up sharing my when I go through these my editor, because I have it all in my editor and it's way easier to like go through everything. But I don't know if you remember, I read this on, hold on, I'll make this bigger. I read this on a live before. But like I said, I think it's important. Okay, so this says, why is that half cut off? Here, I'll just, I'll just go right there. Okay. So this says, Robert begging Mark for help before he took his own life. Hours later, Mark was hitting laughing emojis on my screen. Robert is not a good person. All of his early information was wrong. And I think that's a typo. I remember talking about this before. I think this person's meaning Mark, because everything else, I mean, that she's saying about Mark, I think she just accidentally meant Mark is not a good person. Because all of his early information was wrong. That it wasn't Robert. It was Mark was the one given all that information. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that had some kind of information, whether some of it turns out to be true and some not. I don't know. I mean, I think that's what's happening. It's not all right. But anyway. So Robert says to Mark, here, let me actually, here we go, right here. Yeah, so Robert says, hey, what is going on? Mark, talk to me, please. Question mark. He tried to call him. He says, give me 5 minutes. So Robert's just asking Mark for, give me 5 minutes. Like he wants to talk to him for 5 minutes. And he said, hey, man, talk to me. You need to delete everything on Reddit and all platforms. And then he unsent a couple messages, but you could see Mark never responded. And this says Sunday, so we know Robert took his life on a Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday night. So I don't know if this was the Sunday before that and then Monday. So Sunday and Monday. So Sunday 8:30 in the morning, 8:26, and then 5 in the morning Monday. And then we know like what, around 10 or something, I think it was. On Wednesday is when Robert took his life. So I don't know. I don't know why Mark wasn't answering. And you know, some people think that well, I have more screenshots. I just have to open up my other file. But some people think that that Mark had him the whole time and that he, now you can't predict that. I mean, there's no way he could have predicted, or like, unless if he asked Mitch to go in the office and Baldwin's office and take those and then planned it out like that. But I think what happened is an opportunity arose and he jumped on the opportunity. That's what I think. So I think Mitch just went in there. That all happened. Mark saw an opportunity and he jumped on it, because I think he's like, I feel like against the defense. I could be wrong, but I feel like he would be against the defense, considering he is pushing for, you know, Richard Allen's guilt, right? And I know he did say, you know, the whole Ron Logan thing, but now I think after that, he would, you know, after Richard got arrested, he was pushing for, you know, his, you know, him being guilty, basically. So I think he might have just jumped on that opportunity to somehow already have it, get Robert to send it to him, and then send it to Murder Sheets, and then basically make it track back down to the defense, and then bam, the defense gets disqualified. Which is crazy. If that, I mean, I do think there's a good possibility that happens, but how crazy is that? That's probably exactly what he wanted. You saw him when he was texting, was it Skip? He was talking about, oh, it's not the right time yet, not the right time. And then he did, like, this happens. This was probably perfect timing for him, right? So yeah. Hey, sweet dude. All right, let me bring up the. So finally, let's go through all the rest of the screenshots I had. Like I said, there are a bunch of random, just about. Well, they're all about Delphi, but there's just about a bunch of everything about it. So hold on one second. Let me get it. All right, so I have them the same. I'm just gonna do it in my editor because it's so hard. And anyone that has a channel could vouch for this. When you put it into like a video file and then you try to find, if you try to like get to a spot in the file, like, I mean, let's say you make a video and then you play it as a file, and then you try to like, oh, rewind it. Let's see that, rewind it a second. Let's see it. It's so hard to get to that spot. It sucks. Like YouTube, you could just like push 5 seconds, but so that's why it's like, I'm just gonna have to, I'll make it bigger, but it's just, I just figured this way is the easiest. Hold on one second. I'm gonna try to make it as big as I can here. This might be as big as it gets, but okay. So this picture somebody sent. This is the picture they're going to be talking about here for this video. Can you guys read this? Is this big enough, you think? I'd like you guys to be able to read along with me, though. Wait, 3 Dot Dave, who are you? Why do I feel like I know you, but I can't figure out who you are? Like, wait, like, were you somebody else? You was 21? But that doesn't sound familiar to me either. Hey, Haunted Virgo. Alan, what's up? Okay. So like I said, these are random. They're from like Facebook groups, Reddit, and I think that's all. Just Facebook groups and Reddit, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so it says, is it true that a hiker found bloody evidence weeks after the scene was supposedly searched? And somebody says, and to be completely honest, I was out there almost 2 weeks ago. Yes, at the crime scene. I realized I probably shouldn't have. Anyway, I'm glad now that I did. I found evidence that was left behind and or not found originally. Yes, I turned it in to the command center, was questioned, and gave my DNA since I had touched the item. Needless to say, what I found was covered in blood that seemed to have turned out to be the killers, I think it says. But I'm not on there. I'm not on here spreading all of that. I know because people run wild with any little thing they can. I mean, I could post pics of what I found, but I could only imagine what would come of it. And then this shows Sergeant Tony Slocum says, wait, nope, not even remotely true. So this was, wait, hold on. This right here. So this person is, see how they're talking to ISP. Is it true that the hiker found bloody evidence? And then he links this message, and this guy, and Sergeant says, no, not remotely true. But this picture also was a part of it. So I guess this is I don't know if they're saying this is the bloody, is there blood on this leaf, or I'm not sure. But somehow this picture went along with it. So I don't know if that's supposed to be blood over there, but just thought it was interesting because did somebody find some like blood out there? Because I mean, think about it. They definitely could have missed evidence. I mean, now it's way too late, how many years later, but if people were out there days after, weeks after, because I'm not convinced that the murder happened right there. I'm convinced it could have happened far away. Like they could have been running through the woods. He could have been chasing them. He could have killed one girl in one spot and one girl at another spot. You know what I'm saying? So there could be multiple spots of evidence. And I'm not convinced that like law enforcement, once they found the girls, I don't know. I'm not convinced that they looked through the woods and found all the evidence. So if there's a bunch of people looking through, shortly after the murders and they find things, I think it definitely could be important, right? Thanks, 3 Dot Dove. Hey, Hey, Wolfpack. So yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, it could be, might not be anything, but, and then you got to trust the person that's writing it, but okay. So Well, the reason I saved this is because they're talking about Mark here, because he's the guy from Texas. So Mark Robert. So it says, during exchange, the Indiana man reportedly wrote, "Defense just got girls' phone records," which I think the Indiana man is Fortson, right? He also reportedly wrote, "They are saying that there is stuff good for Rick." In another exchange, the Texas man, which I think is Mark Robert, who they're talking about, reportedly wrote that he was traveling to Franklin, Indiana, and noted he wanted a fair fight for the defense. He reportedly also criticized the prosecution in the same message. But see, I think him saying that is, I think he's just saying that because he's trying to make it look like he's getting the stuff from the defense, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. I don't think he really is for the defense. I think he's against the defense. Yeah, me too, crime crazy critters on the farm. I think that they were taken. Yeah, I think it happened somewhere else. I always thought, but it depends. I don't know. I mean, but I always thought that they took that. I know you guys, you probably aren't going to agree with this, but um, ever since I learned about the case, there was always a theory in my head that was pretty strong that I always was thinking that there's a possibility that they didn't even they were still alive like until either late that night, that they didn't die right away, that the person didn't just take him and kill him like right away, like everybody was saying. I mean, that was even before they caught Richard Allen, it was like kind of the narrative where it was, hey, they were taken quick, killed. But no, there's always a part of me. It's like, man, I think they might have kept him. Like, what if they didn't kill him right away? But I don't know if there's any proof to that or if they could really tell the time of death. So, I mean, if the coroner comes out and says, no, the time of death, or, well, I'm sure he already did the time of death. I don't know. Does anybody know? That's all sealed, right? Do we even trust them though? You know what I'm saying? Do we trust them if they're like, no, they died like at 2:30 or whatever time? But yeah, I just think there's a possibility that they might not have died right away, that they could have been kept alive for all night. But just a possibility. I mean, I don't know. I also think they could have died right away, but I always had this weird feeling that no, that they were taken somewhere and they were brought there, that they were alive for the night. You don't think so, Jamie? Hey, Crystal. Crime cozy. You're you're talking about the case. So do you think there's a possibility that they were maybe alive through the night and they didn't die right away? Oh, I know what you think, Alan, but I'm just curious if anybody else thinks there's a possibility. Satanic ritual daily. Yeah, huh? Yeah, okay. So that makes sense that they might have waited. I don't know. It was just always this nagging feeling, like when everybody kept saying, like, "Oh, it happened so quick. It happened with," you know what I'm saying? People were saying that from the beginning, and I'm always thinking, like, well, how do we know? Like, what if they kept him all night? We don't know because we don't even know who it is. At the time, well, we still don't know. But like, what if they kept him in the woods and they went somewhere? I know there was that shed talk, but I don't think there was any evidence there. Um, but like, what if they took him somewhere or just kept him out there, for hours? I don't know. It's a possibility. I mean, I'm also thinking it could have happened right away too, but I'm just thinking it's a possibility. Anyway, okay. Um, Impossible they were laying there and no one found those. Yeah, okay. So a lot of people, there are people, that's right. There were people thinking that because that search, nobody found them. So yeah, what about that, Alan? Because there was the search and nobody found them that night. I mean, I could see those sweet dude how they could have missed him possibly. It depends. I don't know how thorough the search was, how many people were searching, how far they went, for sure. But I do think there's a possibility that they kept him alive. Okay, so yeah, so I think Mark is just making it seem like he's on the defensive side or that he's getting it from the defense. I just don't think he is. Um, so this is just these just random stuff here. So it says that's exactly what it sounds like. Altering witness statements. There's plenty of evidence of that. The wife hanging up abruptly leads me to believe she recognized her husband's voice and knew it wasn't him. After he confessed 5 times, with a question mark, since when does a suspect confess 5 times? 40 caliber bullet shows up out of nowhere, just mysteriously appears. Not only that, but there are many other handguns it could have came from. They just had to pick a police-issued weapon that 1,000 other officers in the area have, a 6-hour P226, a timeline and lost statements from the conservation officer, timing of the crime. 1:49, Kelsey drops him off. 2:07, Libby posts Snapchat of Abby. 2:13, bridge guy recorded. Calling off dogs and canceling the search when it got dark. There are kids. Ain't no way law enforcement would call off a search like that because every minute counts. From start to finish, it sounds like the sheriff knows the truth and was protecting the real killers. Now, this is just somebody posting this, okay? So remember, when I'm reading this stuff, these are just random posts. This isn't me. But anyway, was protecting the real killers. If it was my kids, I wouldn't be calling off the search. But I feel the same. Like, I don't even know why they called it off. That was critical time. I'd be forming a line and let it drag on till we found them. Like, every second does count. So for them to call it off, that is pretty stupid. Like it is only a 5-minute drive from their home to, okay, so this was a little bit out of order. So this goes, after that last one, sorry. Oh yeah, okay, quick. Like it's only a 5-minute drive from their home to the drop off, and Kelsey said they left home at 13:25, which is 1:25. Yet Kelsey said they got to Mears at 1:35. Why did it apparently take them 10 minutes to do a 5-minute journey? But I don't think that's a big deal because, it's not, they're kids. They could have got lost, taken the long way, been talking. Anyway, then we have them sitting by the roadside by Mears lot for 12 minutes. It says 1:35 to 1:49 before the girls get out and leave. And remember, Betsy was at the very same place at 1:47, confirmed by the store cam, yet she saw no cars there. How so if Kelsey said she was there at 1:49? So, I don't know. Betsy saw the young man at the north end of the bridge at approximately 1:59. So clearly, if Kelsey is telling the truth, that young man was there when the girls got on the bridge and had to be there when BG went onto it after the girls. The timing almost says the girls were delivered on a set time scale. Certainly, it's too tight to be random. It says, yes, it's generally said, another Kelsey origin, that it was 1:49. However, that in itself raises even more questions. If truly 1:49 arrival, the walk from Mears to the bridge takes 8 minutes at fast walk, meaning the girls could not have got to the bridge prior to 1:57. All took place less than an hour. It certainly sounds like the girls were set up. Leaving the phone under Abby. This was intentional. The girls were already dead before that. Phone was planted there. It was meant to be found. There is no way possible that either of the girls hid it before they died. 911 calls of screaming coming from the area at 2 a.m. And I've seen like multiple things of people saying that. So has anybody ever found out what that was all about? The screaming at 2 a.m.? So that's another thing that points to that maybe they were still alive, into the night. Because who's screaming at 2 a.m.? Oh, that's right. We did read those some of the searchers that were searching till like 2 a.m. that they were still searching. So there were a few people. I don't know how many people, but there was at least a couple groups that were still searching after they called off. They called off the official one, but people were still searching. I don't think there was a lot, but there was some people talking about it was like 2 a.m. and they were still out there. So that's one of the groups that heard it at 2 a.m. They heard screaming. And they said it wasn't screaming like the names, because I had read another person talking about it, that a person that was there that was talking about it. They said they did hear people screaming the names, but they also heard a screaming at like 2 a.m. that sounded like a scream, like I forget how they described it, but basically a scream of somebody, getting hurt or scared, or, something that would make you think it was possibly related to the girls. And then she said that they did hear like them screaming the names too. So I don't know. Why LOL, Peyton? What did I say? Huh. Well, I know it's not the wanting to think it. It's just, it is what it is. I mean, if it's not that anybody wants to think that, Jamie, but it could be a possibility, I know it sucks to think that way, but don't you want the truth? And I don't know what the truth is, but I mean, you have to consider everything. Oh, wait, Omega, it says 149, 409 equals 13, 113 has been being used. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so let's move on. And then it says, anyway, it is clear from Betsy not seeing any older man that BG did not come from the 501 trail. Hence, BG was either hidden in the woods or came from the cemetery direction. Only the young man knows. So, this person's talking about, because BG isn't the young man, which I think it's two different people too. I think these people saw different people. Somebody saw a younger guy and somebody saw an older guy. Or the BG's, I think, is the older. Not, I mean, he's not real old, but 40s maybe, 50s. I'd say 40s or 50s. But Betsy was so clear that she saw a younger guy. So I think they saw different people. I think there was different people, because I think there's more than one person that's involved in this. So I think they're describing different people. I really do. I don't know, Alan. They think it because of the way it was placed. I personally don't think that. I see, I've seen theories of people thinking that. I don't though. Like in my opinion, I think it just happened to maybe fall out of because she had Libby's coat on, her sweatshirt, or maybe it fell out the side of it and then ended up, when he's pulling her up or however it happened, ended up getting under her leg. I think that's more plausible than him doing it on purpose. No, I just think that maybe he didn't realize that they had a phone or they were recording and it was in Libby's coat because it was Libby's, she was the one recording, and then somehow, however Abby got her coat on, I think it just slid out of the pocket and somehow went behind her leg. Just my opinion. But all right. No, I get the whole theory of why people think that too, and why they think that the whole video was like a plan planted and stuff that would to frame, possibly to frame somebody else for doing it, and I get the reasons why, but I just, in my opinion, I don't think it was. Um, anyway, it says law enforcement didn't want to do anything. That young man instead put out a false sketch of a much older man and lied in the PCA claiming Betsy saw an older man. Aw, Soul, thanks. You don't have to keep doing that. Thank you. Yeah, guys, join the membership. The Soul doesn't have to keep buying people ones. It's only like $1.99. I'm like members to people I don't even know because it's like $1.99. I just keep it going because $1.99 for me is not, you know what I'm saying? But to that person, it helps. So, yeah, I don't know. It's up to you guys. But thanks, Stacy. I appreciate it. Okay, so what else? Donnie, I get the feeling that Delphi law enforcement knows exactly who did it, and when the FBI agent got close to it, they kicked him out. And all along, their plan was to find some sap who is unsuspecting and get him up. That's exactly what it sounds like. Um, Years later, Carter, when released the young man sketch, you could see the anger in his face and the dark looks he kept throwing at law enforcement. Yet even today, law enforcement are still quiet, re this obviously incredibly important young man. Oh, thanks for joining. Oh, hey, Brittany. Thank you. 11 months. Thank you for coming. And J.R. Nana Cole. Thank you. What is your picture? I can't. Are you on a motorcycle? I can't see because I have it on my little laptop and it's way over here. Hi, Vincina. Are you? Oh, do you ride motorcycles? I've never rode a motorcycle before. I think it'd be fun though. I've rode like a little motor scooter, but I never rode a motorcycle. Oh, hey, Carly. Oh, Ellie Armand is in the hospital. She had COVID and they got. Oh, really, Peyton? Oh, man. Dang it. Okay. I hate hearing that stuff. Wow. Man, I was wondering. I haven't seen her around in forever. Man, it's scary. Oh, anyway, man. Okay, so where are we at? It says if that doesn't screen cover up, then anyone must be in a coma. Okay. Okay, so these are texts back and forth between Becky and somebody. Okay. I talked to his wife. Oh, this is about Pat Brown, I think. I think that's his name, right? The one that's with his car and the keys. I talked to his wife. She says that he never lost his keys and his truck was not there all night. Can I share that one piece to please stop these rumors? His truck was blocked when all the law enforcement cars came. They had to go back later to get his truck. I also think that is what the scanner indicated. That is what I have tried to tell people because it's what I had assumed, but I honestly had no idea. I think it only said someone was coming back to pick up the car. It didn't say anything specifically. It says they say he is at the April presser. That photo they have circled is not Pat. I wonder if that's the photo that somebody sent me too that's circled. I never really went down the Pat train. You know what I'm saying? I never really looked into Pat real hard, but I know there was people that were very suspicious of him. I don't know. What do you guys think of Pat? And now whoever leaker is has sent everyone on a Pat Brown goose chase. Oh, is that where it came from? Okay. Leaker. Oh, Alan, thanks. Wait, I thought you were still a member. Wait, wasn't your name just green though? Wow, I'm always used to seeing it green. I thought it was actually still green. That's crazy. Oh, hey, Bernie. Ah, okay, JR. See, I don't know what Peyton. What is that too now? I don't remember what I even asked you. Oh, Lordy, because I keep. See, when you. I don't know if everybody does that, like creators, but Anthony said something about it too, so he must do it. But I'm always like going backwards with comments. So somehow like I'll like refresh the comments, and then on StreamYard I'm always going like from down to up. So it's weird, but so I'll like be reading comments that are old. I don't know why that we're more prone to do that for some reason. Oh, so it did turn not green? Okay. So this is, I forget what this one is. This is that one. They have a lot of good information. It's talking about Becky Patty. It says, this rabbit hole goes deep. Between the Delphi murders and the Flora fire that killed 6 innocent children, there are very few common denominators, but one stands out more than the rest. In 2017, after the girls were found, there was one person in particular who brought up the Odinites. That is Becky Patty. Now, I had read this before, but I'm going to read it again. I read it on that one live, but we'll read it again. I'm in California, and I have family in Delphi, and none of us have ever even heard about the word Odin or Odinite before in our lives, let alone a hate group or a cult. If Becky thought it was the Odinites, it explains why law enforcement said actors and the group they got involved with when Doug Carter was speaking in riddles. Becky said to law enforcement Odinites might be responsible, yet in 6 years, other than her, not one person said, hey, it might be those skinhead dudes tweaking and burning stuff all the time. If Dan Doolin's blunder was debunked, when people were blaming him for forgetting about the tip, it comes out that Ricky called the police with the tip that he was on the trail, and Dan followed up. But blame is not Dan Doolin's at all. It's the entire Indiana State Police, the Sheriff's Department, and the Delphi PD for not following up and at least documenting or recording anything that came in on the tip line. Oh, thanks, Peyton. You gifted one too. Thanks. Thank you. Let me know who gets it. Who got yours, Stacy? It's the entire Indiana State Police. Oh, wait, I already read that. Or for not documenting or recording anything that came in on the tip line. It was 2017, not 1917. Back to the most common denominator, Becky Patty. Becky and Mike and Derek all own a business that does appraisals for homes. Example, when a homeowner is planning on selling their home or apartment or business 2 weeks before the Flora fire, but it wasn't. It was 2 months. They did an appraisal on that Flora house, that the Flora fire, where the accelerant was used. Derek took pictures and then they left. I'm not saying she started the fire, but she is still the most notable common denominator. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of weird, but I don't think she's involved or anything, but it's just weird that she did the appraisal. I just talked about how Becky told law enforcement about Odinites, yet 99.9% of the rest of the world, including myself, have never even heard of them. Point being, for 6 years, there was the Indiana State Police and Carroll County Sheriffs, the Delphi PD, and FBI on this case. But nobody wrote that tip down or took notes when Becky was talking, or a voice recorder. Before the memorandum came out, no matter who your possible suspect or suspects were, there wasn't a legitimate motive that fit. It wasn't sexual for the most part, even though the clothes were removed and redressed. Odinism is and was their motive, so prosecutors and law enforcement were trying to keep everything about this case sealed for a reason. Why? Now it's slowly leaking, but pointing in the wrong direction by design. We now know some of what law enforcement already knew years ago, which is why they said actors and why everything is sealed, even though they have their supposed killer locked in a cell, and how law enforcement knew and publicly stated the bodies were moved and staged. If law enforcement didn't make it such a secret and allowed public to help and let any of the strange details of the gruesome murders known, it would have been solved a long time ago. But instead, law enforcement is doing the opposite and trying to keep their details of what happened away from the public. Whenever I say by design, it's because they can't speak about certain things because of procedural issue, is what I'm guessing. So Ricky ended up being their scapegoat for the underqualified sheriff and Odinite, Anthony Liggett, to get the job, and was hoping Ricky died so a trial would never happen, which was never going to anyways. And breaking his spirit was what they tried to do and succeeded, but he survived, and we all know that correctional officers and sheriffs go together like peanut butter and jelly. In Los Angeles County, when you become a sheriff, your first 4 years are in the correctional facilities. Not sure how it is in Indiana, but Liggett is the one that wrote the fraudulent PCA and the one who wanted him in Westville and the one who transported him there. I thought this was interesting where it's the same source that has like a bunch of information, a bunch of really interesting information, but it says Brad Holder's Snapchat is Brad213, which is the death date, which is kind of interesting. Oh, thanks, Peyton. You gifted 2. Who won? Oh, gone. Oh, wait, what's your name? Wait, hold on. Oh, Mom on the Go. Mom on Go. Congrats. And who else got it? And who got yours, Stacy? Who? I don't know, because I'm not on the... Here, let me go on the YouTube side so I can see who... Oh, Gilly. Wait, Gilly always gets gifted. Gilly, you got gifted from Stacy before. That's awesome. If anybody deserves it, it's you. Who else got it? Oh, Mom on the Go. Yay, Gail. And then, but who got yours, Stacy? I don't know. That was before this, so I'm not going to be able to see it. All right. So, am I blurry? Wow, hold on a second. Oh. See, you guys remember to do this. If I become blurry, go to settings and quality and go up to the highest quality, which is 720, because that's the highest that my either my camera goes or the stream. I'll have to see if my camera goes to 1020, maybe I'll pay the extra money for the StreamYard to go, because you have to pay extra to get, which I have the paid subscription to StreamYard, but you have to even pay more to get the 1020. But anyway, my point is 720 is pretty clear, but that's 2 times it went down. So make sure if I get really blurry, just click on quality and go up to the 720 and it clears right up. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Even when you have it on automatic, it'll go back. Anyway, okay, so Brad 213. So I just thought that was kind of weird. The death date. Social media messages uncovered by investigators indicate Libby thought she was to meet Anthony Schatz the next day at the Monon High Bridge. So here's the thing with this. Either, like, I think, I don't remember if it was on my live or Anthony's, but we're talking about either this some weird freaking coincidence that she was supposed to meet somebody from the Anthony Schatz, and then somehow Richard ends up randomly killing them. And it doesn't have anything to do with this profile. It just happened to somehow all be the same. I mean, I don't even know what the chances of that happening is. That if she was supposed to meet Anthony Schatz, they get murdered, but it's not by the person that was telling her to come meet them, the Anthony Schatz profile. It's crazy. Or there's some kind of connection between the two. But I don't know. I don't think anybody's found a connection. Have you guys saw anybody that's found a connection between Keegan and Richard Allen? But I guess we don't, never mind. That's just assuming if Richard Allen. Never mind. We don't know. It might not be Richard Allen. So that's right. So Keegan Klein. Yeah, I guess it could be anybody. I really don't think it was Keegan Klein. Keegan. I don't think he was like that. He's the one that, if he was involved, like I don't think he was the one that did any of the killing for some reason. Hey, Aussie True Crime. But do you think it has something to do with it, guys? The Anthony Schatz profile, do you think it's connected? Sweet dude, thank you. I was actually going to go back through that and see, because I was like confused. Yeah, and man, I should have. I was going to go back through the interview and try to find where that all happened, because, whoa, this moved. Because I was kind of confused why people were saying them. Like, I must have missed it because everybody's saying it. So I must have just like missed when he said that, because the way people are talking about it, it seems like it's a fact. But I've been meaning to go back through all the Keegan Klein stuff, and thank you. And now I for sure have to, because if that's what's going on, we got to straighten that up, because a lot of people are quoting that like that's what's going on. So you're saying he never. I mean, I haven't read it in forever. It's been months. I think it'd be worth it to go back and read it. I definitely have to do that. Okay, thank you. So yeah, let's just move on. And then what about this? What about this one here? He claimed that that's where he met his father and got into his red Jeep, 3 miles from the murder site. He looked up the address to it on Google Maps. That placed he and his father close to the scene that afternoon. Why don't I remember? Okay, so, and also people were saying that he was talking about like being there. I don't remember. That one doesn't exactly say it, but let me see if this is one that says it. No, he didn't walk. He claimed he rode with his father in the Jeep from the marathon to the CPS building and then waited in the Jeep while his father went to meet Libby at the bridge. He came back bloody and they left. A couple days later, they left town. And while no red Jeep was spotted at the CPS building, a purple PT Cruiser was. I don't remember that happening either, but I see people quoting it a bunch. Where are they getting this? Can somebody help me out? Because that would be huge. If Keegan really said that, then there you go. You know what I'm saying? There we go. We know who did it. So I don't know where it's coming from, because trust me, it's more than this rabbit eyes that's saying it. It's all over. People are saying this stuff. Like they're like passing it on like it's a fact. Like he said he was there. He dropped his dad off. Is there any truth to that? Like I said, I read through that, and we even read some of the interview. I read it like we did I don't know what you call it. Like I played one part, and I read it a couple times. And I do not remember anything like that for some reason. So I was like, maybe I'm missing something. Where? So wait, Mel. You're saying that Keegan says that he was there that day and dropped his dad off or someone off, and they came back bloody? There's no way he would be arrested for this. They would be questioning whoever that guy was. And I know Melly, I read the transcript. I read it I did it with Sleuthy and Autumn, and then I read a part of it with Bella. And I mean, we have the video. I just don't remember. And then of course I read it on my own. I haven't read it recently, and I'm going to, but I don't remember him saying that. I really don't. That would be a huge thing. But I see people quoting that all over. But anyway, we're going to figure out. Well, I'm going to go back through his stuff. After I go through these things, we're going to go through the transcript. But Melly, you're saying he admits being there that day, though? I don't even remember that. I don't remember ever admitting being at the bridge that day. That's what I'm saying. Not even that, let alone the bloody part. Anyway, all right, let's continue. Melly, I'm going to go back to it. We'll see exactly how that was. And then he's like, he's definitely a liar about some things, but that still doesn't explain why he Googled about how long DNA lasts on a body shortly after the murders, or why he immediately and spontaneously left. And lying doesn't explain the many other coincidences that connect him to the murders. There is a weird thing that when we were going through his Facebook way back when it all first came out, when I was going through like all the different locations and stuff, and the fact that he created like an alibi for himself in Vegas, basically, to make it look, well, not everybody knows now, but back then we were just discovering it. We're like, oh my God, why is he saying it? And then we realized you could actually put that in. Like he could have changed that afterwards where he was that day. But why did he pick around that time? You know what I'm saying? If he wasn't involved in some way, with the murders, why would he even have went back to change where he was that day? And then, of course, then he said he was watching wrestling or something. And then it came out that that wasn't even the same day. I think it was wrestling. Something that was, it wasn't even that day. It was like the day after or something. But yeah, he like wanted it to make it look like he started a new job in Vegas, which he wasn't in Vegas right at that day. Could they be mixing two different stories together? Hey, Stephanie. Who? Jacqueline? Who's mixing two different stories? The young guy could be the son of someone in law enforcement, and they're, C-Star. I mean, maybe. Who has a son in law enforcement? Mm-hmm. Okay, so how could he not be involved? He was actively messaging one of the girls. He was trying to meet the girls her age in person. He even had access to his grandmother's purple PT Cruiser, which witnesses placed at the scene that day. His phone was pinging in that area. 2 days later, he wiped all his devices and fled to Vegas, where he Googled how long does DNA last. And when they grilled him, he confessed and said his father, who shares the same first name as the Catfish account, was the one who lured the girls there and killed them, which he didn't say that. He insinuated maybe because they were leading him. I remember that part at least, where they were trying to like lead it to get information, and he may have like at first, I feel like if I'm remembering it right, at first he was basically denying, oh no, not my dad. But then as the interview went on and they kept pushing it, then he kind of like was more loose about like if his dad did it. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it was to the point where he didn't want to get in trouble. He'd rather roll on his dad than get to take it himself. But he never flat out came out and said that in the transcript, right? Not that I remember, but he just didn't deny it towards the end. Like he stopped denying it from what I remember. But like I said, we're gonna refresh ourselves. Anyway, Richard Allen may turn out to be involved, but the public deserves to know why the police dismissed Keegan's involvement, because that sounds highly improbable. It does make me interested in what he wants to talk to Murder Sheets about after his sentence and after his case is over. Did you guys see that? Did you guys hear when Murder Sheets interviewed him? He said that he wanted to talk about some stuff about Delphi, but he wanted to wait until his case was done. And that he would talk to him after, and it was about Delphi. So it makes me wonder so what do you know, Keegan? Well, what is it that you want to say about Delphi? So maybe he does know more than what. But here's the thing, if law enforcement, I'm sure they have access to that interview, like you would think they'd be like, "Oh, wait a minute. What are you talking about? What do you know? What do you want to talk about, Delphi?" Anyway. Okay, so it says, I also want to add the rumors I heard is that someone who was messaging Keegan told investigators that his father threw the murder weapon and a phone in the river, and law enforcement found nothing. Was messaging Keegan. So it does make you wonder, the whole search in the river, the Wabash River or whatever, and then what? Right after that, they arrest Richard Allen. Like right after all of that, and it's such a weird coincidence. If they have nothing to do with each other, what a freaking weird coincidence that they make the arrest right after the search. And I don't think they found anything, right? In the river, like everybody was thinking that had to do with Delphi. And then they arrest Richard Allen. It's weird. Anyway. All right, so here is some messages with Tony Liggett. This is about the whole flyer. It says, can you please explain why the height and weight have disappeared from the flyer? Looking for the person that took Abby and Libby's lives. He says, not sure about the disappearing part of your question. If it has disappeared, it should never have been there to start with. When the sketch was released, a height and weight was not released. That is an FBI flyer. My best answer is above. If they have changed their flyer, you should contact them. I will also talk to them. Thanks for pointing it out. I don't know why it seems that way, Best I could tell you is that it was not supposed to be there. We did not put a description out with the second sketch. They finally got it corrected. That is why, as above, I referred you to the contact FBI. It says, absolutely keep looking. As I said, it wasn't supposed to be there and it has been corrected. We don't want people not sending tips based on that description. Focus on the sketch, the bridge picture, and the voice. Thank you. We absolutely do talk. I previously stated, it was not supposed to be there to start with. Thanks. Now I have a question though. This whole time, were you under the impression when they were putting out, like, well, when they first put out the screenshot and then they put out the video and then, you know, the audio and stuff, like, were you under the impression that it was supposed to be this, like, the audio was supposed to be the person that we see too? And they never really clarified it. Well, that one guy, what's his name? He said it on two different, one was that, forget what they call it, roadshow or whatever, and then one was a press conference. But Carter and them, they never made it seem like that it was two different people. And then watching that one show, seeing that I don't know what his name is, the one law enforcement, what's his name? I'll show you, maybe you guys know. But he says that basically that the audio is different than the video. Like, this is probably not the same person. And he says it on two different things. But why didn't they stress that every press conference when they were putting out the new stuff? Carter never, I feel like they never made it clear, right? Yeah, and if they knew that one officer was saying it, he was saying it, but they didn't make it very prevalent. So, this whole time I'm trying to match both. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be like, okay, so it has to be the voice and the the bridge guy, the video. Because Carter never made it cleared it up like, hey, these could be two different people here. What the heck? Excuse me. Well, that was irresponsible, though. I'm sorry. Oh, somebody, I found this, which I thought was, I think that's supposed to be Richard Allen sleeping, because somebody posted this and it says, so I think Ozzy cracked the case from beyond the grave. Ozzy is the cat that died in 2018. I got buried in the yard. I think forensics found the cat hair at the crime scene, dug up poor old Ozzy and did DNA, and bam. So I'm thinking that's Richard Allen with his cat, but I don't know how somebody got that. Oh, it was probably Kathy on Kathy's Facebook. That's right. Okay, so here's a couple people who posted on Reddit talking about how they worked with Alan, Richard. I thought it was kind of interesting. Hi, Lori. We got a kid quit. Wasn't the arrest supposed to be hurried by an election? Yeah, we've talked about. I mean, we could talk about that again. But why are you asking that right now? Oh, you were talking to somebody else, maybe? Wait, yeah, sure. Our FBI experts couldn't measure bridge, calculate ratio to get BJ's height from any photo. FBI would be accurate, exonerating RA. Ah, you think? Good point. I know, I can't help it. I hate that I'm yawning. Is it the time change? Hey, Jordan. Hey, Grace. Cool. Okay. I mean, I think it's the articles that we've been through. What is the relevance of the thin blue line? I'm confused, C-Star. Will you explain that? I think you're probably talking about the article that I brought up a few times, but I mean, I could bring it up again, but I don't understand what you mean, why the blue line flag. Okay, I'm going to continue with this. Okay, I work with Richard Rick Allen for 8 months at CVS. So to quickly disclaim, I'm not going to reveal anybody's name that did or still does work at the CVS location. What I can say is that I've been seeing a lot of speculation on really who he is. And if anybody knew anything about who he was, I did not personally interest myself in his outside life, but I did work with Richard at the CVS from July 2020 to April 2021. Okay, this is gonna make me look old. What does OFC stand for? I know I should know this. Help me out real quick. OFC, I don't know. Oh, it was let's get into that. I'm gonna get into this article about that, Alan, actually. With Liggett, Lesenby, and Thomas. But yeah, we'll talk about that. Because when I was talking to does anybody want to come up? Actually, when I'm done with these screenshots, I'm going to do open panel. I almost forgot about that. So think about it, guys. Please, people come up so we could discuss. So this, I probably won't be too much longer reading these because they're all, and then, yeah, if you guys want to come up, if anybody wants to come up, so don't forget about that. But what I was saying is, when I was talking to Frank and Anthony, I was like assuming that everybody was aware of all of that. And then I was thinking after I got off, I'm like, you know what? There's people probably confused because some people might not know all the ins and outs of it, which I'm still learning some of it. But okay, so where am I at? So she's saying about working with him. Something I OFC do not work at the CVS because I don't know what OFC stands for. Nobody answered, did you? Of course. Oh, is that what it stands for? Of course. Okay. I, of course, do not work at CVS anymore. And as others have stated, CVS employees, were told to reply no comment in response to any questions related to him. To clarify as well, Rick's official title was Shift Supervisor RX. He did have a license, but was only really a backup technician if needed. He was mostly either the shift leader or a shift support when he worked. I was shift supervisor during my time there, and I personally worked with him every time we had a truck for the week, if not 3 to 4 times a week. Rick was the first and unfortunately the most polite and cooperative person to work with. He did a great job hiding in plain sight, and it does shake me a bit that I was alone with him lots of shifts. But in my opinion, the only story I ever heard about Rick's past at the time was that he was a recovering alcoholic, went to an institution sometime prior to me working there, and had worked at Walmart for a few years. Rick never pinged. Let me move. Rick never pinged under anyone's radar because he was literally one of the nicest and joking people working there. He didn't seem paranoid or afraid of anything. So, of course, anybody who wasn't the police couldn't piece it together. I'm still pretty shocked on how close I was to him, considering that we just found out. I've seen this question a few times. I am actually non-binary, but I present very much as a guy. And there were only 2 other guys working during my time. One will stay unnamed, and the other was Richard. Edit. Thank you for the questions and the kind words. If you're just coming into this, please look in the comments. I've answered a few of them. The reason I also state 8 months was because my arrival was at the very end of July and my departure was beginning of April 2021. And that is, thank you for sharing your work experience with Richard. We all wonder what he was like in real life. It is truly shocking to hear much how much this monster was really hiding in plain sight. Did anyone you work with ever mention his similarity to the bridge guy sketch? I realized you worked with him after we were all told to focus on the young guy sketch. Wait, hold on. Let me see. What was their name? Oh, N Lights. So N Lights is the coworker. Okay. So N Lights. So this person says, nope. And I honestly had no idea he would even be involved in this after all this time. My partner, who was a resident of Delphi, their whole life had said that the town had either deemed BG a drifter or a resident somewhat close by. He did wear a blue face mask most of the time in accordance to the CVS policy during the pandemic, and so none of us ever considered he'd be involved. Somebody said, man, I bet he liked wearing the mask. And she said, he did not. And I will say he wasn't one to hide himself either. He didn't mind being on camera, maskless, or in the middle of the store, ever, in my opinion. So that was in response where somebody said, man, I bet he loved to wear a mask. Okay. Somebody says, that really makes me wonder how much, if at all, the pandemic slowed down this investigation. If only because the barriers before everyone's face for a few years. Thanks for your insight. Says there were 3 years between the murders and when masking became normal. That's a lot of time to hide without a mask. Let me see. These are... He did not look particularly like either sketch, regardless of the people who say they now see it so clearly. You would never have looked at him and next to either of those sketches and thought he was your guy. Masks didn't help hide him. If anything, those sketches and all the false descriptors did. I think both sketches eerily captured his likeness. The problem with this is that, amazingly, a huge amount of men in this area look very similar. This absolutely made it difficult for the sketches or even the video to really be helpful. It was also made it easy for suspicion to be placed on many other different individuals who had this look to them. All right, let's see. Somebody says, did you ever hear when or why he was institutionalized? Did you ever hear him discussing this case or people discussing it in his vicinity? Thank you so much for sharing. And he says, no, it was actually a quite common story for everyone else, including the current store manager. I can't say certainly why other than alcoholism was probably the factor. The police may absolutely have that answer Monday. No, that's the point. He was hiding in plain sight and seemed like your average hard worker. Always on time, always polite, very helpful to turn around and have already allegedly committed this horrible crime. It says, there is a rumor that Alan voluntarily checked himself into a local mental hospital days after the murders and stayed there for 30 days. Source of the rumor is an attorney in the Delphi area. Says, my experience with CVS was quite a mess as a whole. I lost 2 family members during that time, and it is crazy to think that the person helping to comfort me was a very dark person themselves. But it's amazing to hear we will see justice for the girls finally. Let's see if they, well, let me see. So, because she says, sorry for your loss. Well, let me go. So I got a notification about the April 2019 change of direction press conference while at my mother's funeral. I mention that only because those significant events in my life make me realize how long the families have been looking for answers. But thanks so much for sharing your experiences with Richard and him consoling you. Oh, this is hard to move it. Okay. It goes to show how complex humans can be. There's media asking for CVS workers to talk to them, and I'd highly advise against it. The chances of you having to testify as a character witness at some point is high, and local podcasts and national networks are asking for interviews. Not legal advice, though, although I'd seriously keep the idea of asking a pro bono lawyer close to direct any media. Delphi's so freaking small. And she says, a few people here are a bit skeptical on who I am and if I even worked with Richard. So I can describe my time usually working in Delphi or what I did around Delphi. I was 21 at the time of me working there. mostly. Dark brown hair with blonde highlights. Always had a blue mask on. I worked on the front end with that big clunky poster maker right behind the registers. Helped to complete planograms and monthly expiration checks on food. I work specifically with Richard on the supply trucks every week. If you ever gotten alcohol and seen the person putting the lot caps on them, that was me. I worked there full time as a shift supervisor, whereas Rick did have his license, so he was a shift supervisor RX. I've worked at Packers, second shift, cold, right before I worked at CVS, and I was not born in Delphi. I met my current partner who lived in Delphi their entire life down at IU. We moved back there for about 2 years before moving to Lafayette, around Delphi. I lived at an apartment complex near the courthouse, tried most of the local places. Favorite was Blue Moose. Walked on the trails near the Pizza Hut, or just chilled inside because I'm more introverted. I will go ahead and answer, why aren't you active on this account till now? I am a Discord person, not a Twitter, Reddit person, but if I needed a straightforward answer, lurking did the trick. I didn't really follow this case too much before this. And of course, with Richard being arrested and my proximity to him, that is why I made this. So somebody says, please don't feel like you need to dox yourself to satisfy strangers on the internet. While I appreciate your sincerity, please err on the side of safety. They say, thank you, don't worry. The name I even use currently is not reflective of my birth name, and I actually look quite a bit different than I did while working there. And of course, I no longer live in Delphi or mention any specific details of me or anybody associated with me. I appreciate the caution. She says, note to add, or he says, or I was alone with Rick quite often since our supply trucks were at 6 a.m. approximately on Wednesday every week. There never seemed to be any unordinary behavior in my proximity to him during my time in the post. Wondering who he really is was inspired me to give at least a small insight to how he acted in plain sight. And this is remind me of Ann Rule and Ted Bundy. She worked side by side with him at a crisis center, never dreaming of what he was capable of. Hope you have people to talk about this because it's got to have an impact on you. And then maybe vaguely mentioned like everyone else in the town usually did, but no real conversation ever came out of it. Oh, they were... Dang it. I don't have the one before. Somebody was asking if he ever talked about the case. And he says, vaguely mentioned it. Wait, where'd it go? Wait, where did that go? Yeah, maybe vaguely mentioned it like everyone else in the town usually did, but no real conversation ever came out of it. And Rick was usually never the one who talked about it, just other unnamed ex-coworkers. And so thank you for your insight. I've read on a few posts on Facebook that the grandma of one of the girls took photos into CVS to be printed, and he gave them to her for free. The grandma supposedly confirmed this today on the presser. Do you know anything about this? And he says, no, that would have happened around 2017. I didn't start there till 2020, but I can say definitely he never mentioned it. Okay, so that's that. How's everybody doing? Hey, Alsane! What up? Hey, Rich! I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. I would say give me another like 20 minutes, probably. I'm guessing, and I don't know. We'll see if I can get done with these. But please, guys, who is anybody gonna come up for open panel? Dark Horse. Start thinking about it, guys, because remember how fun it was when we only had 2 people. I had so much fun just being able to discuss it. So think about it. And Ashley, you said you're coming up, right? After I read these screenshots, I'm gonna put the link out. So, Alsane, Peyton, you should come. Stephanie, okay. Dark Horse, you should come. Okay, so the conversation is between someone's close to Abby's mom and an unknown individual. This conversation, sorry. Conversation is from 2017. Seems like law enforcement definitely knew about Anthony shots. Wonder where and what exactly the direction change Doug Carter claims they've had is then. Okay, so this is from someone close to Abby's mom and an unknown individual, they said. All right, let's see. So it said, did you show Anna? Wait, did you show Annie the video of Lucas? Or did you show Annie the video of Lucas? And the person says, yes, she thinks a lot of people look like the guy, including him. He was one of the first DNA swabs. She knew that. And they say, yeah, I thought he was. Is it true the girls had scarves around their necks? And they say, Libby had a scarf, yes, because she had to. Abby had a jumper on with a white collared blouse button-up shirt. It was pulled up very high. The collar nearly folded by her ears. It was pulled up very high. It says, Libby, because she had to, with a question mark. And the person says, Abby didn't have to because of her collar. Libby's dress didn't cover. Does Annie think it was a stranger to the girls or somebody they knew? Also, I'd like to know what you think of all the social media sites Libby was on. Did Abby have a phone with her? She says, no, Abby didn't own a phone. She had a tablet at home. FBI took it the 14th. Libby had a lot of social media and it was all open. The person says, I can't get my saved pictures right now, but the one Instagram was when she was 12. I also heard she was on some dating sites. Person says, I know they found a lot of child solicitors over this. One is Anthony Schatz on Instagram. His Snapchat was Anthony Schatz. Said, do you have a picture? But he has cleared even though he's in trouble. Okay, so here's the sketches. The 4 sketches. So, it's just so crazy how much, if you guys were on the live when, what was that, like last week or maybe 3 or 4 days ago, on Anthony's channel, Marv brought up how close that this sketch right here looks like Logan. And it does. Can you guys, hold on, let me make it bigger. It's crazy. But the whole reason why I compared it to Elvis is because, I guess because the memorandum was kind of insinuating or pushing that the person that Teresa saw was Elvis. They kind of like made you think that's the route that they were going. And I didn't know if they had like things to back that up, why they thought it was Elvis. So that's why I was like, okay, so Teresa's did the sketch and they're thinking that that's Elvis for some reason. Let's see, can that fit Elvis? So I kind of compared it, and it doesn't look really that much off like Elvis. It looks more like Logan, but I could see that it's not like that it can't be Elvis from the way it looks. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, sketches are hard. You guys, I did a video, I should link that. Remind me. Hold on. Sketch video. That's kind of good. That I go through like sketches. And I'd go through the guy that did this sketch. But then I go through other sketches, like sketch artists and just about their job. And like, I show other sketches that Bryant did. And then the ones that he did. And then that there was at least 1 or maybe 2 that they actually caught. So then you could compare the sketch to what the real guy looked like to see how good he actually did. And he isn't. I mean, I think he's pretty decent at it compared to some of the bad ones. Like Anthony showed that one, and I've seen some really bad ones too. Oh my God. But here, I'm going to try to make this bigger. Hold on 1 second. But yeah, I did a video. It was a live, actually. Maybe we should go through, like, sketch stuff too. You know what? Maybe when I do open panel, I could bring stuff up and we could kind of chat about it. But, so this one, if you put it side by side to some of Logan's pictures, Logan Holder, oh my lordy, it's crazy how much it looks like him. And then this one's Riley's, which Riley's looks so similar to Betsy's. Like, I think that these are the same guy, right? Don't you guys? Hold on, let me go. Hold on 1 second. Let's do Yeah, I think this is the same guy. This guy just had his hood up at this time. So Riley saw him walking towards the bridge, right? With maybe it was his hood up, something over his face. And then when Betsy saw him, remember he was just standing at that first platform on the bridge. So maybe he took it down so he could see better, or I don't know why. But isn't that, I mean, I think that's pretty crazy that two people like describe what they saw in the sketch artist drew like somebody that looks like it's the same guy, which is pretty like it makes you have a little bit of confidence that this guy is probably what one of the guys looked like. Especially remember Betsy said, "Oh, like 10 out of 10." Like she was so sure that the sketch looked so good, like so much like the guy she saw. So and then Riley's sketch looks similar. So it's just like it makes you feel like confident that maybe there is a guy that really looks similar to this that was there that day. That the sketch might be pretty good, is my point. So, anyway, all right. What do you guys think? Wait, what is this about? Hold on. Okay, me and Cody crossed the bridge. We're looking in the woods and we couldn't find them anywhere. That's when I started to realize that something was wrong. Okay, so this is Mike Patty. I didn't realize the urgency of it. It was like, okay, Libby's not answering the phone, or either it went dead, or she's out running around with a bunch of kids, doing whatever. But I did wrap up and came straight there. I started walking the trails as well. And then I called the police, and literally within minutes, when I said, "Hey, we got a situation here. We need some help," I got back on the trails and started walking back up towards the Freedom Bridge. And by the time I got to the Freedom Bridge, I ran into two officers that was out there walking it as well. So they reacted, just really quick and continued to walk on the trails, and then ended up meeting Becky back up at the police station at some point because I knew Becky was there. So I was a little bit confused here. So are they saying that the two officers were just happened to be walking on the bridge, or was this because somebody had already called and told them? But do you see how he says that? It makes it seem like they were just like walking on the bridge and they just happened to be there, which would be weird if that's true. Like I know it's the Freedom Bridge, but it's still the area, it's not that far. So what do you guys take from how that's worded? Or was that a known thing that there was two officers out there? Anyway, so yeah, I ran into two officers that was out there walking it as well. So they reacted, just really quick. Maybe it's because they called and they were there looking. I don't know. But anyway, we were around town looking. Flashlights were lit up, looking up and down in the alleys and streets. We went all around looking and went back out to the trails. Like I said, remember, I know this is all random. Like now we're going on to Keegan real quick. So it says that here's a picture of Keegan. This is a picture I had never seen. So I was like, oh man, in a cowboy hat. I never seen this one yet. Yeah, right, sweet dude, right? Ridiculous. Wait, oh, hey, Sandra, I have a question though. The family didn't stay out all night and search? Because I know there was some groups of kids that were out. Remember, they were, it was like 2 a.m. and they were out searching. But was anybody the family? Because if that was my kid or my family, I would be out all night searching. Do you know? Isaac, god dang, why are the deer brought up so much in this case? PB seeing, or is that Pat Brown seeing deer when spotting the girls? When you look at the sticks placed Abby with antlers and Libby's sticks look like a deer head. Why deer? Huh. I don't know. I would never even was thinking like deer, but I don't know if there's something to that. Or if it was just that there was deer there. I don't know. Okay, so this says when Keegan was panicking, so were others. Keegan's tweet regarding seizures is in relation to evidential seizures. Owsley's family tweets are the same. Both sent when Keegan only had the Apple 5C, which was Keegan's only device as others were handed in. The 5C was deleted prior to being handed in, making these messages very important to the group. The only possible connection I can see to Keegan is the murder of Jamie Owsley, whose murder had a news blackout attached. Can anyone link similar events where similar messages were sent? 25th to the 28th, February 2017. This is when Keegan was panicking. Others enforcing rules possibly at Keegan's orders. It may be hard as Owsley's was supposed to be hidden by the news blackout, mentioned only in the above link and on Wiki. However, this is 360 miles from Delphi. So this is Keegan at February 27th and 28th. He says, get all these effers off the streets. And then he says, sick of having seizures. So I don't know. I can't find the ones that they said on the 25th. I only see the 27th and 28th, but they said 25th too. But, and what? Didn't they say 17? No, I guess not 17. So I'm a little bit confused what they're saying about the Owsleys, but I thought it was kind of interesting. It was, so close to the murders. It was, in 2017. Don't know if it's important or not. If he was kind of like having like a freak out because of what happened. This was just let me take this down. I just thought it was kind of weird. I missed it all the times looking through his Facebook. It's, so this picture though is like a picture of him standing naked with just like his hand covering himself. If you go find it you could click on it. I'm not gonna share it here, but yeah, if you find this post and click on it, that's what that is. But it just says, hey, I'm Brad. I'm Norse pagan. I'm tribal. I'm straight. I enjoy working out all the time and hanging with my kindred. So I don't know why he included I'm straight. And then he has all these pictures with these guys. And then he has like pictures with his shirt off with this other guy. Maybe that's why he wanted to make sure that it was clear that he's straight, because the pictures, I don't know. Who freaking knows? But, okay. Oh, here's Mark Robert Cohen on Reddit. He's Dread Pirate 33. So here's some of his stuff that I think is kind of interesting. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Why did they just cut into that? Hold on one second. Yeah, so I have it. So wait a minute. Did I cut? This should be going down. Hold on. Let me make that. I don't know why I cut that out. Okay. So it says yes and no. The defense team and prosecution met to talk about a plea deal. Everything was good except McClellan wants a full admission of what happened, said in court by Allen and McClellan. Will not allow Allen to appeal his conviction, but he can still appeal his sentence. So while McClellan did shut down the first off, it is up to Allen how long it takes before a deal is made. Keep in mind, this isn't like direct knowledge or official information, so it could be all BS, which I figured it was until someone I know who is actually close with the family and is local told me it's all true. The buzz around Delphi is Allen is going to take a plea deal because he does not want to go to trial. Now remember, these are old. They're not like current. So these are well, that says 2 months ago, but well, yeah, that'd be right because I got them off of Reddit. So that would be if it said 2 months ago, like a couple weeks ago, right? That so then that would be like 2 months ago. I don't know. I thought they were farther back, but and somebody and Dread Pirate, which is Mark. He says anything about taking pressure off Kathy. I must be missing the one before that. Sorry, guys. Okay. How would Ruckus have seen the index? When I see the word index in relation to Delphi, I think of Mark Robert. So this is him responding. So remember, he's Dread Pirate. So he's responding to this comment that this up here that I'm reading, right? So he says, when I see the word index in relation to Delphi, I think of Mark Robert. I can't recall Mark Robert labeling what he shared as being part of the index, but I have seen other followers describe what he shared as an index. Is Mark Robert sharing with Ruckus? Edited to add. Or has Ruckus seen the index simply because Mark Robert has shared a little of it in the groups? Perhaps he is not speaking privately with Mark. Perhaps Ruckus only knows about the index because Mark has posted publicly in a few Delphi groups. If that's the case, then Ruckus doesn't know how much more than we do. Much more, yeah, doesn't know much more than we do. We've also seen what Mark has shared in a public capacity. Is Ruckus jumping to conclusions based on what little info Dread Pirate has shared? My gut tells me this is the case. Now, this is Mark responding to that, okay? So Mark says, I do not share with Ruckus everything he referenced. We're from the pages I have put out publicly. He is his own person who draws his own conclusions. He does not speak for me, and I do not speak for him. I have shared a total of 9 pages from the index of the discovery, 7 publicly and 2 privately. I suspect those 2 will make their they'll make their way online soon. I can't control what others do. He says it himself. He draws his own conclusions. If I don't explicitly say it, it should not be attributed to me. And then this person says, thanks for confirming. I agree with you. I didn't mean to imply that info being shared by Ruckus came directly from you and were your exact words. Only that Ruckus is clearly taking the info you shared and sharing his own assumptions. Ruckus does not have a source. He's only relying on what's been posted in the Delphi groups. Hope that makes sense. And then Mark says, definitely, I just don't want to get lumped in with other people's theories. I don't want anything to take away credibility from the information that I have shared. I also hope I don't have to debunk everything that people claim and use the discovery to back up their claims. Wait, he says, I hope I don't have to. If it doesn't come from me directly, I do not endorse it. I don't care who it is or how important they think they are. ETA, I have no problems with Ruckus, and I believe his heart is in the right place. Just clarifying, he came up with this on his own with no input from me. And then Mark says, I see the new motion today backed up my claims about Betsy Blair. The only connection that I can say factually are symbols at the scene. The rest seems like a desperate strategy by the defense. The symbols are definitely strange and specific as well as purposefully done. There is nothing in Discovery that links Richard Allen to Odinism. So yeah, 2 months would be right because that was about 2 months ago, huh? The memorandum now. Identifying this. Peyton, what do you think? I don't even know what your opinion is. Because you rarely talk about the cases. What do you think? Do you think it's Richard Allen? Do you believe in the Odinism thing? I'd love to hear your input on it. And what about you all saying? Well, I don't even know what you guys think. Tell me. I wish you would come up for open panel when I'm done reading these. But if not, will you write out and I'll try to go find them, or I'll try to keep my eye out because I don't know what you guys think. It's fine if it's different than me. I don't care. Don't feel bad. Okay. Um. So Mark's saying there's nothing in the discovery that links Richard to Odinism and all that. Okay. His wife moved car that day, in my opinion. Somebody said that. Then Mark says, interesting. Duly noted, Dread. And Mark says, I do find it funny that many of these creators are denying the authenticity of the information I've provided publicly, but privately endorsing it and discussing the information as fact and analyzing it. Yep. Trust me, I've been there and done that. People privately saying one thing and then anyway, and then somebody says, just my opinion, it sounds like he's assuming. I don't think he knows any more about the thumb drive index than what's been posted in the groups. I don't think he has unfiltered access to the discovery unless someone with access is sharing the info with him. No, Mark says. And the Mark says, he said Klein was involved. With a question mark, so he's asking him. It says, he also mentioned the audio being sent to two people. He knows one online and an expert of some kind, and both had said similarly that they hear something about get undressed or something. I'm kind of confused, so I hope I'm doing okay relaying this. And he says, keep it. So Mark says, keep it coming. And then commented on, could this article be accurate? It's the Daily Mail, but seems to corroborate what others have hinted recently. And Mark says, no, this is not true or accurate. Is any article accurate? Maybe one or two things, but certainly none of the major claims. And I should have clicked on that. I could have read it and see what that link is. On Daily Mail. Okay. Sharing before it disappears. Just posted on Facebook. Okay, thank you for posting here to let me know. Seems like Bitter Beat Poet was correct all along. Richard and Jimmy Duvall resemble each other and very much. And BBP speaking to that witness and really listening to what she had to say way back when was splendid work and spot on. I'm sad that he isn't here to see the girls get the long-awaited justice they deserve. Do you believe, based on what you've seen in the discovery files, that others will be arrested? And Mark says, no. The only thing I've seen post-arrests are interviews with people. Some have been spoken to previously, and one name I've never seen before or mentioned anywhere is interesting, but no indication of further arrests. Does this mean you don't think others were involved, or just that the discovery... and she said the discovery doesn't seem to show anything like that. And somebody says, yes, we do. Please do. Someone posting on Reddit is not going to compromise the case or have any effect on it unless you were called as a juror or something. I think we would all appreciate any kind of clarification you can provide on the sketches. Just my 2 cents. Please and thank you. Mark says, didn't you say I was full of it on the other posts? This person says, no way. I was talking to the person who was saying Alan was costing the taxpayers money, or costing the taxpayers so much money at Westville. Mark says, okay. I didn't see it was a reply. I thought it was a standalone comment. Thank you for clarifying. There are definitely things I could post about that could jeopardize the case. I don't think the sketches would, but I feel like if I share anything at all, I will be heavily attacked by Delphi gatekeepers and their supporters. Okay. Oh, this is the post by Carol Weinke, a member of the Indiana's Disciplinary Commission. Like I said, remember, I put this together like a couple weeks ago, so this is So Kara, a member of Indiana's Disciplinary Commission, they review complaints made against attorneys. She is also one of the attorneys representing Richard. She is all in and confident and prevailing. So they've posted, often the most important decision a defendant makes in shaping his defense is the selection of an attorney. In situations where a defendant is able to retain counsel privately, the choice of counsel rests in his hands, not in the hands of the state. And it says, find a case in Indiana that allows for an attorney to be removed from a case for gross negligence. I will wait. I love that. Indiana allows attorneys to enter limited appearances when they need to pop into a case for a little matter and then pop right back out. My filings are pretty boring. I'm no David Hennessy. Usually findings are made either on the record in open court or through a written order. As part of my review of the case before the original action filing, we did not see a finding of gross negligence noted in the record. Hold on, I have... Oh, here it is. Oh, I'm not going to read now. This is old. The extension. But at the time I put this together is when it just came out. But it's the extension to... November 27th. All right. Hold on. I have this freaking nail that I have to cut it off. It's driving me nuts. Or I'm going to be tempted to bite it. How's chat doing? Or is this boring? Are you guys interested at all in these? Just random screenshots? Who's going to end up coming up on chat? Let's get some people. Like, hopefully I'll have some new faces. Anybody, if anybody's thinking about coming up, will you put, is Ashley still here? Put the number 1 so I know if there's anybody. Okay, I'll say I know, but is there anybody else too though? Okay, Carly, cool. But I hope there's other people too, because I want to get like a good, a good open panel of some new people. And no, Anthony, heck yeah, Anthony come too, but I'm hoping other people too, so we could get like a good conversation. Hold on, I gotta get this finger. It's driving me nuts. Put a 1, okay? If anybody's playing on it, just so I know what to expect. Oh, Bernie, you're going to come up? Okay, so we got 2, Anthony and Bernie. Good. Anybody else? You better really come then. I'm almost done. What's your time frame? Shoot, maybe I should just wait to... I don't want to miss out. I guess I did have more screenshots than I thought. So no gag order on me, Sheriff. I say, Sheriff Liggett, what am I about to say is public record and is not something I made up. Sheriff Anthony Liggett is the legal registered owner of the Optical Showplace Incorporated, which I should have looked to see if there's any legitimacy to this, but it says listed at 2315 South Street, Lafayette. And at the address is a business named Interwaves Massage, managed by Richard Kip Treese and owned by Sheriff Liggett. Yes, it's a massage parlor. Might explain why all the other massage parlors get shut down, but not that one. Liggett and Treese are business partners and owners in 3 other businesses in Lafayette as well, including Levy Liquors, Tower Liquors, Trace Reynolds Investments. My prediction, 9/17/23, my prediction is that judge will find that there was no probable cause found in the PCA for the search warrant that was put together by Sheriff Liggett and prosecutors. The search warrant will be quashed and evidence collected will be suppressed. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. No, and they'll be released as a free man. No way. I don't think that will happen. Anyway, is Ashley still here too? Because Ashley said she would come. That would make 3 people. Anybody else? E-Curb? Okay, cool. We will have a good group. All right, don't go anywhere then. Is Ashley? I think Ashley's probably gonna end up falling asleep again. All right. Oh, so this was okay. So this, I want to look more into this. But I don't know if it's important. But this was a post Logan Holder posted, and a Lesenby. I don't know who Danielle Lesenby. I don't know if she's related to Toby. I'm guessing or Tobe, but she liked Logan's post. So, and the reason I think that could be interesting is because I do think Brad possibility that he has some power, and as far as like he has connections and knows people, and it could be a reason why he wasn't really heavily looked into when he should have been. I mean, we know he's a whatchamacallit. Oh my god, I can't even think of Freemason. Wow, I was seeing the symbol and I could not think of the word for it. Oh, who just? Oh, thanks, Sandra. Sandra. uh, Sandra. Okay, so this is a couple newspapers. This was in like one of the groups. It's about France Gall, Judge Gall. It says a woman who said she threw her 5-year-old daughter's body away with the trash was sentenced to 3 years in prison. I just wish I could go home and be with my kids. I miss them so much, Kenitra Subtle said Monday in Allen Superior Court before a judge sentenced her on charges of moving a body from the scene of a violent or suspicious death. Suttle's 2 remaining children, ages 4 and 2, were removed from her custody after Christina was reported missing in December. A court will determine whether she will ever regain custody. A 23-year-old Fort Wayne woman said she found Christina, who suffered from cerebral palsy, dead in her bed on December 11th. She told authorities she wrapped the girl's body in a sheet, put it in a duffel bag, and took it to the trash bin outside her apartment because she was afraid someone might accuse her of wrongdoing. You threw her in a dumpster like yesterday's garbage. How a mother can do that is absolutely beyond this court, said Judge Frangall. Suttle's brother Sean said jail would not help his sister, who was diagnosed with a form of schizophrenia. Kenitra has a mental problem, he said. Jail doesn't help mental problems. Gall said she took Suttle's mental condition into account, but the Suttle had not obtained counseling or taken medication as doctor prescribed. Oh, thanks for gifting another one, Peyton. I agree with your brother that jail's not the best place for you, but where am I supposed to put you when you don't follow through? Gall said. Gall ordered Suttle to pay a county $7,600 to help cover the cost of an unsuccessful 6-week search at landfill. She's been in jail since January with a credit of time served. But see, I don't know. It says she could be released in 9 months, but I would need to know more details. So people that were talking about this in group were talking about how it's saying how Gall was basically wrong for doing that. But what happened to their daughter? Like, was there proof that the mom didn't have anything to do with it? You know what I'm saying? I would need to know more details about that. But I thought I'd share it just because it's kind of interesting. And here's another one. So a confession made by a man accused of killing his wife and 3 children can be used as evidence at his trial, a judge ruled. Simon, 35, faces the death penalty if convicted at his trial in October. Defense attorneys had sought to keep his statements to police out of his trial, but Allen Superior Court Judge Frangall on Friday denied their request. It certainly does not come as a surprise to me, so it doesn't change the way both the state and I intended to try the case, said Michelle Krause, one of the Rio's attorneys. It's a death penalty case. A lot of this falls within the court's discretion. Krause said the defense likely will ask Gall to delay the trial so they can further examine whether Rios is mentally retarded, which would make him exempt from the death penalty. At a hearing in June, a doctor testified that Rios has an IQ that shows he is mildly mentally retarded and that he has the reasoning skills of a 5-year-old. So I guess, I mean, there was a confession that... Wait, I mean... A confession made by a man accused of killing her to be used as evidence. So I don't know. All right. What it... Everybody please. Who won? Hey, Derpsine. as much as I want to read chat, but maybe I'm going to try to hurry up and read some more of these so I could do the open panel. But I didn't get to see Peyton or all saying what you think of the case. Okay, so Mike says, been a while, guys. Oh, this is that one. This is kind of interesting, but I know a lot of people did videos on this. But it says, been a while, guys. I've not forgotten. I'm fighting my own battles lately, and the enemies are getting greater in a number instead of fewer. But I took to the gods, and they gave me strength to keep fighting. Hail Odin, Thor, and Scotty. This is from my Thor bloat. It's pronounced bloat, I learned. My Thor bloat today. A cool thing about this picture is the Thorazaz rune on the tree was from my blood. But that's been almost 2 weeks ago, and the imprint remains. So people thought that was interesting. A lot of people were talking about it because Brad is in this group. So this group, I'll show you. Oh, shoot. I just screwed up. He's in this group, which I'll show you in a minute. But so this person is putting blood on a tree, making the rune from his blood. And 2 weeks later, it's still there, he says, right? So the group is Asatru Warriors of Midgard. So back in 2017, Brad was very active in this group. He was posting so much stuff. I downloaded all these documents about this Odinism and all this stuff that he was posting, but it's like, am I really going to read through these? No, I doubt it. But it was just all these documents of this stuff that he was posting. But I'll show you here. So Brad, he's liking that, where the guy used his blood on the tree. He posted this in that group. Posted this. He was posting a bunch. This is 2016. 2016. Yeah, he was just a poster. And Norse, also true. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so here is this interview with oh wait. Hold on. Is this with Becky? I forget. Or Kelsey. No, it might be Becky. It's with one of the Patties. Now I can't remember which one. Shoot. Yeah, it must be Becky. So is there any truth to the rumor that Derek is a witness in an upcoming or past now federal trial? No. Did you know of the teacher saying things to the other students? Details of information? No, they said. Do investigators at least give the family updates on what's going on? No, Mike will call or go in if I come up with new information off these sites. And we have taken in several things from people on here. Do you know if Libby knew Michael Pewitt, the softball coach who was recently arrested for some sort of misconduct involving a minor? If so, do you know if he has been ruled out? And she says, no, she did not. I read Libby loved volleyball. Did her team travel to the location for games? Yes, different schools. It was a middle school team. Do either of you know why FBI was part of the search so early? And they say no. Had either of the girls ever been bullied? I feel sorry for anyone that tried. Has law enforcement cleared Ron Logan or at least indicated to the family that they don't believe he is involved? For the record, I have never thought he was involved. I would just like to clear that rumor if possible. Do not know. Remember, this was from a while ago, this interview. Is it true that Brandon and Logan were supposed to meet the girls on 2/13? They said no. Was Libby carrying a purse or clothing with pockets to carry her phone? They said had pockets. Had Mike ever met Libby or Abby? I know I have talked with you privately regarding this. Is it safe to say that it was just poor judgment on Cody's part to participate on Facebook? No, Michael had never met the girls. That night before the murders, I know the girls stayed over at your house. Were you home with the girls all night, Becky? Yeah, it is Becky. Or away to work? Yes, I work from home. That I don't have the answer to that, so about if they enjoyed softbar photography. Did they have other hobbies? Says Kelsey's blog has had a swirl of rumors around it. Was this a writing assignment or something she did for leisure? Did Kelsey have an older boyfriend who is now married? Kelsey never had an older boyfriend. I didn't know about that blog until this came out. I asked her about it. She said it was about someone she was close to, not Libby. She asked me not to say anymore. I will respect her wishes. Okay. Did Abby and Libby spend the night together over the weekend prior to the crime? Yes. Hey, Chevy Killer. Oh, Adam. Hey, what's up? Did I say hi to you already, Adam? Thanks, Stacy. Oh, how many memberships did you gift? Dang it, thank you. You're gonna gift everybody. Everybody here is gonna be a member. Okay. Where are we? Oh, did I miss one? Oh yeah. I've always wondered if perhaps one or both of the girls saw BG prior to the 13th, and seeing him out there that day was enough to put Liberty on alert and turn her phone on. That being said, did she ever mention a creeper or appear nervous, uneasy in the time leading up to the 13th? No. Do either one of you have a suspicion as to who the suspect is? Says Tara. I personally try to keep my options open as I don't want to miss anything. And I feel if I have my mindset on one person, that little clues could be overlooked. If it was someone else, did Libby and Abby go anywhere earlier in the day before heading to the bridge? No. I'm confused about that now. How often did the girls together or Libby individually go to the trails, the bridge? How much time had they spent there? I've had to wonder if BG may have seen them there before. And they say, I can't speak for Abby on this matter, but it was not uncommon for Libby and her friends and family to go to the bridge. Since you were there and yelling for the girls, can you answer how well the sound carried? Any idea how far the sound of your voices carried? I say voices carried very well, as Cody was across the bridge and we could hear him very clear. I believe so. I was on the phone most of the time with AT&T trying to get them to track her phone. Cody's voice carries, but he has a loud voice. Don't know how well Libby's would have carried. This question goes to Becky, Patty. On February 12th, 2017, Libby posted on Instagram and she seemed upset. But the question is, she stated that she didn't have pics on this phone. Did Libby have another phone that she used? If not, whose phone could she have been using, or did she get a new phone? And they say, the weekend before, Libby had to factory reset her phone because it was messing up and doing something went wrong and she lost all of her pictures and contacts. Her phone kept freezing up, so she decided to try to reset it back to factory settings to see if it would help. Did Derek see anybody there and when he was there to pick up the girls? When Derek got there and Libby didn't answer, he got out of the car and walked towards the bridge, past an older gentleman approximately mid to late 70s in a flannel shirt, which was McCain, flannel shirt guy, walking from the trail. Derek asked him if he had seen two teenage girls, and the guy said no, that the only people back there was a man and a woman under the bridge. So Derek walked the trail the other way to see if the girls were that way. But I think it ended up being not a man and a girl, right? I don't know. Okay, so wait. So Derek walked the trail the other way to see if the girls were that way. Derek placed his first call around 3:07. How much later was this? 3:11, he called to say he was coming down the road. 3:13, he was there. He waited and called several times. Called me and asked Tara and I to try calling her. He was walking by 3:30, I can say. When I got there, there were a few kids that I knew that went to school with Libby, and they were under the bridge as well. So I'm going to say that this is not uncommon, which that's kind of interesting. So there were a few kids that were under the bridge when Becky got there, or is that Tara talking? Well, Tara is the one that saw um Tara and was it Sarah or who is she with now? I forget, but she saw that Logan Maxwell on the tracks. But it's interesting who she's talking about, the kids under the bridge. Are they talking about the bridge, that bridge? Anyway. All right. Did Libby have a current or former boyfriend? If so, did you know him? And they say, not really. Once in a while, she would have a crush for a while. Then she would go. I think she was really too busy to worry much about boys. Then they say, were Libby and Abby geocaching at the bridge that you know of? She says, I had never even heard of this until I seen it on one of these groups. Unfortunately, I cannot answer this question because I don't know Libby. Wait, because I do not know Libby and her sister would sometimes. Okay. They had already found the prize at the bridge. Okay. What is the most recent status update law enforcement has given you on the case? Any indications they're getting closer, seeming more or less confident, etc.? And they say, law enforcement is very hush-hush. We saw the sketch before it was released. Made us feel confident with what they have to go with. Since they didn't go anywhere earlier that day, what were they doing? And were they at one home together? They were at Libby's house and they were doing some filing for us. Becky, Patty, and Tara German. Do you know if either girls told anyone that they were going to Highbridge that day and time? I have a hard time believing that they told anyone, as it was very last minute for them to go. So then it was a rumor that one of the boyfriends were supposed to go with them that day? Just trying to dispel rumors. And she says, yes, I definitely say a rumor. Has JD from Kokomo gone back to work, or is he still missing? I can't answer that because I don't know. Derek German, Libby's father. Derek was there from the beginning. Family started getting there shortly after 4. Cody and Kelsey crossed the bridge and went up to the houses on the private land on South Side. They were hollering the entire time. We all were walking the trails and hollering. Called something law enforcement at 5:20. Another rumor, not sure if you care to comment, debunk, or confirm, some folks have said Libby had previously ran away. I know it's not true, but might be better coming from you. And she says, no, Libby had never run away. She was happy with her life. I understand the confusion. Blank and do not understand why this statement was given in the beginning. Derek was hold on. Sorry, read the same page. Okay. Is it true that you have no idea if the phone was found? She says, I don't remember if law enforcement put it out there that the phone was found or not. Until I confirm, I blank would rather not reply to this question. I don't know what they're like. Some of the stuff that they're redacting, I'm confused. Like, what would be right here that they redacted? I don't know. Anyway, is it true Mike was stabbed twice? If so, why? And they say yes. They also took mine a second time. Swabbed. I said stabbed. Sorry. Mike was swabbed twice. Anyway, yes, they also took mine a second time. They were reconfirming all DNA on Libby. They blank didn't have to take it twice on the rest of the family because we were all blood related. Mike isn't. Wait, who's Mike? I had it in my head a minute ago. Now I can't think of who he is. Hold on. I just lost it. Remind me, Mike. Because they said, hold on. Yeah, but no, sweet. It can't be because they said, I thought they said Libby never met him. That's why I was thinking it was the other Mike. Look, didn't they say that? Hold on. Maybe I misread it. I thought the Mike that they've been talking about, they said something like that the girls never met him. Or didn't they? Hold on, hold on. Am I like... It's going to drive me nuts. But that's why I was thinking they were talking about a different one. Hold on, hold on. Dang it. I don't... Hold on a second. I don't want to... I just missed my place. Never mind. I'll try to go back later. I don't want to miss my place. Now I feel like I already did. Does anybody remember them saying... They said somebody never met Mike, or... I guess it could have said Abby. Hold on, this picture. I don't know, dang it. Oh well. I thought they said it, whoever this Mike was, that they never met him or something. That's why I was confused. I can't find it because I'm not even absorbing. I'm trying to look at it. I can't absorb it right now. Oh well. Oh. All right, so where are we at? So is it true Mike was supposed to pick up the girls and then he couldn't, so I asked Derek to? So that makes sense. That's definitely Mike Patty. Okay, so maybe I imagined something. So there's not two mics. There's not another. They couldn't have been talking about a different mic. I mean, not now, but before. Okay. So Mike isn't. Is it true that Mike was supposed to pick up the girls and couldn't? And so he asked Derek to. No, I told Libby she had to have a ride home. She called her dad because he was already blank in Frankfurt running some errands for me. He told her he would pick them up as soon as he was done, which would be another hour or so. Did she text anyone saying that they were being followed? She said no. Was there a helicopter involved in the search on the 13th? And if there was, did it have a heat-seeking capabilities? She says there was a drone with heat-seeking capabilities. Who found the girls? Oh, dang it. This is the one that... Okay, so I was trying to get the whole... So there's like a whole document that you could request, and I tried to request it in one of the groups, and I got denied for some reason. So I was trying to piece it together, and like this is like one that I would love to see, and it cut. But I do have other ones, and I'll see if I got the ending to that. Sorry, guys. These are just the ones that were out, like that were posted. Dang it. But anyway, it says, who found the girls? I also have heard different stories on who found the girls. I've never directly asked law enforcement this question because I have heard like, I don't know, just like contradicting things with that. It says, we'll answer that later. Remind me. Okay. So in the transcript, or maybe that's the answer to that one. I don't know, but it's obviously... would just be like a coincidence if it is. But anyway, in the transcript, it states they found a cigarette butt and a pair of underwear in the creek. Was this evidence related to the crime? And if so, does that mean a sexual motive crime? I ask this because of all the sexual predators in the area. This information has not been disclosed to us if it is true. And they said they are released very minimal information. On the evening of the search on the 13th, was anybody there conducting the search all through the night? Or did it stop completely and commence the next morning? And she says, there were people searching most of the night. It was not an organized search. Many people started looking once we put it out on social media that the girls were missing. Did Libby have a current or former boyfriend? If so, did you know him? Now, some of these, okay, so you might hear the same question a couple times overlapping because I was just getting any post I could from this interview because I wanted to get a complete thing. So some of them are the same ones that different people posted. So, and I was going to try to piece them all together. So if you hear the same question, you're not hearing things. Man, my throat, hold on. I keep drinking coffee thinking it will like help clear my throat, but I don't think it's going to. I think I need the water. Okay. So I think we heard this one about did Libby have a current or former boyfriend? If so, did you know him? Not really. Once in a while, she would have a crush for a while, then on she would go. I think she was really too busy to worry much about boys. Okay, so that's the next one's the geocaching that we already saw. And how they already found the prize at the bridge. We already saw the status of the case. Doing filing. About them, like it being last minute for them to go to the bridge. But here's the thing, that might not be the case because maybe to them it came across like it was last minute, but maybe they had in their heads, ooh, we're going to ask if we could go like the day before. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they had that plan because they wanted to ask. So when they asked, it was news to everybody else, but maybe it wasn't to them. They were planning on it maybe. Wait, what's going on? No, I know. I'm trying to get through this so I could do open panel. I'm not ignoring it, but how can I read and look at chat at the same time? I'm trying to get through it quick so we could do open panel. That's all. Okay. So where are we at? So she's saying the rumors about one of the boyfriends were supposed to go with him that day. She's just trying to dispel the rumor. She said, yeah, that's definitely a rumor. Has JD from Kokomo gone back to work or is he still missing? I can't answer that because I don't know. Kelsey's blog had a swirl of rumors around it. Was this a writing assignment or something she did for leisure? Did Kelsey ever have an older boyfriend who is now married? I think we already read that too, but wait, how does that go? Hold on. Oh. Kelsey never had an older boyfriend. I didn't even know about the blog until this came out. Yeah, we already saw that, but I'll just finish it. I asked her about it and she said it was about someone she was close to, not Libby. She asked me not to say anymore. I will respect her wishes. Okay, so let me skip some of these. We read that. Says, do either one of you have a suspicion as to who the suspect is? Oh, Tara says, I personally try to keep my opinions open as I don't want to miss anything. And I feel if I have my mindset on one person, that little clues could be overlooked if it was someone else. And then did Libby and Abby go anywhere earlier in the day before heading to the bridge? No. And then about how often do they go? They said they can't speak on Abby, but Libby, it's not uncommon for Libby to go. So we already... So talking about voices carrying, they could hear Cody very well across the bridge. I'm only summing these up because these are ones I already read. Oh, do you think if the girls had yelled from the finding location, you could have heard them? I believe so. I was on the phone most of the time with AT&T trying to get them to track her phone. Cody's voice carries, but he has a loud voice. Don't know how well Libby's would have carried. Okay, yeah, we did read that. About the pictures. Hold on. So walking by 3:30. Okay, so did Derek know the couple under the bridge? At the time after the gentleman told him only a man and woman was under the bridge and there was no one else there, he decided to turn around and go the opposite way on the trails. Law enforcement was told about the couple, do not know if they have came forward. Derek never saw the couple. Last time the girls visited the bridge, it had been a while since they were there. It was winter. The only reason they were there that day is because it was unseasonably warm. When it says it was pinging all over town, to me, that meant they did not have the phone. And she says, I will not try to answer anything about tower pinging because I do not know the answer to that. Kelsey came out of the office and told us she was going to a friend's house before going to work. That was at 1. Libby heard her and asked if they could go to the bridge for a while since it was so warm. I told her she had to get a ride, and she called her dad, who was in Frankfurt doing some errands for me. He told her he would pick her up when he finished. They left here at approximately 1:30. Many thanks and my most sincere condolences. Has law enforcement released how the girls were killed? It breaks my heart to even ask. We have never been given details on what happened or how they were killed. In a comment, Becky talked about Mike's alibi. It is okay. I know for a fact it is not my husband. He was at work. I am sure by now most people know where that is. It is a heavy on security cameras. Going through security, going in and out, phone records as he works in an office and works in a pod of people which knew he was there. Did Libby text Mike? Libby did not text Mike saying some creep was following them. I searched phone records to confirm this. Mike does not use a messenger or Facebook messages. Derek German, Libby's father. Derek was there from the beginning. Family started getting there shortly after 4. Cody and Kelsey crossed the bridge and went up to the houses on the private land on South Side. They were hollering the entire time. We were all walking the trails and hollering. Called law enforcement at 5:20. Another rumor, not sure if you care to comment, debunk, or confirm, some folks have said that Libby had previously ran away. I know it's not true, but might be better coming from you. Oh yeah, we saw that where she said no. That cuts off. Okay. So the next one is what? The on-duty, because I was going to talk about, no, that's Nate Miller. I don't know. Okay, so the on-duty unaliving of Delphi police officer Nate Miller looks connected to Stephanie Thomas. Miller was a 20-year-old veteran of Monticello PD and married the police chief's daughter. Jason Thomas was the former mayor of Monticello. It seems possible that Josh Aries proper... So this is that one unaliving that people were talking about. I couldn't really find a ton about it, but here he is. He's 46 of Monticello. I don't know if it's Monticello or Monticello. Passed away on December 14th, 2020. He was born December 29th. Okay, so I don't know. What do you guys know about that? So some people think that's connected too. It says it's true that he took his own life, but it was December 2020, so not shortly after the killings, unless there's another one that I missed. There's also a rumor that the officer was PB's Pat Brown's alibi, but I don't know if that's true. Where did you hear that? The deceased was Pat Brown's alibi. It has been mentioned on Reddit countless times. It says, don't think so, fine by me. Whoa, Pat Brown is Mr. X, and it keeps being brought up. Mr. X, somebody says, with a question mark. Oh, no, wait, what's this one? I stumbled across this post courtesy of Anne from a different group. Does anyone find anything interesting or new, considering what we've learned up to this point? So this is February 10th, 2017. Cold and sunny and windy. Oh, this goes through everything, which is kind of nice. I mean, so it goes through the days. So February 10th, 2017, cold and sunny and windy, school out, build-in snow day. Libby spent the day with Becky, working and taking pictures at properties. Becky and Libby went to go buy shoes, welding shoes, and green Converse. Mike picked up a welding mask for Libby's new welding class. Libby and another friend went to Tara's and then went to basketball game and a late movie. Libby spent the night at Tara's house. Saturday, February 11th, 2017, cool and overcast. Anna's dad and Abby's grandfather, Clifton Williams, from Grand Rapids, Michigan, visited for the weekend. They spent time together, and he also purchased her softball equipment. Abby stayed with her grandfather at a local hotel, as they usually do, practiced softball in a parking area of the hotel. Kelsey, Chase, Libby, Hannah went geocaching on the trails around Delphi, Eller's Pond, and Adams Mill. Oracles win Hammond Knoll 11 a.m. Lose Central Noble 8:30 p.m. Girls Regional Final basketball games. Okay. Libby stayed night at her friend Allison's house. So February 12th, 2017, cool, windy, overcast. Sunday morning, Kelsey picked Libby up from a sleepover at her friend's Allison's house the night before. At 1:30 or 2, Anna, her dad, and Abby picked Libby up and they went to practice softball at a local park. Abby decided to stay the night at Libby's house. Anna took the girls to her house where she and Abby lived with her mother and stepfather, Erskine, to pick Abby's paint supplies and personal belongings up for a sleepover at Libby's house. 6:30, Anna dropped the girls off at Libby's, where she lives with her grandparents, Becky and Mike. Libby's father, Derek, also lived in the home. The girls spent the evening hanging out in Libby's room, eating pizza, watching movies with Kelsey, and making videos, pictures until early morning, Monday morning. Musical.ly video posted around 3 a.m. Message to friend Erica Gibson about hanging out the next day. Not received until next morning. Erica said she could not go. Monday, February 13th, 43 degrees. Went to the transfer station. Went to Lafayette shopping for tropical fish. Oh, that's Ron. This is Ron Logan. Okay, yeah. Right, RL. Okay, Carrie said on her way to work, Libby Snapchat her. Libby was still in bed, and Carrie questioned why she was not at school. Build-in snow day. Libby sent Carrie various snapshots throughout the day. Kelsey goes into Libby's room because they were listening to music too loud. Kelsey said they told her they were up all night. She stayed there talking to them for a little while, 9:30 to 10. Libby and Abby go downstairs to eat breakfast. Becky said they slept in, wasn't aware they stayed up all night. Derek made them pancakes for breakfast, brunch. Derek German leaves, run errands, take pictures of property for Becky in Frankfurt. 11 o'clock, Kelsey is in the bathroom getting ready to go to friend's house, work. Kelsey said Libby asked if she wanted to go with them to the trails. Kelsey told them that she had plans but would drop them off if Libby found a ride home. 12:30, Abby texted Anna, asked to stay at Libby's for dinner. Anna had just finished her nursing home shift, asked to stay at Libby's for dinner, planned to attend a game that evening with Libby. Abby made plans to pick up money, however, did not do so. Anna gave permission to stay, however, someone must bring her home or wait for pickup after her bartender shift at 8 p.m. 1 o'clock, Becky and Tara working in home office. The girls were filing to earn money for a shopping trip with Becky. Kelsey entered the home office of Becky Patty, and she was going to a friend's house and then to work. Abby and Libby overheard this conversation and asked to be dropped off at the bridge. Although plans to be dropped off at the trails was discussed prior to between these three girls at 11 a.m. Okay. So they're saying they talked about prior. Okay. Becky agreed to allow the girls to go on the bridge if Anna approved and they could find a ride home. Becky said Libby called, she thought, Derek to secure a ride. He said he would when he was done in Frankfurt, running errands for Becky approximately 1 to 1.5 hours later. Right? Becky insisted due to cold weather, Libby take a jacket, to which Libby refused as she didn't feel she needed it. Abby agreed to take one belonging to Kelsey or Libby. Gray zip hoodie. Oh, 1:30 p.m. Kelsey, Libby, and Abby left the house. But wait, she did have that hoodie. So the zip hoodie, but then the hoodie, not the zip hoodie though. So wonder when they if Libby changed her mind or they got it out of the car, because that zip hoodie would have been the one. Well, then that would have, I mean, that looks like the one that she would have been wearing on the bridge for the Snapchat, right? That was like a gray zip up. But is anybody even listening to this? Or are you guys just chatting? Anyway, it just makes me wonder what hoodie. They didn't know that Libby actually did get a hoodie. You don't know what I'm talking about, Adam? Okay, so where are we at? 1 to 1:38 drove to Monon High Trail, Mears. Oh, wait, sorry, I skipped one. 1:30, Kelsey, Libby, and Abby left the house. 1:30 to 1:38, they drove to Monon High Trail, Mears. Derek said Libby called him to secure a ride home in the vehicle on the way to trails. Derek said cell phone record shows time of call from Libby was 1:38. Kelsey, so she told Becky that she already called, but she didn't call him until she was on the ride home, or ride there. And it says, sorry, Kelsey said she was talking to her boyfriend when dropping them off. Kelsey's cell records indicates her boyfriend called at 1:38. 1:40, Kelsey dropped them off at Mears. Kelsey gave each girl oh, there we go. She gave each girl a sweatshirt she had in her car to take with them. Kelsey watched the girls walk up the trail. She didn't notice anyone or anything strange at drop-off. She says she saw 10 to 20 kids her age there when she dropped them off. However, later states she saw no one. Wait a minute, that is weird. 10 to 20 and then it turns into no one? What? How do you mistake 10 to 20 kids and then no one? You would trust like their first memory more than later, though, you would think. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's really weird if that's true. Anyway, Becky said that there was one vehicle there when Kelsey dropped them off. How does Becky know? 1:40 to 2, Libby and Abby walked the trails to the bridge, arriving at the north end. Photo of empty bridge posted to Snapchat. 2:07, Libby posted a picture to Snapchat of Abby walking on the bridge toward the south side. BG is not on the north side of the bridge behind Abby. And then it says, a visual recording of BG walking towards the south side was captured on Libby's phone while facing north. Screenshot of BG 60 to 70 feet south end. A recording of a man saying down the hill was captured on Libby's phone. Girl talk. Mention of a man behind them. The murder can't be heard on the recording. The length of any video audio taken has not been disclosed. Libby and Abby has an encounter with BG in which resulted in their murders. Libby's phone was found in the area near the location the girls were found. So remember, like, this isn't new. So when this was written, they didn't know of it being under Abby's leg yet, because we didn't know that until everything came out. Where are we at? Law enforcement stated they have more photos and videos from Libby's phone that is helpful to the investigation. Cheyenne's friend from school arrived in a white car with paper plates. Arrived no later than 2:45, as their vehicle was already there when Cheyenne arrived. Okay. Cheyenne didn't know they would be there. This vehicle was also witnessed parked there at 3 per Michelle Wise. This couple was witnessed by a man in a flannel shirt at the bridge before seeing Derek at 3:30 on the trails. They also were said to have witnessed BG leaving at 3:15 via the Freedom Bridge Trail. Still there shortly after 4 when Becky arrived. 2:30, Cheyenne's best friend hiking buddy arrived. Cheyenne didn't know she would be there. Unknown how she arrived or if she arrived alone. 2:45, Cheyenne arrived at the parking area and parked by the gate. Her arrival time is based on a missed call at 2:49 when she began her hike. She saw 3 vehicles when she arrived. 1 white car with paper plates belonging to her friend and his girlfriend. Let's see. Also there hiking. So wait. Okay. Yeah. 2/3 unknown. Neither of the 2 unknown vehicles belonged to her hiking buddy. Oh, the other 2 cars were unknown. Those 2 unknown vehicles were not there at 3 o'clock when Miss Wise drove by. Or M. Wise, whatever. She only saw 2 vehicles. Huh. Those 2 unknown vehicles were not there so they were there at 2:49, but were not there at 3. Is that what it's saying? This indicates the owners of these 2 unknown vehicles left between 2:45 and 3. One of these unknown vehicles could have been the vehicle Kelsey saw when dropping the girls off at 1:30 and left the trail by 3. 2:50. Cheyenne happened to run into her best friend and hiking friend in which she didn't know would be there. Cheyenne said her hiking buddy arrived around 2:30. They walked the main trail to the bridge, crossed the bridge to the south side, taking pictures along the way. Cheyenne stated that she saw a heterosexual couple she was also friends with. Cheyenne said they had arrived there before her. She arrived at 2:50, and she says that she did not know that they were going to be there. 3 o'clock, Michelle Wise saw a white vehicle with paper plates parked on the side of the road and a dark colored vehicle parked at the gate. Only saw 2 when driving by 3. 1 white car with paper plates and a dark colored parked car by entrance. How did hiking buddy arrive? Dark color parked next to entrance belongs to Cheyenne. White car with paper plates on the side of the road belongs to Cheyenne's friend from school, also there with hiking with girlfriend. 3:11, Derek came up 75 across country roads and across Wilson Bridge, calling Libby's phone. And said he was coming down the road. 3:13, Derek arrived at the Mears parking lot area to pick the girls up. The girls were not there. He called several times to reach them. And then it's possible witnesses. 3 weeks earlier, a man had an encounter with BG at the trails. A woman walking her dog saw BG at the south end of the bridge and had an uneasy feeling. A woman walking her dog saw the girls on the trails and wished she had warned them of a man she had encountered earlier, as she had gotten an uneasy feeling about him. Where am I? Someone younger, female, saw BG as she was leaving, approaching from the direction FB, walking quickly. FB. Oh, Freedom Bridge, from the direction of the Freedom Bridge, walking quickly and with a purpose, wearing a white scarf covering bottom of face between 2 to 2:30. This witness also saw a man walking his dog on the trail before 2:15 to 2:30. Classmate saw a man dressed in black on the trail. Witness saw a man in black wearing a mask go into the woods close to the trails when driving by. A witness saw someone matching BG's description walking on the trail towards the Freedom Bridge at 3:15. A witness saw someone walking from the direction of the cemetery at 3:15. A lady driving home from work saw a work van broken down on the side of the road. She stopped to offer to call someone. He said he had a ride coming. The man resembled the SS of BG, the screenshot of BG, and also wearing a brown hoodie. Greg Whitmore stated he had photos of BG. Brad Heath stated he was close by around the time and spoke to law enforcement about what he had seen that may be helpful to the investigation. So, how's everybody doing? You guys staying with me? What? This person walking the dog, I remember hearing about this way back. Does anybody know what came of that? The guy walking the dog, and then what about the guy in the mask? Because I've seen that multiple times. Is there anything to that? Some guy wearing a mask? That's kind of weird. Should be looked into. Oh, Johnny R! What up? AK Radar! Or AKA Radar. Unsolved crimes uncovered. What up? Hey, true crime investigates. Alright, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna finish reading this. I don't know why I'm saying it like this. Hey, Melissa Cox. Okay, I just wanted to say hi to a few people. Hey, Patronus, Derpstein. Okay, so where are we at? Yeah, so I don't know. I've seen that like a few times about a guy wearing a mask. Does anybody know did we ever figure out who that was, man? It's kind of suspicious. Anyway, so where are we at? So witness saw a black wearing a mask go into the woods. A man in black wearing a mask going to the woods close to the trails when driving by. A witness saw someone matching BG description walking on the trail toward the Freedom Bridge at 3:15. A witness saw someone walking from the direction of the cemetery at 3:15. A lady driving home from work saw a work van broken down on the side of the road. She stopped to offer to call someone. He said he had a ride coming. The man resembled the screenshot of BG and also wearing a brown hoodie. I already read all this, sorry. I'll just read it again. Greg Whitmore stated he had photos of BG. Brad Heath stated he was close by around the time and spoke to law enforcement about what he had seen. That might be helpful. I just read all of that, sorry. Okay, where are we at? Now there's the new stuff right there, okay. So Cheyenne stated that she had taken more photos she turned into law enforcement that may be helpful to the investigation. Numerous people were on the trails that day. A few classmates under the bridge by the creek waved to the girls as they crossed the bridge, but did not see them after that. Wait, the few classmates under the... Oh, okay. Who are the classmates under the bridge, though? Becky and Tara said she saw classmates of the girls' arrival time unknown under the bridge. The mother, Tina, of a friend of Blank's Cheyenne's, Megan Allen, stated her daughter, M.A., was at the bridge that day with 3 guys making meth gang. And we've definitely heard about the meth meth making going down there. That went I went down that rabbit hole for a minute. Matt did a really good video talking about that, the theory back then where he was thinking that that came into play with it all, but then he ended up, changing his mind. But it was interesting about the meth and stuff. But yeah, supposedly could it have anything to do with it? I mean, you never know. I mean, somebody that was there could have taken part. I don't know. Anyway, so it says Tina states around 7 in the morning of February 13th, there was a white car with paper plates parked outside of her house. Oh, I forgot about that. Yes. There's a picture of that car. The suspicious persons were there to visit her son, B. Hicks, noting the temp plates number. Dude, no, Matt had that in his video. You guys, this is still a very informative video that he did. I'll have to link that too. Hold on. So I'm going to do the sketch and Matt video. If you guys haven't seen it, it was from a couple years ago, but it's pretty interesting. Okay, I forgot about all that. Anyway, 3:20. Derek called Becky and Tara and asked them to try calling Libby. Derek started to walk the trail toward the bridge to look for them. So Derek saw a man in his 70s wearing a flannel shirt on the trail leading to the bridge. Flannel shirt guy arrived after 3 p.m. per MYs, only saw 2 vehicles accounted for, and arrived at the latest by 3:10 to have arrived before Derek at 3:15. Oh, yeah. So for flannel shirt guy to have been there 3 o'clock, didn't see his car. Derek got there at 3:15, so it would have had to be between like those 5 minutes, basically. Okay, so, and oh yeah, Ian have had time to walk to the bridge because he saw him down by the bridge. Witnessed a couple and back to the spot where he talked to Derek. Because he witnessed the couple at the bridge. Yeah, huh. But do we even know that he parked there? Maybe he didn't park there, though. But anyway. Derek asked if he saw the girls. The man said no, but he did see a couple, man and a woman, down by the bridge. Oh, somebody put man and woman question mark, down by the bridge. Becky called Mike at 3:45. Becky called Mike at work in Lafayette to notify the girls not at pickup location. Or to notify the girls are not at the pickup location. 3:30 to 4, Derek searched trail away from bridge. He walked the trail to the creek and then the trail leading to Freedom Bridge. 4 o'clock, Derek returned to the parking area to wait for family to arrive to help look for the girls. Derek saw old man in flannel shirt leaving in a dark 4-door. Oh, no, so that he was definitely parked there. So he sees him leave in a dark 4-door sedan. So that's crazy. So he just, well, no, that's 4 o'clock. I was like, did he just come and leave? No, see, so flannel shirt guy came, walked down to the bridge, and then walked back, it sounds like. 4 o'clock, Cheyenne and her friend returns to parking area vehicle and leaves, at which time she posts photos she had taken to Snapchat. Cheyenne posted a picture with a timestamp of 3:49 to Snapchat on the south side of the bridge, facing towards the north side, or towards the north after she left the trails at 4 p.m. Cheyenne saw 2 people sitting in a car in the parking area. She thought looked like a drug deal occurring. Tara said it was Derek and her waiting for family. She thinks it's a drug deal. And it was Derek. It was probably Derek and Tara. Okay. Didn't speak or make eye contact with anyone and said it was odd to her that they didn't ask about missing girls. It is kind of weird. I mean, you would think that, they're looking for the girls and these girls just come walking back. You think that they would have been like, hey, did you see, 2 girls? But Cheyenne noted a strange, uneasy feeling while at the trails. Shortly after 4 p.m., family arrived. Cody, Kelsey, Becky, Mike, Tara, Amanda, and others arrived and started searching. Becky said she and Cody arrived together after driving the 2 routes the girls would have used if the girls decided to walk home. Cody had just arrived at home as she was leaving to go to the trails, and they rode together. Becky parked across the entrance after asking Mr. Mears permission when seeing him upon arrival. Becky also saw the white car with paper plates and a burgundy vehicle parked in front of the white car on the side of the road. Cheyenne's friend with his girlfriend hiking is owner of the white car paper plates. Wait, Cheyenne's friend with his girlfriend. Yeah, that's what they said before. Okay, burgundy vehicle was not witnessed by Cheyenne at 2:45 or by MYs at 3. This indicates its arrival after 3 but before 4:10. This car did not belong to Cheyenne or Hiking Buddy, as they both arrived before 3 and had already left by 4:10 when Becky arrived. It also did not belong to a man in a flannel shirt, as he was seen by Derek leaving a dark blue 4-door sedan before 4. Who owns this mystery burgundy vehicle? Does anybody know by now? Because since this, I don't know when this post was posted, but burgundy vehicle, did that come out who that belonged to? I'm going to write a note. I don't know. Eat derpy on saying, what's a derpy? I just looked up and I see your comment, gonna eat derpy. I hope it's a food and it's not like a pet or a person. It almost sounds like it's like your pet's name or something. I'm gonna go eat derpy, like your new pet. I know you said it was Nerf, but then you named it Archie, right? All right, hold on, let me finish this so I could. Where are we at? Okay, a burgundy vehicle. I don't know. If anybody knows, let me know. Cody and Kelsey went across the bridge up to the private gravel drive and up to the houses on the south end. Oh, yeah? Do we know who's the burgundy vehicle, aka Radar? I'd be curious to know now. Who the heck is it? Huh. Because that could be... here's the thing. Anybody that hasn't come forward that you find out that was at the trail, or like cars or whatever, that hasn't come forward at least to be like, oh, I was there, then that's suspicious. You know what I'm saying? Because, it's going on 7 years, and if you're not involved, why wouldn't you at least come forward and be like, okay, hey, I was at the trail and, didn't see anything, or I saw this. But the fact when people don't come forward and then you find out that they were there, that's a red flag. But I don't know, maybe the burgundy car did end up coming forward. Like I said, I don't know, but if anybody knows, let me know. Okay, so Cody and Kelsey went across the bridge up to the private gravel drive and up to the houses on the south end. 4:30, Mike arrived at the trails. Mike called another law enforcement friend he knows when he got there, asked what to do. Law enforcement friend advised they could ping her phone and told him to call the sheriff's department to get the process started. Mike said he called law enforcement during the time he was walking the trails and searching for the girls after he first got there. 4:30, try to contact Anna. No answer. 5, Becky called AT&T to try to track Libby's phone. 5:15, Becky says Mike came walking up. He had been searching. She said it's going to get dark soon and we need to call the police. 5:20, Becky and Mike called law enforcement to report the girls missing. Mike called law enforcement from his truck. Becky left to go find Anna at the time. 5:30, Becky left to go to Anna's house to find her. She wasn't home but left a message with a family member that answered the door to call her. Man, I'm just imagining what they were feeling at this time. Can you imagine? 5:30, Mike walked back towards town and encountered 2 officers, city and sheriff. They arrived almost immediately, 10 minutes. They discussed if anyone had seen anything and said no, so they went to station. 5:45, Amber Alert was issued for missing girl, Chestina Reeves, in Gary, Indiana, believed to be in extreme danger. The immediate attention of ISP during critical times during the search for Libby and Abby. This missing teen was later found and thought to have Killed her mother. Wow. Libby and Abby did not meet the criteria for an Amber Alert to be issued. FBI agent was with ISP officers when the call came in and decided to assist in the search. Quick response by media and law enforcement because of friendship connections. Anna was reached finally at work. She left and went to meet them at sheriff's office. 6 o'clock, Becky and Anna were at the law enforcement station and when Mike arrived. They gave the girls phone information so they could ping their phones. Mike left and went back to the house to gather up electronic devices to take back to the station. 6 o'clock, the official search was underway involving volunteers and multiple law enforcement agencies. 6:20, sunset in Delphi on Monday, February 13th, 2017. 6:30, Logan returned home. A neighbor's blank asked Ron permission to search on his property for the missing girls. He said he did not find out about it until after 6:30. He said people had stopped there and asked for permission to go onto his property to search for the 2 girls that were missing. And he never denied anybody, right? He always, when they asked to search, he always let them, right? It sounds like, he doesn't say that he denied, so I'm sure he did, right? Okay, so 7:01, Delphi fire. Requested at station for briefing on the 2 missing girls. 7:05 scanner, Delphi fire. Second tone at station for briefing on the 2 missing girls. 8:01 scanner, Camden fire, manpower requested at the station for a detail. Then 8:22, units called back to regroup. Repeat of Amber Alert sent out for missing and endangered girl in Indiana, in Gary, Indiana. 11:17 scanner, units requested back to station. Searchers meet at local gas station. Midnight. Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby says in a news release that based on information received from family and friends, there is no reason to suspect foul play or to believe the girls are in immediate danger. The biggest concern is injury or exposure to the elements. Why is there no concern for, why would you think that? They're not nowhere to be found. What? I would believe that there's a reason to suspect immediate danger. Would you guys not? Anyway, so now we're going to Tuesday, February 14th, 2017. High 49, low 32. Midnight, official search was suspended. Cold temperatures and rough terrain posed additional danger to the searchers. Reported back to Delphi Fire Station to regroup. Local search dogs canceled. Search dogs requested from Kentucky and Illinois. Family sent home to gather a personal item belonging to the girls to assist the search dogs in the family search for the girls. Family, friends, and some law enforcement continued to search throughout the night. 136 was a bolo. Be on the lookout. Was issued for 2 missing girls. 7:26. Amber Alert repeated for missing and endangered girl in Gary, Indiana. It does say some law enforcement continued to search throughout the night, though, huh? So maybe family did. Because remember I was asking early, what family searched through the night? Because if it was my family, I would be searching all through the night. But it does, I don't know which ones did, but it does say family, friends, and law enforcement. And some law enforcement. Anyway. So 7:28, scanner, all Delphi fire units out with search party requested to report to the station. 7:30, en route to station. 7:41, sunrise in Delphi. Early a.m., search resumed, which included family, friend, numerous law enforcement agency, and hundreds of citizens, search dogs, heat locating drones, and helicopters, and other various resources. The search resumes with teams of volunteers led by an official. Volunteers told to search areas away from trails, bridge, as to not interfere with the search dog efforts. So away from the trails and okay. The dogs did not arrive by the time the girls were found, nor did the dive team. There was a 3-hour helicopter-based search was directed east of the bridge, and which did not result in finding the girls. John Weaver on the scanner stating the girls' bodies were found in the creek before official announcement. Law enforcement asking for confirmation. Reply was negative, no confirmation. 904 scanner. Delphi Command Deputy Cole needs a pickup truck removed from the cemetery. Um, 1037 scanner. Search is in effect. 1056 medic 3 ambulance request east side of Heartland. Staging in that area. 1103 scanner requested medic 3 to be on standby in case something happens. Noon. 2 bodies, Libby and Abby, were reported found deceased by searchers. 1103. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. Found on Ron Logan's property 50 feet from the creek and a half mile from last known whereabouts of the bridge. Mike Patty searching in a canoe. Fire station. Anna at fire station with her father just arriving back from Michigan and speaking to law enforcement. Becky and search party in town with wife of finding searcher. Wait, Becky and search party in town with wife of finding searcher. Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah. It was the wife of the searcher that found it. Searchers asked Kelsey what color shoes Libby was wearing, confirming the girl's identity. Reported searches. Ron Logan neighbor, Pat Brown, friend of Mike and Becky Patty. Pat Brown was the actual finding searcher. There were multiple search parties working close by each other. Once the searcher, Pat Brown, made the initial discovery, then the other nearby parties converged at the scene. Pat Brown's wife was in the search party Becky was in and called her to inform her that they had located the girls. David Erskine, uncle of Abby. This is what DE stated he saw. Wait, where are we at? Why did I just lose where we were at? Hold on. That's commemoration used with cemetery. Why did I just leave? Hold on. Okay. This is what he's law enforcement or it's probably he. This is what he stated he saw. The summary is from the PM conversation he had with a stranger a couple of days after the murders of his niece and friend. Wait, a stranger a couple of days after the murders. Okay, hold on, let me see. This is at 11. Okay. 316 scanner. We need 3 more evidence bags if somebody could bring them. 4, Delphi Community School Superintendent Gregory Briles released a statement saying that the bodies found were those of 2 missing Delphi Community Middle School students, despite not being confirmed by law enforcement. 924 scanner, notification that Pat Brown would be arriving in gray Chevy to retrieve his orange Chevy that is parked at the cemetery, requested to be removed earlier in the day. Pat Brown was in the search party that found the girls. His wife was in the search party with Becky. 1031 scanner, crime scene secured for the night. Asked for the confirmation that units would secure cemetery area. Dispatch confirmed. Notified all units preparing to secure scene for evening. 10:37, scanner. Barriers put in place. Barriers in place at 575 North and 300 to be moved to north side of roadway. Ron Logan stated his property crime scene was lit up like a football field Tuesday and Wednesday. And then February 15th, 2017, 8 o'clock autopsies are conducted in the Terry House on the bodies discovered during Tuesday's search. Sergeant Kim Riley announced the autopsies are complete and confirmed the identities as that of the girls, but declined to discuss a suspect or person of interest. Advises parents to keep a close eye on their children, monitor their whereabouts, note what is going on in their lives. Chief Mullins stated the community was not in immediate danger, and its members were smart enough to determine what actions the situation warranted. 1207 scanner. The road is closed. You would just go ahead and we'll be able to park in the field just past the cemetery. There's a gate. There are several troopers here. Just immediately past the cemetery, make it right in that field. Can we get all of our gear back there as far as the dive truck and Lafayette trucks? Affirmative. Looks to be pretty solid. Some other trucks are back there. Past gate running at back of cemetery. We came out yesterday. We're just turning around. We'll be there in a few minutes. 1212 scanner. Bring the dive truck back. Bring the dive truck up this way. We'll maybe back it in or just pull it alongside the DNR. The DNR vehicle. 241 scanner. I'm at the crime scene. It's cordoned off, and are there supposed to be people up there? I don't have any idea. I don't see the FBI personnel down here right now, so I don't know. At this point, just act like they're not in play and keep them at bay if you can. Affirmative. 7 ISP releases a photo of a man reportedly walking on the trail around the time of the girl's disappearance. Police say they want to talk to the individual. Bus stop short of calling him a suspect. Or butt stop, sorry, I said bus stop. They stop short of calling him a suspect. Because, yeah, they want him to come in and not feel like, scared to come in, but... So Thursday, February 16th, 6 o'clock, police set up a tip line for anyone with info in the case to call. They say they've had 250 tips so far. 6:45, funeral arrangements are announced for 14-year-old Libby. 7:45, ISP serve a search warrant in connection with the case at the home of Maxwell at Bicycle Bridge Road in Delphi. Sergeant Riley would not say what items investigators took out of the home. He also would not comment on if the homeowner was at home when the warrant was executed or if the person was interviewed or even a suspect. No arrests were made. Law enforcement stated they don't believe there's any involvement and don't anticipate any arrests in connection to the murders. So remember, Logan Maxwell is the one that they said it was kind of creepy. They saw him in the railroad tracks that day, like around 4, I think. Supposedly the dad's house that they got a warrant for, he wasn't even living at the house. So people were saying they screwed up because they thought he was living there and they should have got a search warrant for his house because he lived somewhere else. But who knows? There's some people, I don't know if I don't know how many people think that he's involved. I don't know. I don't think, but I mean, because if he was there on the railroad tracks that day and Tara saw him, then if he was involved, wouldn't he be bloody and, you know what I'm saying, and muddy? Or, was he dressed in those bridge guy clothes? Or, if he was there, and where's the girls at? And did he just kill them? Wouldn't he have some kind of sign? So I don't know. I mean, it's still possible. There's still scenarios it's possible that he could be. Because, like, what if, if there's multiple people that were involved and there's a few different scenarios, but I don't know. What do you guys think of Logan Maxwell? Anyway, so Saturday, February 18th, a public visitation for the girls held at Delphi Community. High School. Sunday, February 19th, 12:30, ISP announced the man in the pixelated photo walking on the bridge was considered the main suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby. Law enforcement stated the totality of the evidence gathered thus far during the investigation led them to suspect the man in the photo to have at least participated in the crime. Yeah, I gotta find that picture where they have the picture of the white car. He stopped at that person's house and picked up like her son, or I forget now how was it her son, right? They said he was acting really suspicious enough where she felt like, oh, I better take a picture. She's trying to trying to hopefully get his license plate, but no, it didn't. But he was getting in the trunk. But I don't know. It's crazy. All right, where are we at? Law enforcement stated, oh wait, hold on, no. Yeah, they stated the totality of the evidence gathered thus far during the investigation led them to suspect the man in the photo to have at least participated in the crime. February 20th, police say they're conducting a statewide manhunt for the man in the photos. Request for anyone seeing a hitchhiker walking in the area or surrounding areas to call the tip. The tip line, I'm sure, is going to say. Police say they're I just read that. Oh, the tip line that had been set up by them and maintained by FBI. Law enforcement asked the community to continue to provide information via the FBI tip hotline set up to handle the large volume of tips for the case. Carroll prosecutor Robert T. Ives cautions Delphi residents not to harass, bother, or accuse anyone, specifically those who live at the home subject to the search warrant on Bicycle Bridge Road. Then February 22nd, 10 o'clock, investigators hold a press conference. Law enforcement revealed that Liberty German recorded a video of the suspect on her cell phone. Law enforcement stated Libby started to record because of criminal activity was about to occur. What was happening was not normal. The photo released is a screenshot from a video on Libby's phone. ISP releases audio recording of a male voice saying down the hill. Wait, hold on. Does this say, wait, real that Liberty German recorded videos? Okay. Just wanted to read that part again. Anyway, so law enforcement won't confirm that voice belongs to the man in the photos. They believe the totality of the evidence indicates he at least participated in the crime, as well as the possibility and likelihood more than one suspect is involved. Okay. Law enforcement stated it is more likely that the suspect knew the girls would be there rather than this, knew the girls would be there rather than this crime being a chance encounter. They also reveal that they have more video and photos that may be helpful to the investigation they are not releasing. They stated that they would like to tell the public more, but importantly, they want to find the person or persons responsible. Admitted this case is very complicated and very involved. Involvement of multiple law enforcement agencies, including the FBI and Homeland Security, on a level said to have never before been seen in the state of Indiana. The governor of Indiana and the director of the FBI being updated often. Authorities announced $41,000 reward. But see, they're saying that, it's complicated and very involved. Doesn't sound like, just like Richard Allen, just random kind of crime of opportunity type thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even from the beginning, they're saying how, like, unique and complicated, involved, and not like any other crime. And you know what I'm saying? It makes you think that there is more to this than just their narrative about Richard, that it is more in depth. The search is not, oh, so this is now we're on Thursday, February 23rd. The search is not only focused locally, but also extended nationally with 6,000 billboards throughout 46 states. Law enforcement asked anyone that may have been at the trails that day to come forward with any information or photos taken. 12:45, ISP says they've received 3,900 tips in the case, with 1,900 of them after the release of the audio. The reward is now 50,000. 4 o'clock, ISP announces that the FBI has taken over the hotline for tips in the case. Saturday, February 26th, a search warrant at an unknown property on Canal Street in Peru, Indiana was served in connection to the case. The search revealed that the residents of the home were in no way connected to the murders. Monday, February 27th, law enforcement says they've reached close to 10,000 tips. Reward is 100,000. February 28th, 2017, despite rumors, ISP says they have not made any arrest. Police ask the public to not to jump to conclusions or spread rumors on social media. Where are we at? Wednesday, March 1st, 7:18. Retired Indianapolis Colts punter Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay announced $97,000 donation to bring the reward to $200,000. Wow, I didn't know that they did that. Wow. 6 o'clock, Abby's grandparents leave a note at police headquarters in which expresses their gratitude for those investigating the case. Thursday, March 2nd, 2017, Light Up Delphi. Lowe's in Lafayette donated 1,000 orange light bulbs to the residents of Delphi. The community plans to install the orange light bulbs in their porch lamps as a tribute to Abby and Libby. Wednesday, March 8th, 2017, investigators say they're working with the FBI to build a profile of the suspect. I want to see the profile that they built. Thursday, March 9th, 2017, 10 o'clock, Mike Patty Liberty German's grandfather speaks to media at the press conference about Libby and Abby. He thanks the community for outpouring of support and says he believes tips will solve the case. Sergeant John Perrine of ISP says the case is emotional for us all. Hold on. There we go. In reference to investigators, he reveals the reward has surpassed 224,000 and that police have received more than 11,000 tips. Wow. So wait, where does all that money go then? Since nobody got the reward, can they is it still can they still donate it to something good, or does everybody get their money back? Or is it still there for, because they still say that they think somebody else could be involved too, though, so I don't know. I haven't heard anything about, a reward now recently. Okay, Friday, March 10th, 2017, Ron Logan was arrested for violating his probation for a 2014 DUI conviction. Operating or having access to a vehicle. Driving to the Carroll County transfer station on February 13th, 2017. Consuming an alcoholic beverage at the Americus Pizza King on February 27th, 2017. Law enforcement stated he is not considered a suspect in the murders at this time, noting nobody has been cleared and everyone is a person of interest until they are not. Now we have March 13th, 2017. Trail Safety Task Force meets to discuss security gaps along Delphi's trail system and make recommendations for potential changes. All right, so then we have Friday, March 17th, 2017, 12 o'clock. ISP, FBI, and Carroll County serve search warrant at home and property of Ron Logan because of new information received in connection to the case, given probable cause. Logan was taken into custody earlier that week on unrelated charges. Law enforcement stated Ron was not a suspect. They wanted it to eliminate him or or move him higher up on the list. Friday, March 24th, authorities announced that the investigation into the teen's death will begin to look a little different in the coming weeks as they begin the normalization process in the investigation. What's that? The normalization process? Huh. Tuesday, March 28th. In order to protect the integrity of the investigation, the results of the autopsies were sealed by court order. Law enforcement claimed that the details only the murderer could know about the mechanism of death needs to be kept close to the vest to help determine credible tips and to avoid false confessions. April 10th, 2017. Ron was sentenced to 4 years for the probation violation. Earliest possible release date was February 7th, 2019. At that time, the false, informing, and obstruction of justice charges were dropped in return for his guilty plea to the probation violations charges. Okay, so he took a little deal there, a little plea deal. Okay, law enforcement have said he is not a suspect but remains involved in the investigation. Ron Logan said he was not involved and states maybe in the future no one else will be murdered in his backyard. He was released on home confinement with GPS monitor January 2018. Okay. So how long was he? So he was in there. So Thursday, April 27th, 2017, the victim's family announced plans to build a sports complex with several softball fields in honor of the girls. July 17th, law enforcement released a detailed composite sketch. They said it was a compilation of information received from witnesses and different law enforcement agencies over the course of the investigation. The male suspect is approximately 5'6" to 5'10", weighing approximately 180 to 220. He has reddish brown hair and eye color is unknown. A witness stated eye color was not blue. The sketch shows the suspect wearing a golf-style hat that may not be the same hat worn that day. Wait, the sketch shows the suspect. Okay, God. But isn't the sketch from that day? I mean, the person is trying to describe the sketch from that day, so that's just weird. Now that witness, so if you guys, some of that stuff that got the audio from that documentary, or I guess whatever, I played that one clip where the person's talking to Riley's mom, the one witness, and she said that she doesn't know where the whole his eyes weren't blue color came from. So I don't know who said that. Does anybody know? It's kind of weird, like I don't know, maybe it's not that weird, but to know, like, well, I don't know what color his eyes are, but they're not blue. I guess maybe just because she knows that they were darker. I don't know. Anyway, September 25th, 2017. Daniel Nations was arrested in Colorado. Law enforcement noticed his vehicle matches the description of the vehicle involved in the case in which someone was threatening bicyclists with the hatchet at a national park. He was also not allowed to be in possession of a weapon, and a firearm was found in his vehicle. He strongly resembles the sketch and had recently moved from Indiana. September 26, 2017, the media reported that law enforcement stated Daniel Nations was being charged with failing to report as a SO in Indiana. Daniel was named a person of interest in Delphi murders. It is unclear if he was labeled a person of interest by law enforcement or the media. Law enforcement traveled to Colorado to speak with Daniel Nations. Nothing has been released by law enforcement regarding that meeting. He has since faced the charges he accumulated in Colorado and various charges in Indiana, not related to the Delphi murders. On the 1-year anniversary of the girl's death, law enforcement stated they were not worried about him at this time. Now, January 2018, law enforcement announced they had reached out to the GBI for assistance in the investigation. February 13th, 2018, so that's the year anniversary right there. Law enforcement held a press conference at the trail tributary where the girls had been dropped off 1 year prior. Law enforcement continued to plead for the person that knows what happened and who BG is to turn him in. They ask for that person to trust them and assures them they will be protected. They say both NASA and Disney assisted in clearing the details of the photo, but insist it has been enhanced to the best of their capabilities. They believe that what has been released is enough for the person that knows who BG is would recognize him. Law enforcement say they will not release more information or more of the video in order to protect the integrity of the investigation. They insist that they have a good idea of what happened and are only missing one puzzle piece, not multiple pieces. Law enforcement stated they are confident that they will find who is responsible. August 14th, 2018, law enforcement updated the public on the status of the investigation. Law enforcement stated they had received over 35,000 tips to date and working to clear each of them. They also believe the tip may be in the tips received thus far and possibly may have already spoken with the suspect. They continue to dedicate 2 investigators full-time to clear tips coming in daily and assure the public this case is not cold. They ask for the public to spread awareness of this case everywhere they can. They ask for the public to look at the screenshot of BG, listen to Down the Hill voice clip, and look at the sketch. They ask if anybody recognizes any of those, then to call the tip line. They say no tip is too small and let them investigate it if it is related to this case. 2 years after the murder, February 2019, the new Carroll County prosecutor, Nicholas McClellan, leads the 2-year anniversary press conference, updating the public. He assured the public the investigation was still very active. He again asked the public to report any tips, however gave an outline of what information should be included when calling the tip line. He again asked the public not to accuse individuals, to not post side-by-side photos for comparison on social media. Investigators with the case stated they have a list of a couple dozen names of possible person of interest. So a couple dozen. Wonder who's on that list. Oh wait, I think that list. There is a list out, right? I have that somewhere. I don't know if it's the same as what then. But anyway, a reward funding totaling more than $225,000 is available for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons responsible. April 22nd, 2019, New Direction press conference held. Here's the new sketch, right? New information, details were released, as well as a new suspect sketch and a request for information regarding a vehicle and its driver. So wait, February. So a couple months after Nick takes it over, they do the new sketch? Is that how that's looking? Huh. Yeah, like 2 months after. Okay, so, and then the vehicle. Statements made include, we're seeking the public's help to identify the driver of a vehicle that was parked at the old CPS DFS welfare building in the city of Delphi that was abandoned on the east side of CR 300 North, next to the Hoosier Heartland Highway, between the hours of 12 to 5 on February 14th, 2017. If you were parked there or know who was parked there, please contact the officers at the command post at the Delphi City building. The building was abandoned, not the vehicle. Date was misspoken and is February 13th, 2017, between noon and 5. We are releasing additional portions of the audio recording from that day. Please keep in mind the person talking is one person and it is the person on the bridge with the girls. What does that sound like? Right there, it sounds like he's saying it's the same person, right? This is not two different people speaking. Okay, but I'm talking about where, like, the video compared to the person talking. He's making it seem like it's the same, but no. Before, that other guy said two different times it's not the same, or it's not necessarily the same. They think it's different, but in my head this whole time when they were putting it out, like I said, I already said this earlier, but I thought it was the same too. I mean, I thought that that's what they were saying. It was the same. So I was trying to look for somebody that sounded and looked the same like that. But this is not two different people speaking. Please listen to it very, very careful. How many people think that guys down the hill is two different people? See, I think it's the same. The guys in down the hill is the same guy. But I know there's people that think it's because that guy said that it's two different people that went on court TV or whatever. But I don't know. I think it's the same guy. Now, not the video. I think the video is somebody different, and then the audio is somebody different. Anyway, so later clarified the new sketch BGSSDTH voice are one person. There you go. So they're saying that. But I'll play you two clips where the other guy says he doesn't. He says that it's something different. But so this is McClellan saying this, right? I think it's McClellan. But I know Carter always insinuated it was the same. At least from what he said, I always thought that's what he was saying. But I think right here that they're quoting McClellan, right? I was trying to see if it said, but it doesn't. Hold on one second. It doesn't say who's speaking there. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, yeah. The two sketches are not the same person. The first sketch is secondary, and the person is no longer believed to be a suspect or involved in the crime. We are also releasing the video recovered from Aunt Libby's phone. The video has never before been previously released. The video shows the suspect walking on the bridge. When you see the video, watch the suspect. Watch the person's mannerisms as they walk. Watch the mannerisms as he walks. Do you recognize the mannerisms as being someone that you might know? Remember, he is walking on a former railroad bridge. Because of the deteriorated condition of the bridge, the suspect is not walking naturally due to the spacing between the ties. During the course of this investigation, we have concluded the first sketch released will become secondary as of today. The result of the new information and intelligence over time leads us to believe the sketch, which you will see shortly, is the person responsible for the murders of these two little girls. We also believe this person is from Delphi currently, or has previously lived here, visits Delphi on a regular basis, or works here. We believe this person is currently between the age range of 18 to 40, but might appear younger than his true age. Today is the day justice for Abby Williams and Libby German. A couple of things stick out to me until now. I've never heard of a white van parked at 300 North and a man resembling the BG second sketch. Not sure which one is technically the second anymore. Being witnessed by a local. Wait, so this is just this person's thoughts, right? Hold on. A man resembling the second sketch. Being witnessed by a local. If anyone knows who that is, it would be really interesting to ask her if the person she saw resembled Richard Allen. I know I'm anxious to hear what the people that saw, the witnesses, what they say now about Richard. You know what I'm saying? If they're in their head, are they thinking that Richard resembles any of the witnesses, like any of the people, the guys that they saw, or not? And how much does I don't even know what the word for it is, but almost like the power of suggestion, you know what I'm saying, for that being introduced is, oh, this is the guy, and then their memory is from such a long time ago, and I feel like it could form like, oh yeah, that's the guy, but it might not really be. You know what I'm saying? That happens. So, and then the prosecutor, if they're like asking them questions, they could, you know, make that fit more, like by the questions, make it so whatever they're saying to like almost make that memory more powerful of being him. When I don't know, I don't think it would be like, I don't think the witnesses would lie, like that they'd be lying on purpose. Sometimes they do, but I think that they could do it without them even thinking they're lying about it. And maybe, you know, if they're not even lying, but I mean, memories are so tricky. Now 7 years have passed. They're even like tricky if it was like, oh, a year passed, if it was that fresh. They say they're not that reliable, like witness testimony. Or witness like they're if they seen the person and them to remember that kind of stuff, man. But I'm still anxious to see what they would say. All right, so my thoughts, not my thoughts, but this person's thoughts. Oh wait, I missed one. This says, another thing, I had never heard someone saw a man dressed in all black with a mask walk toward through the cemetery around the time of the murders. This really piques my interest. I know when I heard that, like, I think the first time I heard that was like last month or so. It wasn't that long ago. You guys may have heard it way back, but I was like, wait a minute, who's this guy in the mask? Does anybody know any more about this guy in the mask? There's got to be something to that. Anyway, my thought. So this person's thoughts. They say, I don't think Rick did this alone. I think the man in black is the younger guy sketch, and he's involved somehow. Also, there's a rumor that KA might have realized something that clicked in. Wait, hold on. Sometimes I got to really think of these initials. KA. Who's KA? Hold on. Oh, Kathy Allen, right? So there's a rumor that Kathy Allen might have realized something that clicked in. Hold on. It clicked in her mind. And then that she then told a friend who then tipped in RA, or Richard Allen. Again, this is just a rumor at this point, but could it be that when Richard was walking back to his car, he spotted a van that broke down on the side of the road, hid beside it to try to avoid being seen, called his wife to pick him up, told her he got injured or something and needed a ride home to bathe and change clothes so he didn't stain his car. Maybe his fabric interior and hers has leather, so it wouldn't matter if he got blood or mud or whatever on hers. He goes home and bathes, washes his clothes, and goes back to get his car, which could account for it being parked at the old CPS building between 1 and 5. I'm just trying to put myself in the mindset of someone who'd be in the predicament of trying to get out of that scene and not leave evidence in, on, or around my car. And honestly, if I were him, I would hide on the side of the road, call my wife, tell her I fell and got scuffed up while walking the trails and needed a ride home to bathe so I didn't stain my car. So if that did happen, then she would definitely know he was involved then after that comes out, you know. I don't have a change of clothes or anything to cover my seat with, so I don't stain it. I know you're off work now, so can you give... Hold on. Oh, dang it. Where's the rest? Probably, can you give me a ride home? Wow, that's the end of those ones. Man, interesting. The masked witness was a teen girl. What? Really, sweet dude? Oh, the witness. I thought you were saying the person. The witness that saw the masked man was a teen girl. Is that what you're saying? Oh, wait, that's why it didn't get released, sweet dude? But how did she even know about it? Wait a minute, I want to know more about this. Are you going to come up on panel? I want to know more about that. So, because I only got like, can anybody lead me to, I can't think. Oh, more of that? I only got like a couple minutes of them talking. It was, Riley, somebody that was talking to Riley's mom and getting question and answer through her. That's the only piece that I have, but I heard that a lot of it's out. Where can I find the rest of it? Because I want to see it or hear it or whatever. That's where I could find it. Okay, so um you'll send it. Thanks, Melissa. Yeah, just email me. But tell me, okay, what was the first question I asked you, sweet dude? You said earlier. Hold on. Shoot, what was the first one I asked you about that? Because I never got the answer to that. Oh, hold on. So, oh yeah, Becky. So was she in the documentary? Like, how did she know about it to suppress it then? Sweet dude. Sweet dude, just email me because I don't like. Yeah, just email me if you have information like that, please. But can you answer me as far as what I just asked you though? Was Becky a part of the documentary? Because how would she know to suppress it if she wasn't part of it? Okay, I'm gonna share the link, guys. Ashley, are you gonna come up? Or I just saw you're in here, right? This my nail. Have you ever had like? See, I have to make sure I keep my nails so short so I don't be tempted to bite them. But I'll bite like I was doing. So I do good for like years sometimes, and then I have a stressful time, and I'll start with one, and then I'm like, oh, so I only have two of them bitten, one on each hand. But at least that satisfies me so I don't bite my whole hand. Okay, I'm going to send the link. So E-Curb, what was the other one that was going to come? Berlin, or wait, Bernie. Open panel, guys. Hold on, let me do the invite. I'm going to pin the invite. But I have a list, so I want to bring up. So if people come up in open panel, I might still like play some stuff and like share my screen and stuff. But yeah, no, that's fine. I don't know why I'm telling you guys that. Of course I can. All right, hold on. No. All right, I'm gonna share my screen, or I'm gonna share the invite. So come on up, people. Hold on, let me. And then mods, can you tell people if they're like, hey, I want to come up? Can you tell it's gonna be pinned? Hold on, let me write this. Sometimes people don't know. Okay, there's the link. Now here, let me pin it real quick. Now that I'm looking at chat, Austin and Peyton, what do you guys think about this case? I didn't get to see your answers. Did you ever answer? I want to know. Like, what's your take on it? Wait, you're saying that documentary that like I played, like I only had like a audio, the one that, and it said it was from a documentary that never aired. You're talking about that one, right? And you're saying that they were interviewed at a kitchen table. It was it a part of that documentary, or because I feel like I've seen a documentary where they were at the house, but that one was aired. So there's another one where they're at the kitchen table, and that's a part of that documentary. And then why did they take part in making it if they wanted to suppress it, though? I don't get it. Why don't you come on up on panel and you can answer? I mean, or you could just put it in chat, but Melissa, I sent it. It's a pic of her from the. Oh, Sent what? Now I forget what I was asking for. Hold on. Oh, wait, when is this from? Um, wow. Hold on. How do you know 100% that that's them? That's Richard and Kathy? Wait, how did you get that? Melissa? Or E-Curb. Okay, I'm going to add you. Hold on one second. I want to see what... Hold on one second, E-Curb. I want to make sure I don't... From November 15th... Wait, November... Hold on one second. I want to make sure I see her answer. No, I won't. I'm just going to show the picture. But how do you... Where did you get this? I can lead it to you to it for yourself. Okay. No, I mean, what do they... Where do they think this is at? Hold on. I'm going to add you right now, E-Curb. But then I want to share that picture that they have. Okay. What's up? Hey, thanks for coming up.
Hello. Can
Oh
you hear
my
me?
God, I have the same dresser.
Do you?
Is that a dresser?
Yeah,
What?
armoire, whatever.
Yeah. It looks the same. Oh wait, no, mine's a little bit different. Mine is it's like the same on both sides, but still, it looks kind of the same style. Cool. Anyway, how are you? Oh, is that a doggy behind you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, cute. That's cute. So look, somebody just sent me, well, not somebody, Melissa just sent me, here, let me pull it up, this picture. Of, oh, Melissa, you're here. Oh, you're going to leave me. Okay, hold on. Wait, Melissa, what is, I don't understand what that is that you're showing on your screen. Hold on one second. So this is supposedly Richard. Wait, that don't even look like Richard, though, Melissa. Are you sure? Okay, let me add her, but hold on one second. No, we'll all talk, E-Curb. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Melissa. Hello? Well, anyway, so she sent me this picture, E-Curb, and I think she said it's supposed to be Richard and Kathy Allen from November 2017. But why don't I think that looks like Richard, though? Do you think it does?
I don't know. I can't really tell.
He looks too tall, though. It looks like he has glasses on. That looks like it could be Kathy, but I'm not convinced that's them. Huh.
Yeah, isn't Richard really short?
Yeah, yeah. Unless if Kathy's really short, too, and then Richard's taller than her, so it's apparent that he's taller because he's by a short person. But for some reason, it looks like he has glasses. I don't know. That almost... I'm not convinced that's even Kathy, but hopefully... Oh, we dropped Melissa. Okay. All right, let me... Yeah, I don't know. Melissa, try to come back up and explain that. Oh, Wild Horse. Your thing isn't connected, Wild Horse. Hold on. I haven't been streaming for 10 hours, Alan. So what do you think? What's your thoughts on everything? E-Curb?
I don't know. It's been a long time since I really started reading into it.
Yeah.
I had just heard about this Odinism stuff or whatever. I don't know what took them so long to find somebody. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have the right person or not.
I
To be
know,
honest
me
with you.
either. Wait, so you're saying you just started following it, or were you
No,
following it?
I knew about it a long time ago, a few years ago, but I haven't really been keeping up with it.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff. A lot of stuff's been going on recently in the last few months. It's like, wow. Well, the last year, really. Think about it. going on 7 years and nobody arrested, and then just 2022 they arrest Richard, and now all this stuff that's happening, so it's crazy. Hold on, let me see what's going on with Melissa, because I am so curious. Melissa, are you Wild Horse? Who's Wild Horse Storm something? Who's backstage? Is that you, Melissa, or is that somebody else? And if it's somebody else, Wild Horse, it says your device isn't connected, so it won't let me add you because it's not connected. And I'm going to try to text Ashley and see, because she wanted to come up, but I have a feeling that she probably fell asleep, but I'll see if.
Yeah, I almost fell asleep. It's getting kind of late around here.
Yeah, and I know, and I took forever reading the. Well, I'm glad I finally read them. I was collecting those thumbnails. I'm glad I finally just read them.
Yeah, that was a lot of stuff to go over.
Yeah, I always like screenshot, just when I'm going through groups and there's stuff that's like kind of interesting. I'm like, I'm gonna just screenshot this, screenshot that. Oh, missing unsolved. Send them to me, or if you want to come up. Wait, ask Anthony zavgirl. That might be a guy he found, Brian. Brian who, AKA? Wait, you guys can't see E-Curb?
They should be able to see me. I could see me on YouTube.
Somebody said I can't see either of them. Okay, Melissa, I'm going to add you. Let's see if this works. So you must not be Wild Horse. That must be somebody else trying to come on. Can you hear?
No.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Okay. So
that picture was taken in Chicago of Kathy and her husband, who is Richard Allen, by the daughter, Brittany, in November of 2017. It is publicly posted on a relative's Facebook page.
Why did she take it like that, though? I'm confused.
I don't know.
Wait, is Richard taller than Kathy?
I don't know. I didn't think it was Richard at first because I thought, well, you can't see his face. But the daughter confirmed before everything went dark on Facebook that was her mom and dad, and that is how she posted the picture, is that it was her mom and dad on a family trip in Chicago.
Okay, I'll put it back up. Let's see.
I don't think it looks like him, but according to the daughter, it is.
So wait, the daughter was in a group talking about this case, or no?
No.
Okay, she was in what group though, or what was she in? I'm confused about that.
It was on her own private Facebook.
And she I'm confused what the point of this is, like a weird picture to take and post of your parents. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because now giving that is a cropped picture, I can send you the uncropped photo, but it makes no sense to take that photo, even with the uncropped photo.
Yeah, what's in the uncropped photo? Yeah, send it. That's weird. Well,
right. So
they were in Chicago in November. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see if let's see if I can go to sent here and just pull you right back up. Yeah, I can. Okay. Let me see if I can reply. Yeah, I can. Okay. Now this is a screenshot from the showing who posted it, so I don't know. That's why I cropped it. And I sent it to you.
Okay. I'm just giving it a minute to
That
send.
is from the mother-in-law.
Okay.
That's who that is there. That is Paulo's mom. Paulo is Brittany's husband.
Wait. That's. Oh, okay. That's just. Can I? So I could share that or no?
What are you doing?
Right?
I guess. I mean, I don't see why you can't. It's public knowledge.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shoot. So. Maybe she was just. Maybe they were just taking it of the area. You know what I'm saying? Their parents were just walking. So November 15th, 2017, Chicago.
That's
So I think this is
husband's mother.
I don't know. What's that?
That lady there is Brittany's husband's mother. It was a family trip to Chicago. There's other pictures, and what's weird is mom and dad aren't in them.
Wow, that's weird.
But Brittany, before everything,
just email me. Sorry.
Before everything went dark, Brittany commented that that was her mom and dad in Chicago.
Huh? Crazy. But yeah, Sweet Dudley, dude. I want to keep calling you Sweet Dudley. Sweet dude, just email me if you want to get any like that kind of information. Like I said, can you just email me the information? Because I'm not gonna go back through it and find like the thing. And plus, yeah, just email me.
That could be him. Those two people do look pretty short. There's like a 4-foot fence behind them.
Oh, so maybe they're both.
And he's 5'4". It very well could be.
And she could be 5'2". But it doesn't doesn't this guy have glasses on, or is that sunglasses? It looks like he has some kind of glasses.
I can't really tell.
Huh? It is interesting. Like they just posted that, and February or
what caught me was the hat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it does look like a bridge guy hat.
Do you think that's why she posted it? Well, no, because she could have got a probably better. Well, I don't know. I don't get it though. I don't get why she posted it. If there was some kind of motive behind it, Did you guys see that? Hold on, let me bring this up.
But you seen what I said earlier. Richard Allen did the photos for Becky free of charge for the girls' funerals.
Yeah, where did I see that? Was that you that said that? But before, I read that somewhere. And thanks for reminding me. I wanted to talk about that because
it was in the documentary that they did, and Patty confirmed it.
Yeah, I've seen that somewhere before too.
Well, we've seen after one of the press conferences, they talk about how he did the photos, right? I think they did. He did say that, but did she say free of charge? Maybe they did. Are you talking about? Is that when that came out? So wait, that documentary. What documentary is okay? Sweet Dude's talking about a documentary. That one documentary that never got aired. Have you seen that?
Not the one that didn't get aired.
Okay.
I've seen the one that got aired.
Okay. By who though? The one that got aired. Who did it?
I don't know.
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. I don't know if I even seen it.
That's been a long time ago for me.
Yeah, me too.
But as of last year, all flyers about the girls are gone except for one that I seen in Delphi.
Wow. Well,
and that
I guess
was hanging up at Pizza King.
Man. Did you guys see? Hold on, let me get something real quick. I did the wrong thing. Prison file. Yeah, Hannah Shakespeare, Sweet Dude. Yeah, can you just please email me this information? If you want me to know and be able to get anything from it, you're going to have to just email it to me. Please. All right. If not, then just don't even put it in the chat because I'm not gonna be able to. All right, it's hard to go back and try to find stuff. Okay, so hold on one second. Let me. Did you guys see the You probably did. It was Richard Allen in that bar, but like the longer
Sitting in front
video
of the
of him.
photo with his wife.
Huh?
Sitting in front of the flyer with his wife.
Sit in front of the fire, did you say?
Flyer.
Have you not seen that one where he's sitting in front of the flyer? Him and Kathy took a picture in front of it.
Oh yes, I was thinking you were the flyer. It was like a word for something else. Yeah, the flyer that was sitting behind him. Yes, I did see that. Hold on one second. Let me find what I'm talking about real quick. Where did I? Hold on one. Okay. I want to mute it because there's playing music. There's playing music in the background, but it's from the bar. That Frosty guy, I zoomed it in, but he posted it. But it's from the bar, and you see, well, there's Richard and then Kathy. You'll see her too. Oh, I think it's just kind of interesting. I don't know what the date is of this though, but you see right there. It looks like him to me, right? Right in front of us, leaning up against. Yeah, and then you'll see Kathy too. But so, what else do you guys have to say? Anybody else want to come up too? The link is in the pinned comment if anybody wants to come and join. Bernie, I know you said you wanted to, and who else was saying? E-Curb, you're up here.
Mm-hmm.
God, sorry, I'm trying to get this nail. It's driving me nuts. I'm trying to clip it because it's like making me want to bite my nail. So what?
Yeah, I hate those nails. Little chunks of nails that poke you.
So what is your guys' theory? Like, what do you think happened? Or what's your guys' thoughts on, like, Melissa, what's your thoughts on everything? Oh.
I have a lot of them, and they vary from the day.
Yeah, oh my God, I know. That's the thing. I mean, I could change throughout the day.
On a different YouTuber's thing, they actually showed the crime scene photos.
Wait, somebody shows it on YouTube?
Yeah, somebody showed it on YouTube.
That's gruesome.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen him too, but I didn't know somebody showed him on YouTube. Mine was like a private, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a public viewing or anything. Wow. Is it still up?
I would think so, but I don't. I'd have to go back through and see if it's still on my watched list or not, because I didn't save it.
Is it like in the title that's what it is? Or is it like just they're doing a live and they just end up showing? Oh, wow. I did not. Wait, was that recently that there was a video on YouTube or no?
Last month, I think it was.
Oh. Wow. I didn't know.
I don't know if it's still going to be in my recently watched history or not. Let me look.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the photos, but I've seen like reenactment drawings of them.
Yeah, I've seen that one. They have a good like painting.
They showed the F tree, which I took a screenshot of because I don't think that's what it was, and I wanted to zoom in on it.
Yeah, I've seen the F tree too. It does kind of look like an old rune symbol to me. I used to I used to draw those things.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Were you into Odinism or what?
No, it was in a game. A bunch of rune symbols. In a video game.
Wow.
I didn't hear about the Odinism thing until recently. I don't really know much about it.
Hey, sweet dude.
I honestly think that Judge Cole keeping him in the prison is going to be a grounds for an appeal. They flat out said there was no reason for him to be in the prison. Cass County would take him.
Wow. No, sweet dude, I got it. Do you think Crime Night would be mad if I played a little bit of this? I wonder. I don't know anything about him, but I would like to see it. I haven't got to see it. So I didn't know there were some videos too, huh? There's like clips of videos from it. Is that a part? Hold on one second. Oh, you're saying this whole video is only how this whole video is not it? So how much of it is it? Sweet dude. Why is the audio? Why do they have the audio bleaked out? Why didn't they just do like a voice changer instead of having it on mute? I wonder. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So maybe I will play. Here, I am gonna play a part of this then. Will you guys mute? Will you mute yours while I play this, and then just so outside noises, and then we'll chat about it. All right. Thanks, sweet dude. This will be interesting. All right, hold on, just give me 1 minute. Share screen. Or I'll share entire screen. So, sweet dude, you're saying that the stuff before it's not the actual documentary. Oh my god, I can't even talk. All right. So it looks like it's only like 10 minutes, maybe? Here, I'll have to see what you say. Hold on 1 second. Let me get it on 30 minutes. One second. I'm getting it, guys. I'm getting it. Sorry, I'm taking forever. Okay, so let me take this down. All right. Wait, where did it go? Oh, here we go. All right. All right, sweet dude. You're gonna have to answer some questions. Okay, Ground Zero documentary. All right, so these are parts from that documentary.
Polar opposite.
Here, I'm gonna fast forward. There we
By
go.
certain entity to fathom broadcast. Let's continue on to the next part.
Right now, we're going to see the one witness who saw Bridge Guy and is actually willing to speak to me on camera. It's a 18-year-old girl from Delphi.
And her eyewitness account helps law enforcement come up with the composite sketch they released to the public.
We believe this person is our suspect.
This teenage girl hasn't spoken to anybody about this case, not the media, not even anybody in the community. And I completely understand why. I mean, let's remind ourselves the killer is still at large. I'm very nervous this witness may not even show up. I mean, all I can do is hope. I don't see her. This girl is the only one that can place Bridge Guy on the location at a specific time and thereby set the entire crime flow to the murders. That's her. It's nice to meet you. Can you walk me through the morning, the day, you guys went out there?
It was really nice. Oh, I should read it. Hold on. I'm going to read it as it goes. Okay.
Hey, you guys went out there?
It was really nice out and the sun was shining and it was like a good day to go and take pictures of the High Bridge because I always take
You're
pictures
hanging
out
out
there.
down there. And then you were walking away from Monon High Bridge and you saw the guy that we now know to be Bridge Guy coming toward you.
We were out there looking at our phones and stuff, and I looked up and I saw him and waved at him slowly, and he gave a rude and unfriendly look. But I just waved at him because it was a fellow person walking on the trail, I mean, she must be talking fast because I'm reading it fast and I'm going to have to pause it. He had a lot of jackets on, and it wasn't particularly cold. Like, wait, Alan, why are you saying WTH? What's that for? He had a big jacket and a hat and a thing over his face.
A thing over his face?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
It wasn't cold enough for all that. He had a big jacket and a hat and a
That's
thing over his
one of
face.
the most important, the most critical part of this documentary. And allow me to explain. In this juncture, we heard Ashley was going to go speak to an 18-year-old eyewitness that in fact saw Bridge Guy, or allegedly saw Bridge Guy that day. We all now led to believe it was Mr. Richard Allen, because Mr. Richard Allen was at that location. He revealed that information, out of his own volition, to, I believe, Mr. Dan Doolan, who was the officer that he spoke with 2 days or so after the event. And this eyewitness that Anna Shakespeare was talking to made an amazing revelation. And that revelation has been in front of you all this time. And she said that he had a big jacket and a hat and a thing over his face. A thing over his face. Now, over the past, sort of 2 weeks, a month, certain channel creators, content creators here on YouTube pertaining Delphi, have brought to light an image that was posted on the Pharaoh's Tribune that seems to allude or depict that same photo of Bridge Guy. But on that particular photo on the Pharaoh's Tribune, that image we see seems to depict the guy on that bridge with a thing over his face and also with a distinct stripe down the left-hand side of his pants. A lot has been made about this. There's been a lot of discussion about this. Now, I, as a graphic designer, I've attempted to look into this and attempt to make head and tail of what, in fact, that image is all about. But the problem I have, and this is why I've not spoken, I've not done a video about this before. The problem I have with that image that is available online, I've got that image, is that there is a distinct black smudge or line that goes right through that image through the individual's face. So I cannot categorically declare that the way Bridge Guy seems to appear on that photo, on that picture, I cannot categorically state that is in fact a face covering he has on because of that black smudge that runs right across his face. So I cannot sit here and give you my personal opinion as a qualified graphic designer, having looked at that image, if in fact it is a covering, because there's outside interference there that I cannot categorically say, yep, it's a mask of some kind, some type of covering over his face because of that black smudge. The problem I have with that image, though, is that black line that runs down the length of his pants. That is not a shadow. That is not a black smudge. That is something that is there, that is visible, and that is not visible in the footage that we see from Bridge Guy as he walks, or any of the other images that are available online, people that have taken snapshots of Bridge Guy and have uploaded that onto social media. But what I find amazing is, and I'd not come across this before, I'm so glad that this documentary has come forth because it reveals a lot of information that the public have not been privy to. And when I talk about the public, I talk about a person like me who's living on the other side of the world, who was not part of this case from moment A. So I have had my hands tied behind my back regarding some information that I've not been able to access. And this is interesting for me because this now opens a huge Pandora box of questions that Joe Lewis is going to ask. Okay? Because the eyewitness, we never heard a voice. We've got the legends in front of you, as you can see here, the transcript. She said a few things that, she was on the phone and then she saw the guy, she greeted him, blah, blah, blah. And then at this particular juncture, she said he had a big jacket and a hat and a thing over his face. So if this witness is correct and she's not providing Anna Shakespeare with false testimony or with false reporting, and the man had something covering his face, and we're led to believe that she is the individual that provided law enforcement with perhaps a descriptor of what Bridge Guy looked like. How on earth were they able to compile a sketch that produced the nose, the mouth, the chin, the goatee, and the evidently dimples on the guy's face if his face was covered, and she could not see, or she wasn't able to see what was beneath the covering that he had over his face? How is that possible? This is the...
Well, because to answer that, they had more than one witness. So the witness that saw him covering his face did make a sketch with his face covered, but there was other witnesses that saw a guy without his face covered. So there's more than one witnesses to answer his question, though. So, but remember this, I think this video is from like 6 months ago. So this might have been before the well, no, still the PCA would have, I don't know. But yeah, there's more than one witness, though, to answer the question. Right, guys? Are you guys following me? So the one witness did have the sketch with his face covered. And then there was Betsy who saw he didn't have his face covered. And there was Sarah that saw him walking down the street that his face wasn't covered as far as this sketch. But I think this sketch is crap because, first of all, he was walking down the street. Or, you know what I'm saying? She just drives by? I don't know. I mean, how reliable is that going to be? And then it was how many weeks later that she, gave the interview? Or the interview. Did the sketch?
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, yeah, to answer that question. But still, no, he is bringing up good points. But I just wanted to give my input on why how they could do the nose and stuff is because it's a different witness. All right, let me continue here.
Question that I would like somebody to answer me. How could the authorities, how could the sketch artist compile a sketch that is so detailed from the nose down to his neck if this individual was wearing a covering over his face as this witness reported here today? Are we making up stories as we go along, meaning the authorities? Have they been wrong about the sketch all along? Did they come up with some fantasy of somebody that they think they saw? Or has somebody else provided the authorities further reporting? And why? Why was the sketch deemed by Dark Carter to be secondary? And the sketch of a much younger guy reported as a sketch that people had to look upon because the investigation had taken a different direction. Because if you are going to be intellectually honest with yourself, with me, with anybody that's talking about this, out of the two sketches of Bridge Guy, this one and the other one, which is a younger looking man, the only sketch that resembles Richard Allen is this sketch you see in front of you of Bridge Guy. The other one does not even come close because it's got no goatee. It's a much younger looking man. So how were the authorities able to compile a sketch from an eyewitness that provided evidence to having seen a man with a covering over his face? How were they able to compile the chin? Think of there? Somebody else.
That out, so I'm going to skip through this.
It's a problem.
To me, because it helps determine cause and effect of the crime.
I spoke with Libby and Abby's families to get a sense of what the girls were doing leading up to their arrival at the trail. And we know where they were at 2:07 based on Libby's Snapchat post. Jess gave me a timestamp for Bridge Guy's arrival at the trail. But there are a lot of other gaps I need to fill in.
In order to really understand the flow of the crime, I need to walk the same trail that Libby and Abby did the day they were killed. I've called my friend Mike Grasso for a professional investigator's perspective. He spent 35 years with the LAPD as a detective supervisor and worked with the U.S. Marshals on a violent criminal apprehension team.
Timeline is an important aspect of any criminal investigation because when you've got a timeline, you can follow the path that may in fact lead you to the door of the person who committed the act. But what I don't think Anna Shakespeare has realized, and this is information that's been released, that's come out through social media.
Is there more, guys? Or, sweet dude, I'm asking everybody, is there more of this? Here, let me see if there's more of this document. Oh, yeah, I guess it's just in between. All right, we're going to have to. So I think there might have been more before the 30-minute mark. Sweet dude, right? Let me see. Yeah, look, but I'll just continue from here.
Continue.
So now we can go through all the locations that we know for a fact we can pin. Here, Mike, is where the girls get dropped off right here, which is Muir's property, and that was at 1:38 in the afternoon. So the girls came this way. They walked from here to Monon High Bridge. And then at 2:07, it looks like Liberty, from the point of view of where the shot of Abby was taken, she was almost across Monon High Bridge on the south side. So between 1:38 and 2:07, the girls walked this trail.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Now, when they got to the south side of the bridge, we don't have the timestamp on the picture of Bridge Guy that we have.
Right.
So the only way to deduce when he actually got to the bridge is based on the fact that we have a witness. And the witness puts him at about 2:15. He's just arriving at Freedom Bridge.
What Anna Shakespeare is also unaware, she's talking about timestamps. And these are perhaps the most critical timestamps that have been omitted from Richard Allen's probable cause affidavit. And they are the timestamps of the lady that allegedly walked past Libby and Abby on that trail. Now, you heard the detective say roughly half an hour. So from the moment that they entered the trail until they were on that bridge at 207, let's call it approximately half an hour. So within that space of time, that span of time, the affidavit declares that there's a woman that not only saw Richard Allen on the first bridge, provided a descriptor about the guy, but she also claims to have crossed Libby and Abby as she headed back towards the vehicle. And yet, the authorities don't think it necessary. Mr. Tony Leggett, who is now the sheriff of Carroll County, never thought it necessary to include that timestamp of this critical encounter that allegedly occurred between a lady and two little girls that were walking towards the bridge, which we are led to believe could have only been Libby and Abby. So why was that critical timestamp omitted from the probable cause affidavit? Think about it, folks. Let's continue.
So he's got a book to get from there all the way through this trail across that bridge to meet up with them. So if it's just a product of opportunity, probably would have been caught by now.
I don't get that logic.
Well, if
Because
it's
they're not so premeditated, or they're...
exactly. If there's no pre-planning, he would have made such a series of mistakes that would have led the police into a certain direction.
Okay, that makes sense to me. If Bridge Guy was out for a random kill that day, he had the opportunity when he passed and her friends, they were almost the same age as Abby and Libby. So Mike and I are on the same page. This was not a crime of opportunity. It was premeditated.
And that is exactly what I have been saying from the moment that I began researching this case.
But I have a question. No, not the other girls didn't go on across the bridge, right? So he wouldn't have had that opportunity because he needed to get them alone. So maybe he just waited for the first girls to go all the way across the bridge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, or there was just too many people around when you had to wait until
Good point. Yeah,
you
that's
had the
another.
chance.
That is a good point. Just too many people wasn't a good opportunity. But with that being said, I still do think that there's a good possibility that it wasn't a crime of opportunity, that it was actually planned. With
Yeah,
that being
could
said,
be.
but I'm saying to answer that, there still is explanation for it being
Either
that way.
side.
But I do think that it could be. But I just wonder if they're going to be able to connect it to Keegan and the Anthony Shaw's profile. It's just, I don't know. Or, because I think I'm leaning more towards it being, multiple people, at least two people. So, did they plan it? And did that guy that Teresa Liebert saw that morning, were they out there like getting stuff ready, and then the whole tripod marks that, we were talking about, that somebody saw, who saw the tripod? I think those were in the text with Mark, right? But yeah, the tripod. I mean, was it planned, like that plan that somebody was there at like early that morning trying to figure out where and then who? But then goes back to Abby and Libby. Supposedly they keep saying, "Oh, it was just." They didn't plan going. They didn't plan on going there, but I still think that they could have. They just didn't tell Becky and they didn't tell Kelsey. They made it seem like they waited for an opportunity for somebody to take them there. You think? I don't know. I know that was a million different thoughts there, but Oh, thanks, Soul for Music. Oh, who got it? Unsolved Crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! Good grats. Oh wait, AK, she saw, so that sketch, remember I showed you that sketch that was supposedly Teresa's? You're saying that it was somebody else? Hold on. Teresa's sketch was, I'll show you 1 second. 1 second. Oh shoot, hold on. We'll finish watching that, but I just want to show you. So supposedly Teresa's sketch is, no, not this one. Hold on. Figures, the ones that I have up isn't, no, hold on 1 second. This one right here, which definitely this one to the left, this one, which definitely, if you put a thing of Logan Holder, a picture, it looks, God, it looks a lot like him. Side by sides, but yeah, supposedly this is Teresa, so I don't know. I mean, like in the memorandum, they are leading more towards that person maybe being Elvis that Teresa sees. So, yeah, I mean, do you guys think it was involved? Do you guys think the person that she saw is somebody that was involved and they were planning it? And if they were planning it, do you think that they knew Abby and Libby were coming, or they were just planning something for any girls that showed up? And how early did Abby and Libby plan that? Is there any like anything to show that they were planning it like the night before or anything that they wanted to go? Because if there was no way that they could have been planning it the night before, then, and if this was at 8:30, then you wouldn't think that person would, be planning to kill them, because how would he know that they were coming? Unless if it was Logan and Logan was dating Abby and Abby was like, hey, we're going to try to get a ride to the bridge, to the trail, I don't know. There's a bunch of different scenarios there. I'm sorry. I'm just bringing up like a bunch of different things, but I don't know. This case is just... PCA was rather void of info. The memorandum had quite a bit of detail also. Yeah, it is huge. Yeah, so... Well, Patronus, that's where I need to go back to the Keegan stuff, because that, I have that, and I meant to, I have a list. I'm going to do that. The Burgundy vehicle, the Matt Sullivan, that video I wanted to link, and then, the sketch. Wait, I have sketch down. I forget what I want to do with the sketch. But I want to go and look through the Keegan stuff, because I know it is said that, that they were going to meet him
Yeah,
there.
I thought I heard something like that too.
Yeah, I mean, no,
They were
it's
gonna meet
quoted all
somebody.
over the place. But why don't I remember him actually saying that was like a for sure thing? So I want to go back through the transcript. And then the next live, or... What time is it? Yeah, probably the next live. I hopefully will have the answer of what he really said. But yeah, people were saying it, Patronus. That's what people are saying. But I don't remember him actually ever saying that. But it would make sense, though. You know what I'm saying? It would make sense if they were going to meet somebody, and...
He could have been just waiting underneath the bridge for him to go by.
And how early, though? Would that have been the night before that they said they were going to meet him? You know what I'm saying? Or just that day? Or how far were they planning it, do you think? Ahead? So, ear itches. Thought I heard something too. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of questions.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think either the Anthony shots, or if it was like, if Logan, he would maybe know if he was contacting, or he was talking with Abby, or if it had something to do with Anthony shots. Yeah, and they were going to meet him. So, but I just wonder how they knew like what time they'd be able to go, because did they really know what time they were going to be able to get a ride to go? Wasn't it just so happened that it was when Kelsey was going, so they just got a ride from her? So how much would they have planned it knowing that, oh, she's going to go at 1, you know, unless if they did plan it with her and she's not saying something, you know?
Well, how far away do they live from the bridge? Do they have to get a ride?
Well, I guess it's like a 5-minute drive. I don't know. I mean, I guess they could possibly walk. Does anybody know? That one thing said it was a 5-minute drive, so that wouldn't, I mean, that would be a doable walk, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So many questions, but I am definitely going to go read that Keegan transcript again because I want to see what was really in there, because a lot of people are saying a lot of stuff that I don't remember being in there. I remember, like, you know, the thought of, oh, was she supposed to meet them? But then when reading through that, I don't remember him actually saying that that they had a meetup, that they were going to meet up. They were talking, but yeah. Yeah, Melissa. Hey, thanks for that picture. Sorry, I'm playing this video. I've been wanting to see this video, so when Sweet Dude sent it to me, it's like, God, I've been wanting to see it because I just had that one little audio clip, and I've heard people talking about it, and I didn't know who had it. It's interesting. So they're saying that Becky suppressed having this aired, I guess. Wonder why, though. Wonder if, you know, after we watch it, if we're going to understand why she didn't want to air.
Yeah.
I have no idea. All right, let's see. Does he play more, right? Let's see. Wait, what's that?
Footage and, you know, this case for 2 years.
So this is where the girls were discovered.
This is truly sacred land. I mean, I've been following this case for 2 years and looking at aerial footage and, you know, still pictures of this area and imagining, you know, what happened. I mean, you just can't come here and think about anything else. There's such a loneliness out here. You know what I see when I look at this place? I mean, look at it. It's wide open. If I were coming here to conceal a body, this would not be the place I would choose. I mean, it's literally like the Globe Theater. This is actually the most wide open area of any of the woods surrounding here. So what I'm doing is trying to imagine the mindset of the killer. That's what I do when I write. This is my amateur sleuthing. Ready? Are you ready for it? It looks literally staged. If I'm following his logic, to me, this killer came here, dumped the bodies in an area where he wasn't particularly trying to conceal them. I think he was actually trying to present them in a certain way. But here's my question to you. How he got those bodies across the river or he got those live girls across the river, I have no explanation. How did they get over here?
Anna Shakespeare is an extremely intelligent lady. Extremely intelligent lady. She was asking the right questions 2 years after these murders had occurred. She's unbelievable. She spoke about staging. She spoke about how the bodies got there.
Who is she? She's an author then?
Think about it logically, folks. Think about this logically. I'm going to throw you some hypotheses here today.
Right, I'm going to go to 16.
The authorities want you to believe.
You know, I'm not going to be able to play all, even though he says some interesting points, but I can't play his whole live because that just wouldn't be right. But I want to go to 16. You said 60. Yeah, here we go. All right.
Case for 2 years just as an individual. And I think one of the things that's really important is getting a feel for who, your granddaughter was.
Libby was outgoing, flamboyant, wanted to try and do anything and everything that there was to do. She kept us busy all the time. She was very social, lots of friends, very intelligent. Anything that there was going on, yep, I'm in. Let me in. I want to go. I want to do it.
Enthusiastic.
Oh, very much so. Lots of laughter in our house.
If you guys could just maybe sort of set the stage for me.
So Sunday, Abby came over here. The girls spent the night upstairs. They were painting and they did the musically and they sang songs. I mean, the stuff that they do. They're just
Being kids.
And they didn't have school on Monday, so they slept in. They didn't get up till probably 10 or so. Kelsey came down and said, I'm going to go on into work. Well, as soon as Libby heard her say, hey, I'm leaving, she jumped right up and said, hey, can she take us to the trails? And I said, you're going to have a ride home. She said, well, I'll just call Dad. So they left. They left here about 1:30. And Kelsey dropped them off. It was around 1:38. Then Derek called. It was at 3:11 to say, hey, I'm getting close. You guys head up so that I can pick you up. And she didn't answer, so he left a message. And then he got there and he called again and said, hey, I'm here. Where are you? She didn't answer. And by 3:30, he calls me and said, Mom, Libby's not answering her phone. Will you try calling? By this time, it was getting close to 4 o'clock. And we knew this isn't Libby. And that phone is tied to her hip. She doesn't put that phone down. So we knew right then something wasn't right.
I started walking and looking as well. And then she asked me to call the police. So by this time, friends were calling and people just started showing up, searching. There's flashlights just flashing all over Delphi. Somewhere they kind of called it and said, hey, we need to reconvene in the morning. Got a few hours of sleep. Then went back in the morning. And then I overheard on the radio that they potentially found the girls.
My sister come running up to me. She just kept saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then that's when we saw the coroner's van go by. There's only one reason that a coroner's van goes by. So at that point in time, without anybody telling us anything, you could put two and two together. Everything's kind of a blur at that point in time. You're just numb. You're just going through the motions. You go home.
I think of what the last half hour of those girls' lives were like. Nobody should have to go through that. And it makes me angry.
Okay, so as you folks heard, Anna asking questions about Libby, and very moving part with both Mike and Becky.
All right, hold on. I'm going to go. We'll just start. Wait, where did we leave off at later? I can't talk right. Oh, my Lord. All right, so there's one more part before the half-hour mark, and then we'll go back. But I can't remember where we left off at after it. We'll figure it out, though. But here's one more part. All right. I think there's only one more part. It's hard to... Okay, there we go.
Film writer. I've been in the business for the last 25 years, and I've made a career of plotting murder.
We'll come back and continue the narrative after that clip. So let's entry is now the new sheriff. If you guys cannot understand, and then I will come back.
My name is Hannah Shakespeare. I'm a television and feature film writer. I've been in the business for the last 25 years, and I've made a career of plotting murder mysteries. And I focus primarily on crime shows and work for some of the top television companies in the world. When I read a story about a true crime in the press, what interests me is not what's being said. What interests me is in what's not being said. And I can tell you where the things are being omitted. And that tells me that there's an injustice that exists there, and it bothers me. I mean, I can't live with it.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right here. So as you heard, Anna Shakespeare.
All right, I'm going to go where I left off. Oh, wait, there might actually be more from 16 to 30, though. Sorry, I didn't. Oh, no, there's not. Okay. So now we watched up until, let's see. You guys might have to remind me.
Somewhere in the middle, I think.
We watched this already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What about, yeah, we watched that. Okay. Did we do this one?
Feel a body, this would not be the place I would choose. I mean, it's literally like the Globe Theater.
Yeah.
This is actually the most wide open area of any of the woods surrounding.
It is. I mean, she makes a good point. Like, it wasn't to conceal them because look how wide open that is. And, like, you could see, somebody was saying how you could see, like, if you're up on the bridge, you could see, like, so good. But that also makes you wonder how, well, nobody was over there at the bridge. But what about flannel shirt guy? Wait a minute. Would he have been... No, that would have probably been after. But if he actually killed them right there, then whoever did it would be like taking a huge chance if it's that open and people, if anybody crosses, they might be able to see. So either the person did do it really quick, or I'm thinking that maybe they took them somewhere else. I don't know.
Yeah, because didn't they search that dude's property where they were found, like the day before they were found?
I don't know. I mean, I think that... I'm not sure exactly where they searched, but they were searching that night, so you would think... I guess that... I don't know. We'd have to ask... Do you guys know if they for sure were, like, searching... Did they search Ron Logan's property? I don't know. It's a good question, but... It does make you wonder if they were somewhere else, and then he put him there after... Or somebody put him
like maybe Ron Logan has a dungeon or something.
All right. I'm going to go get a piece of candy now.
First Sergeant Jerry Holman. I'm getting a little nervous.
So the point.
We're going to go see First Sergeant Jerry Holman. I'm getting a little nervous.
So the points that we're going to cover is
Yes,
are you devouring those?
No, go.
Okay. So while you eat those guys,
Yes.
we need to figure out, do they physically have the phone itself? That's important.
Yeah, I don't know. They've never gone on record with that. I want to talk to them about the idea of why they're not releasing more information.
Yeah, that's the most important.
All right, well, help me here and wish me the best.
I'm going to wish you the best.
In the first few days of their investigation, police released the image of Bridge Guy, the clip of audio, and the composite sketch.
Besides those 3 pieces of evidence, law enforcement has offered nothing else to the public. No cause of death, no autopsy report, no murder weapon. That's what really struck me about this case. What is law enforcement hiding and why? It's a frustration that I'm reading online that is abnormal. The refusal to release more information is actually impeding the investigation because people are feeling very frustrated. So I guess I'm giving you a chance to sort of respond to that.
We have to protect the integrity of the investigation, and it's to protect the family. The family doesn't want us to release the details of this.
They don't.
No, absolutely not. Would you?
You're damn right I'd want more stuff to be released. Absolutely. Now let me see if I've got this right. On the one side, they want information. They want to find out who murdered their little girls. But on the other hand, they don't want, according to Jerry Holman here, they don't want information released. Does this make any sense to anybody? As Anna Shakespeare said, and she's about to say later on, they had 2 years. They've had 2 years of the information that they released for public consumption, and no arrest was made. So now we're coming to find out that the family has had a hand to play in not having more information released to the public. Why? What is the family worried about? What are they hiding? If they are so preoccupied about the integrity of the investigation and wanting to find who murdered their kids, they should be forthcoming with the public. They should say to the authorities, yes, it's been 2 years, release more information, and yet they have not. What are they hiding? What is the Petty household hiding from public consumption? I hope you guys are starting to see why they did not want this documentary to come to light, because of what is well within here. I hope you're starting to see why Mike Petty lawyered up and did not want this information to come to the surface. It's been 6 years. 6 long years. This was done in 2019. And now we've come to find out, much like the family didn't want information released from Richard Allen's apprehension because they scared it was going to prejudice the investigation, they also didn't want information released early on in 2019, according to Jerry Holman. So how does it all fit amongst the narrative that they're attempting to find who murdered their children? Is that in fact what they were after, or is the ballpark more important? Has the ballpark become their main focus in all of this? You guys can draw your own conclusions from this. Let's carry on.
Well, I think at this point, after 2 years, where there's been no movement on the case, if I were a family member, I would ask law enforcement to release more information because.
And they have, but.
And what specifically?
They've asked us to release more of the audio, more of the video, but we're not.
They have then.
Yeah, they've asked, but there's some details in there that I don't think that if I was a family member, I would want the public to know.
You don't think cause of death or mode of death would help narrow the playing field?
No, I don't. Not at this point.
Did you find a lot of evidence on the location where the bodies were found?
Can't really talk about what we found, what we didn't find.
Do you have the phone?
Yes.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
It was recovered?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So are you able to investigate all of the people on her social media sites?
Yes. We have knowledge of who she was communicating with. We feel like that photo, that voice is enough for the public to help us identify the person. That's all we want.
But the public hasn't helped you, and it's been 2 years based on the information that you've released.
That's all we can release at this point.
Now, in this particular segment, I hope you guys paid good attention to how Jerry Holman reacted when Hannah Shakespeare put pressure on him about more information. I have given you guys, or I gave you guys in the past, I devoted a whole video to body cues because I spent a lot of time reading and researching Joe Navarro. Joe Navarro is the top leading expert regarding body cues and body language on how people act in certain ways when they are not comfortable with what is in front of them. Now, that little cough of Jerry Holman.
Okay, so wait, I'll see what he was going to say. What?
Is a clear sign of deception, of lying. Because when Anna Shakespeare asked him for what information the family had asked to be released, he began coughing immediately. That is a clear indication of deception by a law enforcement detective belonging to the Indiana State Police. They are covering up huge amounts of dirt. They know it, and I hope that this documentary will hopefully, together with insights like I am doing here today, will propel.
Sweet Dudley. Sweet
things
Dudley. Why do I want to keep saying Sweet Dudley?
those who are
I think I'm just going to change her name to Sweet Dudley.
brutality be brought to justice.
I'm gonna. Sweet dude. Wait, did you answer me about why they wanted this suppressed? Why am I not getting it? Nothing in this so far. You would think that they would make sure that it doesn't come out. And I'm not understanding why they didn't want it to come out. And how do they have like that kind of influence to stop that from coming out? I mean, they could just say, don't use my part, but she could have just put out the rest of it, right? May not work as well as regular IO video with a program that points out. Wait, huh? Hold on, Matt. What? Flyer drone may not work as well as a regular IO video with a program that points out and focuses on human shapes. Wait, I'm confused. What are you talking about? There I go with my confused thing. I'm sorry. Oh, cool. Yeah, no. I mean, I think, I don't even know how. I don't know. I just forgot what I was going to say mid-sentence. Hold on. Let me read yours again and see. Spread it far and wide. I release it the same day. Okay. Yeah, that's why I actually clipped it out, because I do such long lives. And I'm like, man, so many people are not going to click on this video because you see like 5 or 6 hours. It's like overwhelming to click on it. And I get it. So I did a pre-recorded where I cut that part out because I think it is really important. But didn't get very many views though on solved crimes. My videos they don't get crap views, so you keep spreading it too. I need help spreading the information, you know? I think that's one that I try to share in Facebook groups, like some of the ones where I'm like, God, there's important things, like people need to see this, but I don't know how to get it out there. You know, I feel stupid sharing my own videos in Facebook groups, but what are you gonna do?
I don't know.
Oh, wait. Joe said, why Mike try to suppress it when you were gone just before home in?
Oh, yeah, you should rewind a little bit and watch what you missed.
Oh, who's Joe? I don't know who Joe is, though. Is
Joe's
Joe
probably the guy talking.
like the Crime Night, you mean?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Oh, shoot. Well, can you just tell me, sweet Dudley, or sweet dude? Because I want to try to get the rest of this watch because it's already 1:27 and I have to get up tomorrow to go to this thing. 30-minute videos, people shared it with Baldwin and Rosie. You just have to keep speaking the truth. People shared it with Baldwin and Rosie. Okay. Where would you share it? Wait, people share it with Baldwin and Rosie. Wait, what do you mean people shared it with Baldwin and Rosie on Solved Crimes? People shared it with Baldwin and Rosie? You just have to keep speaking the truth. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, ACA Radar. No, AKA, also known as. I actually know what that means. I'm not too old for that. But what is, the OFC? I was like, what is that? But that's of course, right? And then what's the other one? There was another one that I skipped over when I was reading because I didn't know what it meant. And I just didn't bother to ask. I just skipped it over. They were, wait, you're saying that they were actually shared with Rosie and Baldwin? Huh. All right, so there's still Libby's mom, Tobe. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna skip.
Jerry Ullman, you will lot agent who has since become the top leading.
Hold on.
To release any information.
So,
They were going to go to the bridge and when they were going to be there, but how?
100% correct, Anna. Somebody knew the girls were going to be there. And that's where you've got to think back to what I said earlier. Who had the motive? Who knew that the girls were going to be there? I've completely and utterly scratched Keegan Klein as having a motive to have targeted those girls. So now you've got to start thinking, who else had the motive to target the girls? Who else had a motive that would of another source, of a few other people?
Did I wait?
that
Wait,
knew the
sweet
girls were
dude,
going to be there.
did I miss when Tobe talks about Libby's mom? Did I miss that part already? Frank's memo, page 85, cites Joe Lewis. Okay.
If you look at premeditated and just
Who Libby was engaging with online. When was the last time you communicated with Libby?
February 13th, 2017.
The day before she died.
Yes. We were just on the phone all night.
Was she like looking for boyfriends on social media?
Libby was very active on social media platforms. Like, she talked to a lot of people.
Did they talk to strangers online?
They might have been. There was, I don't know if this has anything to do with the case, but there was a instance on Facebook where like I was busy playing video games and she was trying to get my help. Like she was like blowing up my phone and I was ignoring her for a little bit because I was playing video games, and she's like, I need your help. I need your help. There's this guy that won't leave me alone. So like I wasn't really responding that fast. And then the last thing she said was like, never mind, I got it.
She said, I got it.
Yeah. I kind of left it alone after she said she got it because I didn't really think anything deeper of it.
Do you know how old the guy was?
She believed that he was 19.
Yeah, but I mean, it could be any.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be some older guy in a 19-year-old disguise.
How long before she died was that?
That was back in January, I want to say.
So only a couple of weeks out.
Early December, January.
I mean, don't you think that's relevant?
Yeah.
Did you bring that to the cops?
Yes, I did.
You did, and they did what about it?
They took pictures of it. I hadn't heard anything after that.
Okay.
yes, young Max Snowberger. That riddle that's wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. Young Max. Young Max was Libby's best friend. They shared many, many secrets together. And young Max, early on, when the investigations began, was the target of scrutiny and of attacks by law enforcement there in Indiana. Max has had a troubled past, and like every young man who is attempting to find himself, who is
Who did he do an interview with? Because I've heard that story. Some guy, it must have been him somewhere, because I've never seen this, but I've heard, I think it was him say that. So did he do another interview somewhere?
Mhm.
I bet. What does it say? Max and Maxwell were asked if they go with. Wait, Logan Maxwell? Radar? E-Rock! Yeah, I know a lot of people don't come anymore, so I'm glad you're here. I was like, where'd everybody go? Everybody left me. But today I've had a pretty good turnout, but normally I only have like 40 people in here. So I know a lot of people, most people say they're not getting notifications, but you gotta just check. Check, man.
Yeah, that's what I do. I have my notifications turned off, so I just check.
Oh, you do? So I wonder if maybe you guys, sure you don't have your notifications off, the people not getting them? It might be ever since when they demonetized me that time. I don't know if that screwed up things, but I feel like I haven't recovered since then, or I don't know if I don't know. It all happened all at the same time, the whole autopsy thing and that. So I don't know which one. I think it's all of it's hurting me. But anyway, neither could go. He talked with Jam early on, yes. Oh, that's the one that was talking to Jam. Okay, I did see that, and I saw that recently. That's what I was thinking. He looked like the guy that. But wait, when he talked to her, did he say that to her? I could picture the whole interview, but is that the time he said it? No, it's YouTube war that with ad block.
Yeah, I couldn't watch YouTube for a while because it kept fucking saying, you have that blocker. We're not going to let you watch any videos.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah. It's like I'll watch them. Well, I'll have like a day to watch videos, and then for like 3 days I can't watch videos.
That's so weird because of ad blocker. I've never had, I'm not going to, I've never had that with YouTube. So it was blocking you or something? I'm confused why that would do that.
Because they don't want you to watch videos without advertisements. So they've been like doing different things to try to block people.
I see what you're saying. Well, why don't you just get premium? I'm confused what you mean with advertisements. Because can't you just get premium and you don't get the...
You can. I'm too poor for that, though.
Oh, okay. So ad blocker is just like a free way that you could try to block some of the ads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blocks
I didn't know.
Blocks advertisements. Blocks YouTube commercials.
Wow. I didn't know you could do that with YouTube. Okay. Well, all right. Let me skip to... Oh, it is about coming up.
Attempting to understand a little bit more. Did someone... Correct?
With her grand
Families.
the point is between checked well he never answered, and then of the people that were corresponding at the time, right? So you didn't have
So that's what I wanted to say about Max Noberger.
I know.
That's
I finally got preview. It
most
took
of
me
the girls
forever
are
to get
on
it.
social media. That's unheard of. I mean, Libby seems to have been on several different platforms. She didn't have any kind of privacy settings or anything like that on it. I mean, you can see it here. Look at how she describes herself. And
Liberty German, single Pringle. I'm 12 years young.
she was on Musical.ly at the time, right? This is her bio. Check it out. It says, patiently waiting for Peter Pan to come take me away to Neverland. This is actually one of the posts that she did with Abby. This is close to the time before the girls went missing, right? So I looked at the comments of the people that were corresponding with her, and see there's this one here that says hi, and then Libby says, who are you, right? Well, he never answers. So I looked into who it is, and it turns out that he is 48 years old. He lives here in Delphi, and he's a felon. So I actually checked it out, and he doesn't fit any of the physical markers of Bridge Guy, because they're saying Bridge Guy is between, I think, 5'5" and 5'9" or something, and this guy's quite tall, but that's not the point. The point is that she was very exposed.
What about the families?
The other day I met with the Patties. So Liberty was living in the house with her grandmother and her grandfather. Her father also lives in the house, Derek German. Derek German has not gone on camera. He has not responded to, any requests to make a statement about what's happened to his daughter. I don't know much about it, but tell me what you think of all this.
This is Derek.
Liberty's dad.
Well, there's a felony, misdemeanor, and another felony, and they all look like possess and/or manufacture drugs.
Meth. You get the picture that this was around Libby in that house.
All that says to me is there's drugs and these girls were murdered. They're not necessarily attached.
All I'm saying is her dad was involved in some scary stuff, and maybe she got caught in the middle of it somehow.
There it is. I think that's more of a reason why they didn't want it to air right there. Even though it's a known thing, but they wouldn't have wanted that to air, right? It has to be some of the reason. And I know you said also, who talks crap about him, you said? I forget who they said, Holman or... But I don't know if that's the part that I missed. But I think that, I mean, I don't think they would like that in there. Because weren't they trying to, like, you know, when people wanted to talk about it, they try to, like, shut that from, especially if this is, like, a documentary that was going to be on Lifetime, you said, or, like, on the TV, like, broadcast. It's not, like, YouTube or, like, this community. It's going to be, like, so I feel like they would not want that, yeah.
Use the state of the nation pertaining this particular segment. And this is what I know, and this is what I understand.
So there's probably many reasons, sweet dude. I mean, that's probably one of them too. It's probably a compilation of stuff. But I bet you that comes into play too, in my opinion. Because they never really wanted that talked about. All right, I'm going to skip. So many players in the case, yeah. Oh, wait, who said... Somebody just said something about Joe Lewis in the memorandum. Why were you telling me that now? Oh, because this is Joe Lewis? That's right. So wait, that's why. I was wondering what that meant. It just clicked. Who's the one that told me that he was in the memorandum? It's because it's him. But what do they say about him in the memorandum? Let me look it up. I'm going to play this, but while this is playing, I'm going to look it up.
Are important. Let's continue.
A lot of people online and also in the community are suspicious of Libby's family. And I think that stems from the fact that Becky and Mike Patty are always front and center in the media. Derek German, Liberty's father, has never spoken to the media. And her mom, Carrie Timmons, has been strangely quiet as well. I need to find out why.
You grew up in Delphi?
I grew up in Royal Center, about a half hour, 45 minutes away.
And then when you and Derek got married, you came to Delphi?
I met Derek when I was 19 and kind of migrated towards Delphi. It's a quiet, cute little town, but there's not much to do here, so it's easy to get in trouble, which is kind of why I left.
Yeah.
Derek and I got together pretty young, and I had babies pretty quick. Like, I was at home with the kids, and he was out partying. Derek and I both had some issues, like... He continued partying, I started drinking. I turned to alcohol when we split up, and I don't know, I got into some trouble. He got into some trouble, and Becky ended up taking guardianship of the girls because we were both in jail. And I was very grateful for her to do that at the time. They needed someone to step up, and Derek and I clearly could not get our crap together, and we were having a rough time, and Mike and Becky were there, and they gave the kids everything they needed. So, very blessed for that. When I was able, I moved to central Kentucky. Even though we were 256 miles away, I tried to keep as much of an open relationship with my girls as I possibly could. They were really, really close, too. Very, very close. So, she was very much a daddy's girl.
Would Derek ever speak to us?
I don't think so. Not because he is hiding anything, but because he just doesn't like this public. He doesn't do interviews.
Derek kind of remains an enigma, and I know he's private. I get all that. But he does have a meth record.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there anything that suggests that this could be connected to meth activity?
I've not seen anything that shows that. If there were people really out there cooking meth that day, or really out there messed up and saw two kids, and maybe, I don't think that had anything to do with him.
Then when did the police reach out?
Never. Law enforcement never contacted me. I spoke to Tobe Lesenby twice, but that was because I finally reached out to him. In regards to, my grandfather had called me one day at work, a few days after her funeral, and said something about there was going to be a family press conference, and he wanted to know if I needed a place to stay. And I was like, what are you talking about, Grandpa? I don't know anything about a press conference. And he said, well, we just saw it on the news. There's going to be a family press conference. So I called Tobe Lesenby. He acted like he didn't even know who I was.
Okay.
Yeah, it took quite a refresher for me to be like, I'm Carrie Timmons, Liberty German's mother, and oh yeah. And he basically told me that they were having this press conference and that Mike had been basically chosen as the family spokesperson, and that if I wanted to show up, I could, but I would just be standing in the background. And he had told me, that they were making a public cry to have someone turn this killer in. And I said to him, wouldn't it sound better to come from her mother? And Tobe said, well, you might be right, but that's not how we're going to do it. Okay. Like I had really been put in my place. And I did not attend that press conference.
And you've never seen any of the official reports?
Nothing. I've never seen a death certificate. I've never seen a police report. I've never seen anything. To this day, almost 2 years later, I do not know the actual cause of my daughter's death, other than she was murdered.
I find that shocking.
I felt more like they were ignoring the fact that there was a whole plethora of possibilities that they weren't even acknowledging existed, because they were acting like I didn't exist. Maybe I don't know anything. Maybe I don't have any shred of evidence to help you. But the fact that you haven't even questioned me is absurd. I gave him a list of probably a handful of names and phone numbers, people around here that I thought, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but they're kind of sketchy, this, that, or the other. I have reason that, yeah, you should talk to these people. To this day, 2 years later, those people have never been contacted.
This segment is all about Carrie Timmons.
Dang, I just missed that main part where who she's talking about. I missed it. I was reading messages and I missed like a couple minutes, and it was like the part that who did she say? I could rewind it, I guess, but who did she say that she thought that they needed to talk to? I'm gonna rewind it. Screw it.
I think they were saying that they didn't talk to her. They never
Yeah, but
talked
then
to her.
I heard that part, but I thought she did say something of a tip, didn't she? Hold on, let me rewind it. But that's bullcrap. Like, what the heck? They didn't even talk to the mom. I mean, what kind of investigation is that? You're not even going to talk to her mom and see maybe if she knows anything? I mean, you never know. Like she said, she probably wouldn't
Did
have
she
been able
have
to help,
custody of them at the time? Do you know that?
No, she explained how that they took them. No, she didn't.
Yeah, they took them.
But still though, I don't know. She did talk to him still. You know what I'm saying? She still talked to him. Did she say anything? Did I miss it or no? Didn't she say something? She didn't?
If I wanted to show up, I could, but I would just be standing in the background. And he told me, that they were making a public cry to have someone turn this killer in. And I said to him, wouldn't it sound better to come from her mother? And Tobe said, well, you might be right, but that's not how we're going to do it. Okay. Like I had really been put in my place. And I did not attend that press conference.
And you've never seen any of the official reports?
Nothing. I've never seen a death certificate. I've never seen a police report. I've never seen anything. To this day, almost 2 years later, I do not know the actual cause of my daughter's death, other than she was murdered.
I find that shocking.
I felt more like they were ignoring the fact that there was a whole plethora of possibilities that they weren't even acknowledging existed, because they were acting like I didn't exist. Maybe I don't know anything. Maybe I don't have any shred of evidence to help you. But the fact that you haven't even questioned me is absurd. I gave him a list of probably a handful of names and phone numbers, people around here that I thought, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but they're kind of sketchy, this, that, or the other. I have reason that, yeah, you should talk to people.
That's what she
To
said.
this
Okay.
day,
So I
2
only
years
missed like
later,
probably 30 seconds.
never been.
But that's crazy. I mean, come on.
This with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department.
I thought that was you talking. I was like, wait, what did you
no,
say? All right, I think, I wonder how much more we have. I want to finish it, but
with the
it's so
conservation.
crazy having to find each clip. Hold on. Where is it?
I'll be right back.
Right here. Okay. Oh, right here. It's so easy to go past it. Hold on. There's something right here.
More about this trend.
Looking at every little detail, it makes me huge assumptions.
Let's carry on.
I have great misgivings about the way law enforcement has handled this case. It sounds like they made some huge assumptions at a time when they should be looking at every little detail. It makes me question their entire investigation.
Going to see the local sheriff, and you're pretty worked up about that.
Not worked up. This is calm and collected.
Okay.
I'm bothered by
hitting the wrong one. I'm trying to put yours up, nobody, and I keep
lack of way that he handled Liberty's mom, Carrie.
Okay, Unsolved. Thanks.
Lesenby.
Thank you. I know. After this, I'm gonna go to bed.
Before you go anywhere,
I can't believe I'm still.
deep breath.
Don't lose it.
Don't lose it. If you want to lose it, that's fine, but lose it after you get all the questions answered that we need.
Well, I'm obviously. So, do you have a person of interest in mind?
There is not a person of interest. It's just we continue to follow in whatever information is provided to us through the tip lines. To say that we have one singular individual, no. Yeah, obviously we see this face that I have on my wall here, and that's where the focus has been.
Yet the autopsy is sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, I want to stop this particular segment here because this is when things are about to get extremely hot under the collar, particularly for me. Because if there's one thing that I cannot stand, and it really hurts me.
Wait, I have to see. What did Tobe just say? I have to see this again. Hold on.
Obviously. So, do you have a person of interest in mind?
There is not a person of interest. It's just we continue to follow in whatever information is provided to us through the tip lines.
Okay.
To say that we have one singular individual, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he said something else. Okay, hold on.
Notified as Liberty's mom. Informed.
Stories. But let's continue.
Okay. So I just wanted to go over that. The other thing I wanted to say is that she informed me that when the first press conference was held, that she didn't know that there was going to be a press conference, but she would like to be notified as Liberty's mom. And your response to her was that she wasn't in Liberty's life, and so therefore Mike Patty would be the spokesman for the family. Now, Mike Patty is a step-grandfather. So did you make that statement?
I don't remember it specifically being worded that way, no. I don't think I'm not a impersonal type of individual, and so
she certainly felt you were.
And that's again her opinion.
It is her opinion.
She may have perceived it that way.
Do you know if she was involved in Liberty's life?
To the best of my knowledge, no. Do you know her background?
Now listen here, you piece of shit. What
Wait,
does
what the heck, dude? That makes me mad.
The case at hand.
No, that's bullcrap. Do you know her background? Oh, yeah. Ew, I do not like that guy. What a jerk. Everybody has a background, buddy.
Yes, I do.
Even you.
What does your background have to do with being a loving mother? She was Snapchatting with Liberty hours before Liberty left for the Monon High Bridge. So she was very much involved in her daughter's life.
Good.
So the statement that she had nothing to do with her daughter and it all fell on the guardianship is just not accurate.
I guess a lot of the information that we had received was from Mike and Becky as far as that relationship, and based upon obviously legal documentation that we had seen as well.
So you took Mike and Becky at their word and did
Plus
not.
the legal documentation that we had. Yes.
Okay. Well, I have to say I think that's unfortunate because it's the mother of liberty.
Sure.
What I'm seeing here is a huge influence.
Oh, I gotta hear that again real quick.
Information.
Fell on the guardianship. It's just not accurate.
I guess a lot of the information that we had received was from Mike and Becky as far as that relationship, and based upon obviously legal documentation that we had seen as well.
So you took Mike and Becky at their word and did
Plus
not.
the legal documentation that we had. Yes.
Okay. Well, I have to say I think that's unfortunate because it's the mother of liberty.
Sure.
Yeah, right.
What I'm seeing here is a huge influence on law enforcement.
Yeah, my name's Tiffany AKR. Sorry, I wasn't even looking.
That is the Petty
The
household.
chat. This video is
Petty
making
and
me
Mike Petty.
mad.
They seem to have a lot of
I
say
think this is over. I know there's more, but we'll have to watch it
regarding law
later.
enforcement.
At
They
this
almost seem to
section.
be commanding what law enforcement needs.
Oh, Anthony, what's up? I'm actually going to end it. I'll add you up for a minute. I'm going to actually end. Yeah, I'm so tired, and I have this birthday party tomorrow.
It's okay.
But thanks for coming.
Yeah, I was sitting here watching. I couldn't believe you were still live. I went and was like watched a movie and came back and was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she's still on here.
Yeah. I don't know. I was probably going to end it. Well, no, because I did the open panel probably. Like, what time did I start the open panel? Like an hour or so. But then somebody sent me this, and we started watching this, and then E-Curb is Melissa and E-Curb came up. Melissa dropped off, so he was the only one that came up. So we just watched some of this. But yeah, I'm still. Oh,
5 hours
man.
and 20 minutes in.
I know. It's kind of pretty typical for me, but because I don't go every day though, so it's like I'll skip like a couple days, and then so I should just be more consistent and go like every day for an hour, but I just can't get motivated every day. I can't do
I know
it.
it's hard to do. It's hard to do.
It is. But you're doing it pretty good, aren't you? Do you do it every day?
I definitely
don't
don't
do it
stick
every-
to a schedule. Okay, so yeah, I'm going live just about every day now, but
See?
that's just because you keep putting out videos so quick. I can't keep up.
But not really. I haven't.
Yes,
I,
you do. You get out videos fast. You're pretty good at this.
But I haven't. Okay, thanks. But I haven't even done any pre-records in a days. So
Yeah, but you're posting shorts and stuff.
I haven't done shorts
Hello.
in a couple of days too. I feel
Or
like I've
whatever
been
it is.
slacking this past week, but
Hey,
no, I
what's
was
up,
trying,
Ethan?
but I've been slacking this week. I just haven't felt good. I don't know. It's just like, oh, it was like a chore to do it today, but then once I got started, it ended up feeling better. But man, it's like so hard to get motivated for some reason. Oh, dang it.
I like your
Oh my
background.
god, I forgot to use the intro. Now talking to you, it just reminded me.
Yeah, you got it. You can share it.
No, I know, I do. Anthony made me an intro,
Hey,
guys.
you know what? You even got a banner too. You can use if you're on the screen by yourself. I
Oh.
can make one for 3 and 4 people too. 2, 3, and 4. I'll make the other ones too.
Yeah, wait, I have that loaded in. I think I have it loaded in the banner. You made this, I have this. So I kind of like, you could see like the sides, how the green screen doesn't reach, but it works with this because it's so dark. So it
Well,
kinda
when you're
works.
by yourself, on the screen and you put that banner around, you won't be able to see the edges right there.
Oh, yeah, I have to wait till I'm by myself. Okay. Yeah, that's true, huh?
Yep.
Okay, that'll work out good. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot the intro. I'm trying to think did I start late? I wasn't even thinking. I just like jumped right in. So I'm trying to think if I was rushing or if I started early. I can't even remember what I did today.
Everybody's
5 hours.
probably anticipating it. You guys, she's got a really cool intro now, so now she can be relaxed, and she's got 2 minutes and 30 something seconds to chill out and let you guys into the chat.
Yeah, I'll do it next time when my next live. So I'll just put it on like as soon as I start the live, right?
Here's what I do. So I go to let's see. Let me see if it's So you can actually probably add it. You might be able to add it to the right side over here. You know, where your chat box is and stuff like that.
Yep.
It might be able to fit in that video section, or you click present video file and then just click the file.
Okay. How do you do yours?
So hit the present button and then click video file and then select the intro, and then the intro will pop up down here where we pop up.
Yeah, no, I share files. That's how you do it. So I know I'm trying to think if I did put it actually in the StreamYard,
it would work better.
Because that's only 2 minutes. Yeah. You think
I think it's 3 minutes max.
It would actually work better? Then I'll just do that. Why not?
Try that. I don't know if the megabytes are too big, but check it.
Oh, then if not, I know how to do either way. I'll try them either way. Oh, look, I see people are saying backstage. Sorry, I was watching my thing on my laptop. I didn't even look up. What else is going on? How's chat doing? I haven't looked in I was just getting into that. So, I don't want to say I hate him, but what a jerk thing to say.
Yeah.
About Libby's
Eker,
mom.
what do you think about that? What's Eker think about that? What Tobe said about, do you know her background, talking about her mom?
Oh, I was outside. I had to take the dog out.
Okay. So she asked the sheriff what what he thought, why the mother wasn't being informed, Liberty German's mother, because she didn't have custody of him, because she had gotten in trouble in the past. He'd gotten in trouble in the past. The grandparents assumed the role, and he's like, well, do you know her past? And she's like, well, what does her past have to do with her being a loving mother?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's great.
That's what he said, and then he kind of backtracked the statement towards the end. Was, well, maybe the information we got was from somebody else. And
I hate that he said, oh,
that's pretty shady.
I do not like that guy.
It's kind of a judgmental thing to say from the sheriff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. I like the girl doing the documentary, Lo. It sucks that it didn't get aired because I feel like it needed to freaking. Ugh. But at least it's getting passed around. Who has a hangover? One of
Carly.
you guys? Oh, Carly does?
Yeah.
Oh, Carly. Oh.
We were up pretty late last night.
Well, it sounds like
or went to bed this morning.
Wow, did you guys have fun then at least?
Yeah.
Did you stay in or go out?
Stay in. I don't ever go anywhere.
Yeah, me either. Tomorrow though I have to. So Anthony friends.
Hey.
Yeah.
They were talking about Anthony over on Rick Snake's chat today.
What about him?
That they met him or he met him or something like that. Anthony France.
Oh, okay.
Rick Snake met Anthony France or something like that in Indiana.
Oh, Anthony, okay. Do you have a channel or something? Or?
I don't know if he has a channel or not. I know he's a follower. Anthony, do you make videos?
But you know him, have you met him?
I don't know Anthony France, but Anthony France is in my chat a lot. But I know that Rick Snake mentioned him today and said that he had met him or something like that.
Oh, wow. Okay. Anthony, your name doesn't look familiar to me, but you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. Have you been here before and I just haven't seen you, or is this your first time here? And then commentator Root. I've never seen you right here. It says Mike Patty, a controller of the family, seems like if you don't like you're not invited. You know what I mean? Have you met any of the family, Anthony? Like the Patties or anything?
Yeah, I know him real well. I've met them all. I've met everybody. Yeah, every single person involved, I've met them. So remember, I have a child with one of Becky's relatives. So
no, I didn't know that.
You know that? I think I told you.
That doesn't sound familiar at all to me.
I don't know. It was in this whole corruption thing when you was talking about the Mike Thomas thing and stuff. I think I mentioned it in passing, but yeah. So yeah, I know all of them. So I know Derek. Derek and I are close to the same age. I know. I met Mike and Becky. Really got to know them since the crime happened. But yeah, I've spent a lot of time with them. I spent some time with Anna and her parents, participating in different fundraisers, events, helping them set up, load things, motorcycle rides and stuff like that. So I do know them. Wow. Anna doesn't necessarily like me that well because I put out that reenactment and she thought it was disrespectful. so I kind of got scrutinized from that because she said that was inappropriate. That I
Wait, which
have done.
reenactment are you talking about?
The reenactment where I had a guy dressed up like the bridge guy.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
And I had him like walk towards the end of the bridge. I had 2 girls dressed up like them to show everybody what it would look like for him to be on the bridge, how long it took him to get to him down the hill, and then walked him across the creek. It's not like I portrayed him killing them or anything, you know what I mean? Doing anything like that. It was just to show people, and she got upset about it. But it is what it is, you know. I think it benefited a lot of people, that video.
Yeah.
But yeah,
wait, so that's a whole video. So I've seen like a clip of that in your video, or that
I got a
clip.
whole
You have a
video.
whole
I got a whole video starting at the beginning of the trail where they walk, he walks, enters, walks down the trail through the creek on the other side. Yeah, the whole scenario.
Dang. I want to watch the whole thing then sometime. Okay.
I actually need to go through, when I get off here, I'm going to look through that and find it and re-air it because it's not in the video.
You should. Wait, what do you do to re-air it? Do you just like re-upload it? Oh, you upload it and then
or I find it on my computer if it's in a file on my computer, or sometimes I'll go re-download the live stream and just edit it. If I can't find it, I got too many videos on my computer, I lose track of where it's at.
So you don't think like when you share it like on a community post, it's probably not good at, like I was doing that, but maybe it would be better to just like re-upload like some of my old videos that I'll just like put
and
on
go
my
over
community
it.
Post. What's that?
Re-air it and go over it.
Yeah,
Different
that reenactment would do really good. How long ago did you do it?
I did it in 2018 is when I made it. And then I re-edited it to call The Possibilities Unfolded in 2019 or something like that. But when you look at the clips of it, what they said in the probable cause affidavit about how he approached them, pulled out a gun, and said, "Guys down the hill," that's exactly what I put in the reenactment before they released all that. That's what I thought happened. So it was accurate. So now I can still use it, you know?
Yeah, no, that would be a good one. I could see that one getting a lot of views. Because I mean, I'm definitely interested in seeing it, and people will be, especially like all the new people that are interested in the case now. It's like tons of people. So
I'm surprised somebody didn't come up to you and say, "How'd you know?"
They did actually. I have, dude. They're like, "Oh, he must have known. He filmed it." Yeah, it's conspiracy theory, like crazy, isn't it? It's like, I just happened to be right, everybody. I'm sorry. It was just a guess, but it wasn't just my idea. It was a collaboration of a whole bunch of people that kind of, you know, we all kind of came to what do we think is the best possible scenario after being at the crime scene. You know, about 12 of us were there, like trying to figure.
Like, who are the girls that you got?
Okay, so basically, I put out a post on my Facebook and said, "Look, I want to go out the high bridge, and I need someone to dress like the bridge guy." And we're gonna basically reenact what we think possibilities were. This is before we knew where he parked, okay, or any of that stuff. So we were just kind of guessing. Well, he could have parked over here. He could have parked here. So we kind of played out all the scenarios. You know, scenario 1 is he parked at the main parking area and walked this direction. Scenario 2 is he parked over here and walked this direction. And we show all that in motion. You know, so like here he is. This is what it would look like if he walked this way. This is what it would look like if he encountered the girls here, here, here. I show the girls entering the trail, walking down, him walking behind him, all sorts of scenarios. It was called The Possibilities Unfolded. Now I've got it somewhere in my videos. I got to re-air it. But you see, what I wanted to do was remake that according to exactly what the probable cause says now. So have people out there playing all the witnesses that are mentioned, like Betsy Blair, the 3 girls who passed him on the trail. I want to reenact all of it so people can see what it looks like and have a drone, all that stuff.
But you'd have to go back to Delphi then, right?
Of course I would. Yep.
Wow, that seems like you put a lot of time into it already, but yeah, that would be. So did you meet Libby's mom too then?
Oh yeah, I've met Carrie several times. I've interviewed her. Yep. Yeah, she came to my March for Justice.
Okay. She seems really cool.
Yeah, she is really cool. Carrie Timmons is a really cool lady. She would probably come on your show and talk about it. She's a really down-to-earth person. She did her first YouTube interview with me at the February, right after it was called Light Up the Night for Libby. And it was February 14th, 2018, 1 year after the murders, the day after the press conference. And We talked about everything. She gave her opinion. She started Liberty's Legacy Foundation that night. She announced that was going to happen. They started it up, and I've met her several times. I invited her up from Kentucky to come up and be a part of the March for Justice to raise awareness for the girls in Lafayette. Since the sheriff and all those people were kind of ousting her as, Mike and Becky are the primaries, but it's really, I mean, that's her mom too, like that's her mom. She gave birth to her. And so I'm like, you know what, dude, since you have been on the outs, you have full reign here. This is yours. All you come and represent the girls. And we gave her, me and Marv were there, a whole bunch of people were there. We gave her some awnings, some flyers that we printed out of the girls and everything, tables and chairs to take with her so she could set this up and go do it other places, because we just felt like that was a good thing to do for her.
Wow. Wait, Marv is from Delphi?
No, Marv's from Wisconsin.
Oh, that's what I thought. Wisconsin, that's right, because she had to say, we were saying Wisconsin in her accent.
Wisconsin.
Okay. So she was just there when you did that. Okay, cool. Wow.
Yeah, Marv was a part of that. It was a good time. Carrie's a good woman.
Yeah, she seems really cool. Hey, Clyde, I hope. What about, hold on, I'm trying to think who else. So you've met the Patties, you met his mom. What about, or Abby's mom? What about Abby's dad?
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I've said that a lot. I don't know who that is. I don't even know his name. I don't know anything about that man. Nothing. Don't even know what he looks like.
Yeah, I never, so wonder if Abby had ever met him. Did she know who he was? I wonder, interesting.
So I sent you, I shared the interview with Libby's mom right there.
Right where?
Right there on the thing. It's on the, I don't know, wherever it's at. You can see it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's down below here. There's a picture somewhere right here below the screen. Either here or here.
I don't know. Am I like stupid right now?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right below. Do you see it?
Yeah. So you want me to add it?
Like this.
There we go.
Or do you want to watch it now?
That's her. Yeah, that's her. That's Libby. That's Libby's own mom, Carrie.
For people who don't have a situation like this, just a random person that walks up here today, don't have anything, no murders, no missing persons in their family, how can they benefit from this?
Awareness. I think everybody needs to be aware that there are crazy people in this world, and maybe it hasn't happened to you, but it probably has happened to somebody that you know or have come in contact with, and a sense of community so that we know we're not alone.
Cool.
That's part of a longer interview, but yeah, that's so that was her. So that's what she said, in a sense of community, to know that you're not alone, being able to meet up with different people going through the same thing.
Yeah, she seems really cool. Man. Whoa. Where's the comment? Okay. Well, guys, oh my God, going on 6 hours. I think I am going to end it. I'm going to go to bed. I'm so excited to sleep. Sleeping's been like my favorite thing to do lately. I look forward to it all the time. You and Carly are probably going to be up all night. If you stayed up all night, did you sleep all day or no?
I slept till about, I don't know, 2.
Well, maybe you'll be tired. If you were up all night, then you probably didn't get too much sleep, but
I'll be up for a while. The Florida Fire anniversary is coming up in a few days. I got to make a video for that. The Florida Fire, that's Carroll County. That's another case that you could get into.
No, I mean, yeah, I know about that. I just, it makes me, what do you think about the possibility of that being Nick's dad doing it? Do you think there's any possibility? What's her name was here talking? I don't think she's here anymore.
Oh, the arson?
Yeah.
I don't think, no. I mean, no, I don't think so. I wouldn't say him. Not there. I think we're dealing more with a racial issue over there than we are with Nick's dad. Even though Nick's a piece of crap too. What, public
Because what if it
indecency?
was just not? What if it wasn't intentional? What if it wasn't meant to hurt? Like, oh, I'm going to do it because they live there, but just because he has an addiction with arson, he does it, and then that's why they haven't caught it. They cover up. They cover it up because they.
Well, you know that the man who lied about the cover up, Dennis Randall, like his son was convicted of arson.
Oh no!
Yeah, okay. Then when I make this documentary, you're gonna be like, "What, dude? I went to jail over this."
Over arson?
Over arson? Yeah, no.
What?
I went to jail over the Florida fire case because I caught Randall, the cop who lied about the case being he was the fire marshal. He used to be the former Carroll County sheriff. I caught him on video calling those girls a racial slur starting with an N.
Wow.
And then they tried to cover that up, and they arrested me and put me in jail. And then I got the NAACP got me out, and there was a press conference about cover up and corruption. I'm going to put it all in the video, show all the clips and everything.
Is that going to be in your Flora, like the one you're working on right now? You mean?
Yep. And I'm going to try to have it out on the 21st because that is the anniversary, and it's going to be like an hour, maybe a longer documentary, hour long.
Well, you better hurry up. That at least a couple days. Do you get it?
That's why that's why you're helping me.
Are you serious? Well, whatever if you do, but I don't know what I can help with. If you have any questions, well, no questions for me.
Questions? I need your help. See, you're programmed. You're programmed just to say certain things to respond. It's like an AI. If you have any questions or comments, please comment below.
Oh my god.
That's
but
funny.
Shoot. So do you think it could be real? So now you got me wanting to look into that because I feel like it's somebody like that they're covering up. So it has to be somebody that knows.
He's covering it up. Hang on, man. Gosh. See,
So it could be
you get me started. You're never going to get off this stream. I'm telling you.
I'm going to go to bed.
Are you?
Listen,
Oh,
yeah.
E-Curve. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out.
I'll see you guys later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Wait, what are you doing here?
What do you mean? What am I doing? You want me to get off?
No, it just looks like you're up to something. No, I thought you. It looks like you're doing something.
I'm just sitting here smiling. I'm reading the chat and stuff. No,
it looks like you're like up to.
I'm up
like
to no
being-
good. No, I'm just sitting here thinking.
No, I'm definitely interested in that. So you're going to include that in your thing. So you could
I'm
just.
gonna include all of it, every detail and every nitpicking into the background of each individual involved to show everybody who the public officials are and why they could be covering something up. But like, I sent a video to you about the corruption, okay? But it's like, so I sent it to you to watch it because it's a live stream, but it talks about like the Mike Thomas angle and stuff like that you were talking about the other day without having to deep dive into it yourself. I've included all the weird stuff in that video.
Okay, maybe I'll listen to it as I'm laying in bed today or tonight.
Yeah, it's confusing, but you'll understand.
How long
yeah,
ago? Wait, how long ago did you send it to me? Is it way up?
No.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, I didn't. I do have some new ones.
Oh yeah. So no, it's not. Well, yeah, I guess it could be way up now. No, here it is. Here, I'll just reshare it to you.
Yeah, reshare it and then I'll listen. So it's about Mike Thomas, and then the Flora. You said
It's about all of
an
it.
hour.
Yeah, so the Florida documentary is going to be about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, but that's what I'm going to do. Be out on the 21st. But I'll let you go to bed.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Have a good stream.
All right, see ya. All right, guys, I am going to go to bed. Thank you. Thanks, Carly, again. Get some sleep, you two. I know you'll probably be up late, though. Hey, TD Hammock, I love your profile pic. All right, guys, I think I'm going to go, but thanks for hanging out. This was a good live. Oh, Satan, you're still here. I thought you were gone. Derpstein, Miracle, who else? Sweet dude, thank you for sending me that video. Sweet dude, you're funny. All right, yeah. Oh, Tombstone, cool. Never seen. I don't think I've seen it. No, I don't think I've seen that movie. Okay, have fun. I know I'm debating if I just want to, oh, I have something in my eye. It's probably my little makeup that I have on for my, so I know I'm debating whether, because I always need stuff to listen to. I got in this little habit where I have to listen to something in the shower now. And now it's like it's like OCD. I have to, because it's like I feel like it's wasting time. I have to be like productive. So when I'm showering, I just want to be productive. So so I've been putting my speaker like right on the outside of the shower, and I'm like looking for something to listen to. Like today I'm like, gosh, wish I did listen to something. What was it? Oh, it was about 8 Passenger. It wasn't about Delphi, because I didn't know what to listen to, because I'm like, what would be good to just listen to? So Anthony, I might actually save that to listen to in the shower tomorrow, and maybe for a couple days, because I need something good to, and then when you do your floral one, because I really like absorb it in the shower. If I do it before bed, I'll be like half falling asleep, and then I'll probably forget it. Do you ever notice, like, if you fall asleep listening or watching something, you don't really remember much like the next morning? Now, if you're sleeping and dreaming while you have something playing, you dream about it. Tell me that. I'm sure everybody's had that, right? Let's say you have TV on. I don't have a TV in my room. I wish I did, but I used to always watch TV. But now I have YouTube. If I'm sleeping and I'm in my REM sleep, my dream sleep, and I have something playing, I will incorporate everything I'm hearing into my dream. And my dream is a part, somehow it's incorporated to what I'm listening to. It's so crazy every time that I have something playing like that. It's pretty cool. Have you guys ever had that? Well, I do take pretty long showers, but I'm thinking it will take me like 2 times to probably to listen to that. I might listen to it tonight laying down, but I know I'm going to be out quick, so I probably won't get much done. I hope I'll be out quick. I hope. Sometimes I'm out really quick, and then sometimes I toss and turn, but I'm like anxious to go to bed, so hopefully I'll be out quick. But yes, I have one of those here, I'll show you. Hold on. JBLs. I don't know. It's pretty good. I have one of these. I just put it like on, we have this little stand, and I put it right there by my shower. But yes, because I've been wanting to find something good. Like something to listen to that will be helpful for my channel, so this will be good. Like the 8 Passenger, I don't really do videos on it. That was just, I listened to that in the shower because it's like, I don't know what else to listen to, and the shower was ready, and I'm like, oh, I'll just play this. Oh yeah, here, I'll show you the overlay. Thanks. Anthony made me. And then my next video, the intro is he made, well, you'll be able to tell, I bet. He made the intro, but I forgot to use it today. I think I have the overlay. Yeah, look. Oh yeah, it does block it out. Cool. Well, let me look at it over here. Yeah, that's cool. And it's like my bright colors, because you know how I use my bright colors. I am all saying I really need to. Oh, I know. It's hard, because then I feel like since I didn't get to read chat, then sometimes I'm like, oh shoot, I should talk to chat. I'm just using excuses. It's all my fault. But yeah, no, I like it. That's cool. What do you guys think? I could use it as an outro, but then how do you just like end it right when it's over? So you just sit there, and then at the end, because I'll have to be off the screen, but then I have to make sure I end it right at the exact time, right? No, it's not water. I don't think it's waterproof. I don't know. But I don't take it in the shower with me. I just lay it on the outside. Should I play it? Well, hold on. I have to go. Where did I save it? Hold on. I'm trying to think. Where did I? Oh, you sent it to email. Did I? No, because I watched it. Where did I save it? Did I watch it on my phone? Oh, I did watch it on my phone, so I don't have it saved in my computer yet, but I could do that. Well, I always, sweet dude, you'll see I clash all the time. I wear like, I don't know, like colors and they, they always clash, I feel like, but I don't know. It makes me. I'll say that's funny. So, do you guys want to see the intro? I could play it at the end. Hold on. Let me play it. Yeah, that could be an outro too. You're right. And it just counts down to the end of your thing. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me get it. And it actually does say, because I was going to say, I need to give you credit for it, but it does say Anthony, right? I hope it does. So then, I think it does at the end. Anthony Greeno Productions, doesn't it say that? In case if sometimes I'll forget to say, but wait, hold on, where do I have it? So I'll just put in your name. Because I watched it on my phone that night. Because I was laying in bed. Okay, hold on. So then I could download, I'll have it on my computer. Hold on, guys. Just, so wait around so you could see the intro, outro that he made. Hold on, where do I have it? Urgh. Just give me 1 minute, guys. I gotta find it. Hold on. It's an email, but why is it bringing up all of them like that? Oh, that's the old one. I'm bringing up our old emails. Well, where's your new email? Hold on a second. Just give me one. Oh, it's True Crime News. I was putting in your name and it brought up remember the old emails when our first interaction? I still have those. I was like, wait, why is this talking about man? Like, wait, okay. All right. Let me download it and then I'll have it. Okay, cool. I'll have to save that. All right, guys. So I'm going to have to leave the screen. And then I want to see if it actually will let me put it in my video clips. Just to see. If not, it's not a big deal, but because I mean, I could just do it. But you're saying it will play better if I can, right? Hold on. That would be cool if I could, but like I said, it's not a big deal if I can't. Okay, hold on, guys. It says uploading. It might work in the clips. So wait, Anthony, as long as it uploads into my StreamYard, it's gonna work, right? Sour Dudley. No, Sweet Dudley. Or do I say Sour Dudley? I think I keep saying Sweet Dudley. Sweet Dudley. But if you wanted to Sour Dudley, you can. But if it, only radar. You need 2 monitors, only radar. Okay, you guys, let me see if it's there. It's processing. And then I'll have to take me off. Yeah. And then you guys, so I'm going to say bye is now here. Actually, you missed out on the panel. But it's not a big deal because like I did the open panel. I had Megan and E-Curb came up. Or wait, Melissa or Megan? Cox. What is it? Oh my God. It's either Melissa or Megan Cox came up, and then I ended up playing that video, Sweet Dudley. It is Sweet Dudley. Oh my God. Yeah, change your name to Sweet Dudley. Sweet dude, because I've been wanting to watch that documentary. So I didn't really do much of an open panel. I mean, E-Curb was up, but we basically just watched that video. So it wasn't like a discussion open panel. It was just basically us watching it. Once in a while, I stopped and we talked for a minute, but it wasn't like a typical open panel. So, Melissa. Okay, sorry, Melissa, if you are in here. Stream at the end. It's just gonna play over you. Oh. Okay, but I just want to end it, so I'm not gonna come back on screen. I'm just gonna like be out, right? And then I'll just hurry up and hit end stream. Next time, Ashley, and you too, Anthony, next time I won't make it so long into it. But you know, it seemed like people were interested in the screenshots when I was reading them, so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna finish it. I had those collected for so long. I was like, I'm just gonna finish these. And then by that time, though, there's a couple people that were gonna come up, and I don't know, Anthony, what did you say happened to you? And then there was a couple other people that it must have been too late, which I don't blame you because that was like way later into the stream than I thought. And plus it worked out good anyway because we ended up watching that video instead. So actually, it was just meant to be that way, Ashley and Anthony. Well, Anthony you did get to come up for a couple minutes, or that was probably like a half hour just now, right? So that's cool. Yeah, it was a pretty good night. Yeah, Ashley, you did that to me twice though. Right at the beginning when I first didn't have the video yet, and I was like, okay, we're gonna do the open panel. You weren't. I texted you. I'm like, oh shoot, nobody's gonna come up. But like I said, then we ended up watching that, so it's all good. Okay, you ready? Dud. I think I say Dudley because of the shibby. I see the Y, maybe. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you did stop. You made it up. Like, I was like 6 hours and 5 hours in. Oh my God. I'm trying to think when I started the open panel. I think like 4 hours in, maybe. And I'm like, oh yeah, it'll just be a half hour. I thought it was only gonna take me a half hour to read the screenshot. I'm like, oh yeah, it'll be about a half hour. It took me way longer. All right. You ready, guys? I am gonna get off the screen though because, or wait, I could just wait. If it goes on over me, can I remove myself? Hold on, let me just try and see. All right, guys. So here's the intro that he made for me. Ready? You ready? All right, bye guys, because I am gonna end it after this while saying watch. It's ending. I know you don't believe that I could do it, but all right. What up, everybody?